Opening the story, in the potential dragon continent, Liu Yun sect. Outside the Liu Yun sect, at the entrance, our male lead is just an outer disciple sweeping the floor to make a living. Suddenly, the system's announcement sound rings out. The module has completed downloading. Please select whether to activate the system by controlling life. The male lead, upon hearing this, trembles with joy. Old man, after waiting for 3 years, how many people understand that a transmigrator who gets a system is even luckier than winning the Viet lot? The male lead tearfully covers his face and sobs. You have finally arrived. Do you know how I've lived these past 3 years? Without much thought, the male lead immediately presses the start button. I can finally begin my human life. But who would have thought that the line between hope and despair would be so thin? When the system displays his life's fate, it's even more tragic than the word tragic. Yisuoyan, realm, body tempering disappointment, fate. A great calamity is imminent, ending, if he cannot break through to the chi refining realm within a month. He will be expelled from the Liu Yun sword sect, and upon descending the mountain, he will be killed by bandits with a single cut. Upon hearing this, the male lead becomes so angry he spits blood. With nothing left to lose, he lays on the ground, throwing his broom aside, causing everyone to become bewildered. What's wrong with that guy? He's even bleeding. Is he trying to shirk his duties? With nothing left to lose, the male lead lies there contemplating his miserable life. I am Yisuoyan. Is this my real life? 3 years ago, I suddenly transmigrated to this immortal world. The moment I opened my eyes, I was bullied by a group of kids. At that moment I knew things weren't as simple as they seemed. No backing, no talent, no strength. Indeed, I realized this body possessed all 3 no's. But I didn't want to give up on this hard-earned opportunity to cultivate. These past 3 years have been filled with diligent hard work. But after 3 years, I'm still just an old monk sweeping trash, and even a trash-sweeping cultivator on the verge of death. After thinking it over, Yisuoyan could only sigh. As long as he's still breathing, there's still a chance, he thought. If it's just 1 month, then there's definitely a way to turn things around. I'll try my best to advance to the chi refining realm. There will definitely be a chance to change my fate. At this moment, there's a commotion behind him. Everyone is gathered around the large gate. Someone is even shouting, "The sword prodigy has arrived! The sword prodigy has arrived! The sword prodigy has arrived!" Yisuoyan is a little surprised upon hearing this, a sword prodigy. He gasps in astonishment, that is. Who knows what kind of great expert is coming, but when the gate opens, the light is blinding. The girls who haven't been reborn from their love-struck state are screaming. Xiao Shixiang, Xiao Shixiang, Xiao Shixiang is so handsome. Some of the gays aren't falling behind, shouting continuously. Xiao Shixiang is so manly. And it's also safe to assume that this person is a true man. This person who just came out is truly a 10-point handsome man. No wonder the girls are constantly dropping eggs. This person is Xiao Pingqian, 9th level of the spirit communication realm. The elite of the Liu Yun sect's sword path. At this moment, countless information panels of people appear. Yisuoyan gasps as he realizes that he can read other people's fates. There's an old saying that talent comes with flaws. While the women are surrounding him and flirting in every way possible, the men are in groups of 3 or 5 bad-mouthing him behind his back. They say that this sword prodigy has a heavy killing intent. There was a disciple who accidentally dirted his clothes, and the next day he was found dead. The sect leader just turns a blind eye to this. It was just a perfunctory warning. That's enough gossip. He's only 18 years old and already at the peak of the spirit communication realm. He's 3 whole realms above our body tempering realm. On the other side, the female disciples are still going crazy with screams. Senior brother, I love you so much. Yisuoyan, standing behind, thinks about everything he's heard. How about, let me see senior brother Xiao's fate. At this moment, Xiao Pingqian's fate appears. Xiao Pingqian, child of destiny, realm, 9th level of the spirit communication realm, fate, as if heaven helps him. Sword heart of ascension, heaven's choice, bloodthirsty and cruel, vengeance is certain, as if heaven helps him. Lucky star shines brightly, good luck knocks on his door. Opportunities come one after another. Sword Heart of Ascension, born with a sword heart, condensing his spirit and strengthening his body. Ending, achieves the great emperor position. A single sword slaughters 10,000 demons, but because of his heavy killing intent, the human realm won't tolerate him. And is finally besieged by the righteous path, finally falling off the cliff of God's break. Recent turning point, today on the way back to the Liu Yan sword sect to hand over a mission. He passed through North Pinnacle, and under a crooked tree, picked up a 5th grade blood origin ancient vine. From then on he was able to successfully break through his chains and enter the myriad Dharma realm. Yi Suoyan's eyes widen and his mouth drops open. You are the main character. He suddenly realizes that something is wrong here. Wait. 5th grade blood ancient vine. So that's a rare treasure. Its medicinal properties are mild and it absorbs extremely quickly. If consumed immediately, one can break through to the chi refining realm. If that's the case, then life is important. Sorry, senior brother. With that thought he steps on the gas and accelerates forward hoping to get the 5th grade blood ancient vine before Xiao Pingqian. Scene change, deep within North Pinnacle. Yi Suoyan is currently standing under a crooked tree. After a period of struggling searching, it really is that under the tree roots is a branch of the 5th grade blood ancient vine. Found it. Yi Suoyan is extremely excited upon seeing it. His life from now on has finally found a ray of hope. Holding the 5th grade blood ancient vine in his hand, Yi Suoyan is so happy he can't close his mouth. As long as I eat it, I should be able to avoid my fate of being expelled from the mountain, and then getting massacred right. As soon as he finishes talking, Yi Suoyan immediately chews the branch of the 5th grade blood ancient vine. He swallows with a gulp and feels his body changing. At this moment, a stream of true chi surrounds his body. What a terrible taste. He thinks, I have to absorb it quickly. Although the 5th grade blood ancient vine tastes very unpleasant, the effect is far beyond imagination. Yi Suoyan immediately sits down to cultivate, absorbing this abundant life force. After a while, Yi Suoyan opens his eyes. He has finally succeeded. He feels extremely refreshed. In a short time, he has broken through 3 levels and directly reached the chi refining realm. This time he definitely doesn't have to worry about being expelled from the Liu Yan sect. Just as he's happy, he suddenly hears Xiao Pingqian's voice. What are you secretly doing here? Yi Suoyan laughs to himself. He's really here. He pretends to stammer, senior brother, I. Yi Suoyan can't believe his eyes at this moment. This. Xiao Pingqian's life fate has once again encountered another opportunity. Recent turning point. Today on the way back to the Liu Yan sword sect to hand over the mission. He passed through South Reach Peak, saw a burst of heat escaping from a cold pool. After some investigation, he obtained a low-grade magic weapon, the chilling flame sword. At the bottom of the pool, Yi Suoyan is dumbfounded. This lucky guy, after the blood origin ancient vine, now he immediately supplements with a chilling flame sword. God is spoon-feeding him too much, right? Yi Suoyan quickly regains his composure. He scratches his head and laughs it off. He, senior brother. I got lucky and managed to step into the chi refining realm. I'm preparing to go to the Inner Affairs Division to participate in the Outer Disciple competition. Xiao Pingqian coldly replies, once you've finished your work then hurry up and get lost. If it wasn't for agreeing with my master not to kill people without a reason, you would have already been dead. Yi Suoyan hears this and smiles mischievously. Senior brother must be going to Cloud Peak Pavilion. Xiao Pingqian replies coldly, HMPH, what's that to you? Yi Suoyan is now changing his attitude faster than flipping a book. He respectfully cups his hands and says, senior brother, South Reach Peak is covered in clouds and fog today. The roads are muddy, please be careful. Xiao Pingqian is stunned for a moment after hearing this. He doesn't want to walk anymore either. Xiao Pingqian then summons a treasured sword and says, I don't need you to tell me. After he finishes talking, Xiao Pingqian drives his treasured sword and flies away on another path. Yi Suoyan smiles faintly. After Yi Suoyan sees Xiao Pingqian go far away, he bursts into laughter. Who doesn't know Xiao Pingqian is a clean freak? What child of destiny, full of luck. Isn't he still under my control? That night, at the South Reach Peak, Cold Pond, a large waterfall is gurgling. Yi Suoyan is now immersed in the water. He dives deep underwater to find the treasured sword. Yi Suoyan sighs to himself, this water is both warm and cold at the same time. It's so uncomfortable. I have to quickly find the chilling flame sword, otherwise I'll lose my life before a month is up. After some searching, Yi Suoyan has finally dived to the bottom of the pool. In the middle of a small rock, a strange light is emitting, found it. Yi Suoyan quickly grabs it. As expected of a chilling flame treasured sword, Yi Suoyan's hands are completely frozen at this moment. It has already gotten to this point. If Yi Suoyan retreats now, he will definitely meet the King of Hell in a month. Yi Suoyan uses all of his internal energy from birth till now, finally yanking out the chilling flame treasured sword. Yi Suoyan shouts loudly, "Come on out, give it to me." The moment that the chilling flame treasured sword is pulled out, it causes a big explosion, sending surrounding rocks flying. Yi Suoyan realizes there is something wrong. He forgot that he is underwater and greedily talks, causing him to drink quite a bit of water. He almost met the King of Hell. The potential dragon continent, magic treasures are divided into 4 main levels: mundane, spiritual, precious, and magic. Each level is also divided into 3 types: high, middle, and low. In the whole Liu Yun sect there is only one high-grade magic weapon. Furthermore, only when there is a great sect-destroying calamity will this magic weapon be brought out by the sect leader to battle. The majority of the elders in the Liu Yun sect only have low-grade magic weapons. This chilling flame sword is a low-grade magic weapon. Yi Suoyan is holding the chilling flame sword in his hand. It is emitting a special source of light. Yi Suoyan laughs smugly. Phew, although it's a low-grade magic weapon, its power is actually very strong. He sighs to himself, I can feel a stream of energy that is both hot and cold circulating, currently flowing through my body. Yi Suoyan lifts the sword as if lifting his lover happily. This is just like an automated cultivation support artifact. It's truly a great treasure. Obtaining 2 things can be considered a little achievement. Yi Suoyan eagerly looks at his fate, entering the Qi refining realm, obtaining the chilling flame sword. This time I should be able to change my fate, and walk to the peak of life. Right, show it to me, show me my fate. When he opens his fate to look, life isn't always a dream. When he opens his fate, it shows fate. A great calamity is imminent, ending. The first half of his life is full of hardships. It's difficult to gain any progress, and then he is backstabbed by others, and pushed down a deep abyss. His whole body is shattered. Recent turning point. 1 month later he meets his enemy and is killed. With no place to be buried, Yi Suoyan is angry but can't do anything and screams out, "Huh? Are you playing with me? After all my hard work I still have to die." While angry, he suddenly hears someone's voice, "Kid, you want to run away." When Yi Suoyan hears the voice, it feels very familiar. This voice, it seems to be Zhao Yuhu. The voice of one of his lackeys rings out, "Tiger bro, we've helped you block him." Yi Suoyan expresses his disgust. Zhao Yuhu relies on his elder brother entering the inner sect. Doing bad things all day, he's probably bullying some handyman disciple. Yi Suoyan doesn't want to meddle in other people's business, so he turns his back and leaves. He thinks, sticking close to Xiao Pingqian to protect my life is more important. Just as he plans to leave, Yi Suoyan hears a cry for help. It's a woman's voice. Help me, is anyone there? Help me, woo woo." Indeed, it doesn't make sense. In the midst of the heavy rain, there is a maiden as beautiful as jade with a curvy figure, sitting defensively in front of a group of men. Her face is full of fear and she cries out in despair, "Don't you come any closer." Standing in front of her is a fat boss like a pig. He is Zhao Yuhu, a handyman disciple. At this moment he reveals a sinister face and says, "You can just keep screaming. No matter how loud you scream, no one will come to save you." As soon as he finishes speaking, the fatty lunges forward and rips the girl's clothes, revealing her voluptuous body. He is truly someone who doesn't know how to cherish the beauty of women. Zhao Yuhu licks his tongue and reveals a longing expression, as if he wants to devour the girl whole. "Come here, tiger bro, here will make you comfortable." Before he can finish speaking, A foot lightly kisses his face from somewhere, causing him to have a disfigured face. He is kicked flying several meters. This knockout comes from Yi Suoyun's position, he says coldly. A group of men bullying a weak girl. Are you still human? Zhao Yu who shouts furiously, Yi Suoyun, are you tired of living? How dare you interfere in Tiger's family affairs? Have you not been beaten in the past few days that you're itching for one now? His lackeys want to rush up to get revenge for their big brother, let us, who doesn't know that this guy is just a piece of trash, we can squash him with our butts. The fatty Zhao also gives the order, beat him to death for me. Yi Suoyun says confidently, sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry, you guys can come at me at once. Hearing him say that, they become more and more excited, with more courage than brains, so the entire group rushes up at the same time, go die. Yi Suoyun just silently pulls out his hot stuff and prepares to slap each of their faces. Although he is only at the chi refining realm, facing these small fries, Yi Suoyun quickly beats them to a pulp. After a period of sword dancing, in the blink of an eye no one dares to say a word. Yi Suoyun says coldly, get lost quickly, don't let me see you rotten bunch again. Zhao Yuhu and his group hear that and run off as if they've never run before, but he doesn't forget to threaten him, go, let's go, you stinky brat, you just wait. Yi Suoyun suddenly remembers that he has to stick close to Xiao Pingqian to steal opportunities first. Yi Suoyun scratches his head in regret. It's all because of this darn righteousness of mine. I had the sheep in my hand and then let it fly. At this moment, the voice of the harmed girl rings out, thank you for saving my life today, senior brother, miss doesn't need to be so polite, it's just helping a hand. Just as he says this, Yi Suoyun suddenly realizes something shocking. The girl's information appears, Qin Xinyan, realm, body tempering 3rd level, reincarnated empress, ending, saving the world, reincarnation breaks through the great Tao. But in the midst of ascension she died under the 9 heavenly tribulation lightnings, recent turning point, 3 months later, awakens reincarnation to the imperial veins. The imperial body is remolded, luckily revived, and was accepted as a close disciple by Liu Yan old man. Qin Xinyan thought Yi Suoyun was paying attention to her so she looks shy while her hands are half covering her face and asks, senior brother, what's wrong with you? Yi Suoyun no longer pays attention to anything else, he blurts out, Empress, reincarnated Empress. The sky is slowly darkening, at this moment the moon has risen high. Once again Yi Suoyun looks at Qin Xinyan's information, he unknowingly starts sweating profusely. The more Yi Suoyun reads, the more panicked he becomes, his eyes widening in shock. A reincarnated great power, let me have some of that too, it's just a pity that she can only awaken after 3 months. I don't even know if I can survive until then. Seeing Yi Suoyun looking at Qin Xinyan's fate and drooling, Qin Xinyan thinks that he wants to do something to her so she asks shyly, senior brother, you what's wrong? Yi Suoyun guiltily turns his face away, no, it's nothing, he thought, how eyes, might as well see the Buddha off to the western heaven. Putting his thought into action, Yi Suoyun reaches into his robe and takes something out, and gives it to Qin Xinyan. I see that junior sister's spirit is unstable. Take this essence consolidating pill, it can help regulate your vital energy. Seeing that someone cares about her, Qin Xinyan's face turns red, today senior brother saved me. I'm already extremely grateful, and this essence consolidating pill is too precious. Senior brother must have saved it for a long time, I can't. Before Qin Xinyan could finish speaking, Yi Suoyun already grabbed her hand. No idea what she's thinking, but at this moment her face is already completely red. Yi Suoyun holds her hand and says, I'm now already at the chi refining realm, this essence consolidating pill doesn't have much use for me anymore, but for junior sister. Perhaps this opportunity can help you break through your cultivation. I can't always protect you, only if you are strong yourself can I be relieved. Before turning his back to leave, Yi Suoyun doesn't forget to remind her, it's late, junior sister, you should also hurry back, I still have a mission from the sect, I'll go first. Although Yi Suoyun's action just now was just a senior brother caring for his junior sister, to Qin Xinyan it's different. she looks at Yisuoyan's figure leaving with tears in her eyes. I will never forget senior brother's kindness. Scene change, Zhao Yuhu's group, scared and beaten by Yisuoyan, have run a long distance. He asks his group while running, he isn't chasing after us anymore. Right? One of his lackeys quickly replies, no more chasing, big brother. Upon hearing this, the fat man's group is relieved and sits down to rest. All right. I don't know what good luck that Yisuoyan encountered, that sword is definitely not simple. One of his lackeys says resentfully, then what do we do, tiger bro? It feels like we can't beat him. Zhao Yuhu laughs upon hearing that. HMPH, have you forgotten, my elder brother is at the 3rd level of the Origin Sea realm. Don't talk about a sword. I can take Yisuoyan's head. I must get revenge for today. Scene change to Cloud Peak Pavilion. The surroundings are strangely silent at this moment. After a moment of saving the beauty, Yisuoyan runs to find Xiao Pingqian again. Why is this Cloud Peak Pavilion so dark and quiet? There isn't even a single person. Yisuoyan is trembling at this moment, so scared. If someone scares me right now, I'll wet my pants. Suddenly a cold voice comes from behind him, making Yisuoyan not dare to even make a sound. What are you doing? Yisuoyan follows his natural instinct of fearing ghosts and hugs whatever he can, as long as he has support, or else he'll die right here. He yells loudly, there's a ghost. I'm just a passerby, please don't stick to me, Amitabha. Yisuoyan doesn't hear any movement, but then he suddenly realizes that something isn't right. Why is this pillar so soft, and it's also warm? He tries to look up and finds that he hugged the wrong person, hugging Xiao Pingqian instead of a pillar. Yisuoyan puts on an innocent look and says, warm, isn't it? Xiao Pingqian shouts, get off me now. Yisuoyan quickly moves away. Senior brother Xiao, what a coincidence. This inner affairs division is too big. I've been walking and got lost. I'm lucky I bumped into you here. Xiao Pingqian angrily brushes his clothes and says in a strained voice, this is Cloud Peak Pavilion, the inner affairs division is on the other side, get lost now, don't bother my cultivation. Yisuoyan is kicked out right away, so he curses under his breath, hateful clean freak, but he doesn't forget to say, thank you for the guidance, senior brother. While the two are talking, Yisuoyan steals a glance at Xiao Pingqian's fate and sees a huge change, recent turning point, after meeting with the Liu Yun sect leader Jiu Xianda. He received clues about a new opportunity. 1 month later he will head straight for Leizhou Grotto Heaven, and successfully obtain the cultivation inheritance from a Liu Yun sect predecessor. And at the same day successfully comprehend, breaking the shackles of his cultivation, and officially entering the myriad Dharma realm. Yisuoyan laughs to himself, so my blood origin ancient vine and chilling flame sword were just appetizers. This is the main dish. It seems like our male lead is a bit unlucky, but his brain is pretty big, and he's quick on the uptake. The next day, Yisuoyan gets up early to do some exercise to improve his vitality. Yisuoyan stretches his back while thinking, after breaking through to the origin realm, I'm officially considered an outer disciple. Besides the separate cave dwellings, each outer disciple also gets a chance to enter the scripture pavilion once to search for secret manuals and opportunities to snatch the sheep and inherit the predecessor's inheritance. I must treasure this opportunity to enter the scripture pavilion, while Yisuoyan is drawing a rosy future. He doesn't notice that everyone around him is staring at him. This guy must be an idiot. Is this performance art? An hour later, Yisuoyan is still waiting while thinking to himself, following the rules all morning. Yisuoyan, instead of waiting for Xiao Pingqian's opportunity that's at least another month away, is forced to look at everyone's fate to search for new opportunities. Some found a middle-grade yellow-rank secret manual 100 methods of cultivation, and was seriously injured because of chi deviation. Others found a low-grade yellow-rank martial arts manual, got into a fight and got beaten to the point of death, and one was swindled by a money swindler, who claimed to be the sect leader, and based on the reason of passing on what was learned, and was swindled out of 200 spirit stones. After Yisuoyan finishes reading he sighs, they are all stupid and unlucky. Too bored, Yi Suoyan stands up and sighs, "Phooey, there isn't a single useful opportunity, forget it, I should just go in myself to search." Before Yi Suoyan could even lift his lazy butt to look, something shocking catches his eye. A tall person is arrogantly pushing everyone out of his way. "Move aside, don't block this prince's path." Yi Suoyan looks up at his fate and is quite surprised. Zhong Renfeng, fate, likes to do things his own way, a genuine and simple person. Entering the path of cultivation at the Liu Yun sect, although he has an autistic personality. Because of that, he doesn't have any close friends, his cultivation is undisturbed, he is immersed in martial arts, and eventually becomes a swordsman, recent turning point. Entering the Origin Refinement realm, in the pile of waste at the Origin Pavilion he discovers a top-grade mysterious manual, Chaos Origin Sword Embryo. Yi Suoyan discovers a new sweet deal, and his eyes light up, as if he has seen a message from his crush. Heaven doesn't forsake those who persevere. Top-grade mysterious Chaos Origin Sword Embryo. Isn't that a cultivation manual especially for sword cultivators? He rejoices silently. The roasted duck is already cooked, isn't it already falling into my bowl? Scene change, outside of the Liu Yun sect, 5 young mountains. After Yi Suoyan found the Chaos Origin Sword Embryo, he has been sitting cultivating. True chi is exuding thickly at this moment. After Yi Suoyan opens his eyes, he feels the change in his realm. Yi Suoyan excitedly says, "Great. I've only been practicing for 2 hours and I've already broken through to the 3rd level of the Origin Refinement realm." He looks at the Chaos Origin Sword Embryo manual in his hand and rejoices silently. Chaos Origin Sword Embryo is a body refinement manual for sword cultivators. The stronger the muscles in the body, the higher the cultivation strength, another means to increase strength. Yi Suoyan looks at his life's fate again, but there isn't any change. Recent turning point, 28 days later he will be killed by an enemy, with no place to be buried. Yi Suoyan thinks to himself, the ending hasn't changed, it's just that the time has started to count down. Who the enemy is temporarily unknown. If that's the case then I'll just snatch any opportunities that I can get first. Yi Suoyan doesn't think much more, he happily jumps up in joy. It's time to charge to Leizhou Grotto Heaven. It's said that if someone is already unlucky then everything they do is unlucky. Be careful when walking. Why jump around, resulting in slipping and falling down a cliff? A second before the disaster, Yi Suoyan still didn't understand what was happening. 3 seconds later a cry of alarm rings out. Yi Suoyan is currently lying face down on the ground. Luckily the earth here is a little soft or else he'd have a burial place already. Yi Suoyan sits up and adjusts his handsome face. He adjusts while thinking, the heavenly killer star is truly not a destiny that a normal person can resist. Luckily the opportunities recently have all been about strengthening the body, if not then I would have left while I was still young. At this moment a strange fragrance wafts around Yi Suoyan. Yi Suoyan smells carefully, it's a very strong fragrance, this is. After observing, Yi Suoyan discovers that this smell is coming from a cave nearby. The smell of blood is very strong. Out of curiosity, Yi Suoyan enters without knowing that he is in danger. The deeper he goes, the stronger the smell of blood becomes, making Yi Suoyan want to know more about what's inside. Suddenly Yi Suoyan feels that he stepped on something soft. When he bends down to see, he sees a human hand. This is. Yi Suoyan takes a look at the clothes and discovers they look very familiar. He panics. These are the bodies of Liu Yun sect disciples, not just one, but many bodies. While he is clueless about what's going on, 2 torches come out from the inside of the cave. Who is it? Yi Suoyan is startled and stutters. I am. The person who spoke is Liao Xiangping, the outer affairs elder of the Liu Yun sect, followed by 2 inner sect disciples, Fan Kun and Wang Song. Liao Xiangping looks at Yi Suoyan from top to bottom. And then speaks. Are you an outer disciple of the Liu Yun sect? Are you on a mission from the sect? Yi Suoyan thinks, it seems like an outer sect elder is patrolling disciples doing sect missions. He respectfully replies, reporting to elder, this disciple accidentally fell down the cliff. I smelled blood so I came to explore what's happening ahead. Wang Song raises his eyes and says, I see your cultivation is only at the newly entered origin refining realm. You fell down the cliff, and didn't receive even a scratch. Who are you trying to fool, master? This person is definitely hiding something. Luckily, this elder isn't too muddled or is considering the benefits in front of him and dismisses Wang Song's suggestion. Liao Xiangping waves his hand and says, all right, the disciples who passed through 5 young mountains have suffered a disaster. It's still unclear who has survived. The number of people we have here is not enough. Since you're here, then help out. After speaking, Liao Xiangping walks to the front and directs, Wang Song, the two of you go to the left of the cave to see if anyone has survived. Yi Suoyan and Wang Song replies at the same time. Yes. Yi Suoyan turns around and shows an extremely friendly smile to the fat man. Senior brother, let's go. Wang Song hears that and turns to glare at Yi Suoyan. Suddenly Wang Song cries out and sits on the ground. Rya, junior brother. I accidentally sprained my ankle just now. How about you go check first, I'll follow behind. Rya, it hurts so much, junior brother. Go slowly, when my leg feels better I'll look for you right away. I'll come look for you. Yi Suoyan hears that and can only laugh coldly. Fool. Deep within the cave, that trick of Wang Song's can be seen by a 3-year-old, let alone someone as smart as Yi Suoyan. Yi Suoyan walks while speaking. It's probably this way. Wang Song, oh Wang Song, if you want to act smart like this, then I will not be polite to your opportunity. Yi Suoyan recalls when he was acting, he saw his opportunity, recent turning point, deep within the spirit cave of 5 young mountain he saves senior brother, and forms a noble benefactor. Yi Suoyan goes deeper inside and discovers a person is crushed by rocks so he calls out, found him. Yi Suoyan runs over to check and discovers that his pulse is still very weak. If he is not saved he will meet the king of hell, still alive. He must be the noble benefactor. Let's see what his identity is. As soon as he finishes talking, Yi Suoyan opens his fate to see what kind of big character he is. Duan Hong, realm, 8th level of air manipulation, fate, destined affinity. The more mistakes the more courageous, luck comes in droves, heaven-born fortune shines brightly, the higher the affinity rate, the more mistakes the more courageous. Nothing can shake him. Yi Suoyan sighs, eyes, another one with good fate. When Yi Suoyan bends over to look at the recent turning point, he is even more excited. In the mysterious cave dwelling in 5 young mountain he finds a mysterious origin embryo. Yi Suoyan can't believe his eyes. Yi Suoyan now reveals a slightly cunning look. Hi. He smacks Duan Hong's head like a bolt of lightning, causing Duan Hong to fall face down. Sorry senior brother. The youth who just woke up and wasn't able to catch up to life yet, is smacked by Yi Suoyan, which caused his head to spin again, shutting down on the spot. For one origin embryo, is it necessary to be this brutal? Yi Suoyan secretly thanks him. I didn't expect that a fall would lead to meeting a noble benefactor, and even a new opportunity. Before the elder arrives, Yi Suoyan takes the opportunity to search for treasure. He flips every big and small rock nearby, and doesn't miss a spot. Yi Suoyan flips a rock in a hidden corner, and suddenly a light is emitted from within. Found it. 3 minutes later, Yi Suoyan has moved all the rocks nearby and reveals a large cave entrance. Yi Suoyan smiles brightly and says, the origin embryo is probably here. In the middle of the cave is a small stone table. On the table is an origin embryo floating in mid-air. Next to it is also a freebie secret manual. Whoa. The origin embryo is surrounded by a bright and glittering spiritual light. The book is the Shanhai Iji. Yi Suoyan walks over and raises it. At this moment he feels the abundant spiritual energy flowing through his body. Yi Suoyan asks himself, wow, this thing can actually lead to the natural energy of the world. The system is also biased and gave Yi Suoyan an online treasure that can store items in the real world. He thinks, this place is not safe to stay long. I should collect the origin embryo and the book first, and slowly study them after I return. Before leaving the cave, Yi Suoyan chooses to store the origin embryo and Shanhai Iji into the storage space. After Yi Suoyan brought Duan Hong out, Liao Xiangping and his two disciples return. Liao Xiangping takes a look at the situation and says, "It's good that his life isn't in Dongye. It's just that he suffered a serious head injury. I need to bring him back to the sect to treat his injuries immediately. It's probably that Yisuoyan was too strong with his slap that he caused the youth to become mentally unstable." At this moment Liao Xiangping gives orders to his two disciples, "The two of you stay here to guard the mineral cave." He turns to give Yisuoyan a green jade pendant and says, "You did very well this time. Take this token, and go back to the sect to receive the rewards for the mission." Yisuoyan happily cups his hands and thanks him. "Thank you, Elder." He thinks, "It's finally over, next I can go to Leizhou Grotto Heaven." Scene change, at Leizhou Grotto Heaven, Liu Yun sect's back mountain secret realm. Yisuoyan stands before a waterfall, holding the magic weapon Chilling Flame sword up high. And then with an extremely strong power, slashes it straight down. The power of the Chilling Flame sword splits the waterfall in two and suddenly reveals a cave entrance. Inside is a strange light. Yisuoyan quickly enters the cave. "Phew, today there isn't anyone in the back mountain. They've probably all gone to guard the spirit stone mineral vein." Going deeper inside, two giant stone swords higher than 10 meters and piercing into the ground appear before Yisuoyan. The sword body is covered in moss, a testament to the passage of time. On top of the sword is also engraved sword intent Shulang, "If without this will, don't enter. Future generations, take heed, the sword path is only through the mind." The heart is firm. Surrounding the two swords are iron chains. Yisuoyan asks himself, "Is this the inheritance trial?" Yisuoyan goes deeper into the cave to search for opportunity. Going inside is another world completely different from the outside. Yisuoyan goes from one surprise to another. Before Yisuoyan is an old predecessor, wearing white robes holding a high treasured sword. A terrifying force radiates from him. He shouts loudly, "Heaven does not give birth to me." Below him are 10,000 small demons piled up like a mountain trying to climb up. Yisuoyan still doesn't understand what's going on. This is only sword, splitting mountains and rivers. The old senior had just finished speaking when he unleashed a sword strike, giving rise to tens of thousands of sword paths. The sword paths at this moment were directed straight at the demons, suppressing them and splitting the heavens, and as he finished speaking, a rain of sword chi tore the demons into dust. Yisuoyan stared blankly, unable to believe his eyes. Was this the peak sword cultivator of Liu Yun sect? Before Yisuoyan could even process what was happening, he was hit by stray attacks, but luckily he quickly drew his Bao Henyang sword to defend. The old senior stood high above and seeing Yisuoyan like this, said, "Ignorant boy, if you want to save your life, leave now." Yisuoyan, although grimacing, still tried his best to withstand the blow. The force was truly mighty. If not for the Hunyuan sword embryo, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. Seeing Yisuoyan still resisting, the old senior thought he was being underestimated. His eyes turned red, and a murderous aura appeared. "You dare to resist." He pointed two fingers at Yisuoyan and immediately a stream of power shot out. Yisuoyan below wasn't much better off. He was already near exhaustion from the sword rain, and couldn't hold on for much longer. Yisuoyan couldn't advance or retreat at this moment, so he could only defend and defend, or he would be sent to watch the chickens at any time. Leaving was out of the question. Yisuoyan reflected on his life. Since coming to this world, even stray dogs and cats on the street have insulted me. Every day in my dreams, I wanted to resist, and now I finally have a chance to turn things around. Yisuoyan, while defending, said with a resolute voice, "I want to live on. I want to become a man above men." As soon as Yisuoyan finished speaking, a second major attack descended, even more intense than surviving a tribulation. The pressure increased. It seemed to have pushed Yisuoyan one step into hell. As the sword chi gradually faded, Yisuoyan's figure also became blurred, as if about to disappear into nothingness. Before the old senior at this moment was just a white expanse. It seemed that everything around was no longer moving. Seeing that Yisuoyan was not moving, the old senior thought, "Why, could it be that I used too much force and killed him? I thought that this time, there might be someone to inherit my power." He closed his eyes and sighed. This boy's aptitude was quite good. I indeed used too much force at the end, next time I have to use a little less force. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked down, quite surprised. Huh? Through some kind of unbelievable way, Yi Suyan was still standing firm, as if nothing had happened. It was just that his clothes were a little tattered now. The old senior laughed happily as if he won the lottery. Ha ha ha, boy, you are very persistent. Yi Suyan below didn't say anything, but he was probably cursing him in his heart. He continued, only a person with a firm mind can become the supreme sword Dao. This old man is leaving, as he said. He raised his hand to the sky, opening a space gate. His body was sucked into the rift. He added, my remnant soul has existed for 100 years. And finally someone has inherited it. So it was just a remnant soul and already so terrifying. If this person was still at his peak, he would probably be invincible in the world. Standing at the top of all things. Just as the old senior's remnant soul was about to completely dissipate, Yi Suyan, exhausted, collapsed. In a blink of an eye, Yi Suyan was lying on a patch of grass, but his body was covered with large and small wounds. Before the remnant soul dissipated, the senior said he had found a successor. So this was what Yi Suyan was looking for. In his half-awake state, Yi Suyan heard the old senior's voice. Good for you, boy. The Dahe sword art has 12 levels in total. If you focus on learning it, you can definitely enter the myriad Dharma realm without a doubt. When Yi Suyan woke up, he found that to his left was a skeleton wearing clothes like the old senior. The Qingyuan sword art is a top sword art. Perhaps it can reach the peak of sword Dao. It's a pity there are only 5 levels of the first part. The rest is very likely to appear in the southern wilderness. Yi Suyan discovered there were 2 books on the stone table in front of him, Dahe sword art and Qingyuan sword art. The old senior then added, remember, these 2 sword arts cannot be practiced at the same time. How you choose will depend on your mind. Yi Suyan didn't think much and chose to take both. Kids make choices. I want them all. 4 days later, at the main gate of Liu Yun sect, Liao Xiangping was asking 2 inner disciples about Yi Suyan. Have you found Yi Suyan yet? One replied, Elder, we've searched the entire sect. While the 3 of them didn't know whether Yi Suyan was alive or dead, they discovered him walking and singing. Today is a good day. It was truly that the anxious one was impatient and the easygoing one was relaxed. Yi Suyan with a straw in his mouth, his face full of satisfaction. The wishes in his heart can all come true. Everyone who saw him was very surprised. It's Yi Suyan. Has this boy become more handsome? It feels like something is not right. At this moment, Liao Xiangping stepped forward and asked, Yi Suyan, where have you been these past few days? Yi Suyan clasped his hands and said with a smile, reporting to Elder, this disciple went down the mountain to cultivate, calculated the time to return. Liao Xiangping didn't care much, report whatever, but don't report me or the sect. Liao Xiangping turned to leave. All right, come with me to meet the sect master. Sect master. At the sect's council chamber, in the Yanshao pavilion, for the first time after 3 years of transmigrating, Yi Suyan had the opportunity to step into the sect's council chamber openly. Just as he entered the hall, there was a call, junior brother. Yi Suyan was a little surprised to recognize that it was Duan Hong. He called out, Duan Hong brother. Duan Hong happily said, Yi junior brother, we finally meet. Duan Hong clasped his hands and said, that day you saved me. I still haven't had the chance to thank you in person. Yi Suyan laughed and replied, it was something I should do. Senior brother don't need to be like that. While the 2 of them were being fraternal, a tall, dignified person asked, you are Yi Suyan? The one who had just spoken was Jiyu Xianda, the sect master of Liu Yun sect. Yi Suyan just approached and the aura of Jiyu Xianda already emitted a strong pressure suppressing Yi Suyan. He exclaimed in his heart, what a powerful aura. Fortunately, thanks to his persistent training of the Hunyuan sword embryo, his footwork became very steady. While resisting he clasped his hands and replied. Disciple Yi Suyan pays respect to the sect master. After the greeting, it seemed that Jiyu Xianda was quite satisfied. Indeed not bad. Among the outer disciples you can be considered outstanding. 3 days later there is an inner sect competition. Lin Yun, don't disappoint me. Yi Suyan heard this and was full of question marks. Liao Xianping, seeing this, immediately explained, the competition 3 days later. The sect master will select a few people from the outer disciples to assign important tasks. Duan Hong recommended you. It was a good opportunity to show himself and officially become an inner disciple, so Yi Suyan had no reason to refuse. He immediately replied, thank you, sect master. Thank you, Duan Hong, senior brother. Jiyu Xianda also ordered the two of them, Duan Hong, Yi Suyan, retreat first. The two of them immediately responded, yes. After the two of them left, Jiyu Xianda asked Liao Xianping, who killed the disciples of Wuyang Mountain, how is the investigation going? Liao Xianping shook his head and replied, we still haven't discovered any traces, but according to recent investigations, the Red Ghost sect has mobilized a lot of manpower. It might be related. Jiyu Xianda listened and seriously said, continue the investigation, keep an eye on the Red Ghost sect, yes. The scene changed to the edge of the forest behind the mountain of Liu Yun sect. A stone was being thrown into the river. Yi Suyan, while throwing stones into the waterfall, was thinking, in the inner sect competition, I must perform well. If I become an inner disciple, I can have the chance to encounter more opportunities. In the Liyan Bead Cave for 4 days, I have already cultivated the Dahe sword art to the perfect 3rd level, the Qingyuan sword art to the minor completion 2nd level. My realm has also advanced to the Na Yuan 8th level. Cultivation indeed still relies on the support of elixirs and environment. In addition, I also found a book of the myriad flower sword art and a damaged compass that I don't know how to use. But these, I'm afraid, are still not enough. After speaking, Yi Suyan used force and threw the stone in his hand. The stone skimmed quickly across the water. At the same time, a leaf also flew straight towards Yi Suyan. Yi Suyan noticed the danger and was startled, turning around. When he discovered that someone was attacking him, with his agile footwork, Yi Suyan quickly turned around and threw the stone, splitting the leaf in half. Suddenly, a voice rang out, not bad, not bad. Yi Suyan looked up and asked, who are you? An old man with a small stature, looking like a beggar. He was sitting perched on a tree branch. A wine bottle was hanging on his belt. He smiled and replied, you're quite good boy, I didn't misjudge. The information panel appeared, Dengpingzu, realm, myriad dermas 8th level realm, fate, manipulating objects like a god, achieving sword immortal, FA aristocrat. Righteous chi, the righteous chi on your body, evil chi is difficult to approach, FA aristocrat, is a straight man by birth, very bad luck with women. Ending, 100 years ago. Fought with you. I was severely injured in the Wei space, my cultivation base dropped sharply, and finally I went into hiding in Liu Yun sect, living leisurely and wasting a lifetime. Recent turning point, went down the mountain to buy fake wine, was angry and smashed the wine shop. At this moment, Deng Pingzu looked at Yi Suyan and praised. Not bad, very quick reaction. Yi Suyan secretly looked at his fate and was a little surprised. He thought to himself, so this person is a senior of Liu Yun sect. He didn't know why this person had come. When the system rang a notification, the host has received a purple fate. Yi Suyan's information panel appeared, realm. Na Yuan 8th level, fate, celestial killer lonely star. A purple line of fate appeared, smooth sailing, with benefactors helping you, get what you wish for. But the ending below still didn't change, suffering and begging for more than half of his life. It was not easy to improve a little, but he was plotted against. And in the end, he was pushed down the cliff, his flesh was torn and bones broken. Recent turning point, 23 days later, he will be killed by enemies, no place to bury his corpse. Yi Suyan thought, another purple fate, unfortunately still cannot avoid death. Could it be that the benefactor is the one in front of me? He had to try to find out, so Yi Suyan clasped his hands and replied, I don't know what senior wants to teach. Deng Pingzu looked down and saw that the young man was also polite, knew his place, and was quick-witted, so he laughed and said, ha ha ha, no wonder you have the Hunyuan sword embryo. A talent that can be cultivated, I didn't misjudge. As soon as he finished speaking, the old senior threw a book of the 7 mysterious sword art to Yi Suyun. Yi Suyun caught it and couldn't help but be overjoyed. It was the first time they met, and this old senior already gave such a good item. Whether it was real or fake was yet to be seen. The old senior said, "I see that the yuan qi in your body is stagnating. This sword manual will be useful to you. Take it and practice." Yi Suyun said, "Thank you, senior. No need to thank me. I'm in the inner affairs pavilion. If you have free time, come find me. This old man is old. I like to talk to young people." Yi Suyun replied with a smile, "Senior, rest assured, if this junior has time, I will come to visit you." When Yi Suyun was far away, the old senior showed a satisfied smile. This boy also has some personality. So many years have passed, and the sword art that old man left behind finally has someone to inherit it. 3 days later, the inner sect competition finally arrived. I don't know how far Yi Suyun has cultivated. Worthy of the name of Liu Yan sect, even the martial arts arena is very luxurious and professional. In the center there is even a Tai Chi diagram symbolizing yin and yang. Above the pavilion the sect master Jiu Xianda and other elders were observing every move of the contestants. At this time, the outer disciples were all talking, mentioning Yi Suyun, who was currently queuing up waiting to register for the competition, right behind him. 2 young men were talking. I heard that the rewards for this inner sect competition are much more generous than before. The person who wins first place can obtain an extremely rare Dui Shen Dan, and can also choose any book. The other person continued, not only that, it is said that a long anonymous elder will choose a true disciple from the outer disciples who win this time. Truly rare. Yi Suyun, hearing this, could only sigh. No wonder there were so many people registering. The line is terribly long. While he was tired of queuing up, a large hand slapped Yi Suyun's shoulder from behind and said, "Hey boy, get out of the way, make room for me." Yi Yun was probably like, WTF, the one who had just spoken was a tall, burly young man. Although not very handsome, the young man had some scars on his face. Yi Suyun, who was already annoyed by having to wait so long to register, encountered this crazy young man, so he turned around and said with a bored voice, "Go to the end of the line." After hearing this, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth and asked back, "What the F did you say? Are you tired of living?" Before he finished speaking, they heard a thud. As fast as lightning, Yi Suyun, with his temper like ice, used a punch to physically impact his stomach, sending him flying 100 meters. As soon as he finished punching, smoke was emitted from his hand. Yi Suyun said, "I hate the most the type who cuts in line." He was sent flying, his head stuck in the ground and his butt in the air, making the people around him feel both awkward and funny. One person recognized the familiar face and spoke up. "OMG, isn't this Ha Shouqi who is very prominent this year?" One person turned to look at Yi Suyun, whose face was still grimacing, and suddenly felt scared. What happened? I didn't see it. Clearly Ha Shouqi was defeated in one move. Isn't he a newcomer in the outer sect, also really fast? The young teenager with the fan was Zi Ruoqing, the girl in blue was Yi Qian, and the young man behind, tall and not handsome, was Qiu Zhiping. He looked at Yi Suyun then cracked his knuckles as if he wanted to eat him alive. This boy's strength is not bad. Hearing this, Zi Ruoqing turned to ask, "Yi Qian, how do you see this boy?" Yi Qian replied, "Ha Shouqi was too stupid. Was exploited by his openings. If it was me, it would only take 2 moves for him to lose." Dong dong dong, the drums signaled that the outer sect competition had begun. At this time, the judges announced the rules as follows. This inner sect competition is divided into 4 rounds. The first round is a free-for-all. All the registered disciples stand on the stage. Those who are knocked out of the stage are considered eliminated. Choose the 30 people who stand firm in the end. At this time, the outer disciples immediately stepped on the gas and rushed onto the stage like a swarm of bees. One thing that we understand is that once you step up here, there are no more brothers. Just push whoever you can push, step on whoever you can step on, just use any means that can allow you to stand firm. People were constantly falling and rising, asking after each other's health, but only the god Yisuyan with a murderous face would hit anyone who got close. Also stood firm like 1,000 weights. If a bulldozer couldn't move him, then no one would be stupid enough to come close. The referee's announcement sounded, "The first round of the competition has ended, the people advancing, Yi Qian, Zi Ruoqing." While waiting for the second round, Yisuyan thought to himself, "The first round has filtered out most of the disciples with weak strength. My strength has increased rapidly recently. I have finally felt a bit of the feeling of transmigrating." Here, the group of people who advance to the next round include the group of Yi Qian and the white-haired guy tossing dice. The rest are just weaklings not worth mentioning. Second round, draw lots to fight one-on-one. The winner advances to choose 12 strong people. The loser is directly eliminated. In this round, Yisuyan fought with an old man, but he didn't know his name. He shouted, "Boy, prepare to be eliminated." Before he could prepare his divine butt-grabbing technique, he was knocked out by Yisuyan, spinning in the air while vomiting blood. The judges continued to announce the third match, the third round, which is also the final round of the outer disciples' confrontation, the final decision for the top 6. Seeing that there was nothing difficult, Yisuyan stretched and yawned. He didn't expect to reach the third round so easily. Some people below the stands said, "Bai Zuqing, why is he here again? This is already his 8th match." The first one up for the duel was Yisuyan. His opponent above was the white-haired youth tossing dice named Bai Zuqing. Someone continued to say, "This guy is really just losing whenever he fights. Losing and then fighting again, Yisuyan, having heard about him, didn't know if this person was strong or weak, but for now he admired his persistence, 8 times and still couldn't enter the inner sect. What the hell is going on? Let's see his interface. As soon as he finished reading his fate, Yisuyan started crying with tears streaming down his face. He exclaimed, "Too miserable." The information panel appeared, Bai Zuqing, Realm, Yuan High First Level. A person full of bad luck. Anyone who is in contact with him for too long will be unlucky. Ending, although unlucky for 10,000 years, but will develop in 10,000 years. Glorious achievements, recent events, went to Qinghe Peak, and picked up a piece of jade horn. Bai Zuqing looked at Yisuyan crying and was puzzled. Yisuyan cried even louder, because he knew that this guy was indeed as miserable as himself. Standing on the stage, the two unlucky people began to greet each other. Yisuyan said, "Senior brother Bai, please enlighten me." Bai Zuqing, hearing this, also returned the salute. "Junior brother Yi, I'll start then." Yisuyan was extremely focused in this match because this person, although quite unlucky like himself, had a relatively high cultivation base. Back to Bai Zuqing, this person had just made a move and already used a desperate, all-or-nothing technique. He threw the dice in his hand. This round for Bai Zuqing was a gamble he hadn't won in 8 years. When the dice flew high, they immediately bloomed to a size of about 1 to 2 meters. Each one then changed direction into an arc and flew straight towards Yisuyan. Each one could crush a person. The opponent was too strong. Yisuyan started to get serious. Indeed, his strength was not bad, then a head-on clash would be quicker. Yisuyan didn't think much and immediately unleashed a flurry of punches in mid-air. With a bang, a die shattered into pieces, and just like that Yisuyan broke Bai Zuqing's ultimate technique. Bai Zuqing was extremely surprised after seeing Yisuyan use his bare hands to shatter his dice. The people around him were also discussing, "Damn, this Yisuyan is really strong. He's something else," another person said. "That guy is the dark horse of the outer sect." Bai Zuqing with 8 years of failure experience, what was this? He smirked. Then suddenly his movements became elusive and extremely fast as he moved towards Yisuyan. If you had a normal cultivation base you wouldn't be able to keep up. While moving he said, "Junior brother Yi, that was just an appetizer, now the real thing begins." He suddenly stopped talking because his foot, who knows why, stepped on a piece of shattered dice and slipped. According to inertia, he flew freely off the stage in front of everyone's eyes. Bai Zuqing was lying on the ground with tears streaming down his face. He had finally established a record of failing the exam for 9 consecutive years. Damn it, This fate was truly unacceptable. Yi Suyan stood on the stage with his mouth agape, looking at him. What the heck? He couldn't believe that there was someone so unlucky in this world, that he would actually lose to his own move. The referee announced, Yi Suyan wins. The scene changed to Jiyu Xianda, the sect master of Liu Yun sect, standing next to a red-clothed girl, who was covering her face. At first glance the girl's soul seemed quite large and round. The two of them were observing the progress of each match. Jiyu Xianda stroked his beard and laughed. Ha ha ha, this year's inner sect competition might be more interesting than last year's. Truly, young and talented. Jiyu Xianda then pointed to Yi Qian, who was fighting on another stage. How do you see that little girl? She's a contestant, who has the potential to take the first place in the inner sect. The red-clothed woman replied, arrogant, but unfortunately her strength does not match her ambition. Jiyu Xianda again pointed to a white-clothed person, Ziruoqing. What do you think of him? The red-clothed woman offered a different opinion, too righteous. The path of cultivation does not need to be so upright. Seeing that he was still not satisfied, Jiyu Xianda sighed. These two already have quite good qualifications. If you are still not satisfied, Elder Hongxiu, I am afraid no one here can satisfy you. Now, this woman had finally opened the veil covering her face. She was truly a beauty of Liu Yun sect, white skin, red lips, sweet saliva, plus a high and pointed nose. Who wouldn't fall for her? Her name was Hongxiu, although still very young. She was already an ancestor of Liu Yun sect. Hongxiu smiled lightly and said, not necessarily. I think that boy is not bad either. The person that Hongxiu was talking about was Yi Suyan, who was currently standing on the stage and taking out a sword wrapped in a layer of cloth, preparing for the next match. His face was very serious at this moment because this round was full of experts. Round 3, 6-4, first match. This match Yi Suyan met an opponent, Yi Qian. She walked over with arms crossed and full of arrogance and asked, Hey, you are Yi Suyan, right? You are lucky to have made it this far, but your luck ends when you meet me. Yi Suyan was still unwrapping his sword. He didn't bother to pay attention to Yi Qian's arrogant words. The people below the stage also started to stir. Yi Qian is the strongest in the outer sect, already in the Yuan High 4th level. This time the dark horse is definitely going to lose. Yi Qian hearing this was even more complacent. She sneered, underestimating Yi Suyan's strength. Did you hear that? I advise you to give up now, to avoid losing face, understood? Yi Suyan's sword was now clearly revealed. It was a wooden sword, not a magic weapon. The Baohen Yang sword. Yi Suyan coldly replied, luck. I've never had such a thing. Yi Qian sneered, HMPH, not knowing what is good for you. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes used the Yu female sword art. Immediately a stream of purple aura was released, surrounding and lifting the sword into the air. She pointed 2 fingers and hundreds of sword chi appeared and flew forward. She controlled them to converge at one point and attacked Yi Suyan. With a bang, Yi Suyan released a burst of golden aura, and quickly put his sword up to defend. The two moves collided, causing the space to almost tremble. Yi Qian's sword chi was indeed not to be underestimated. It had fierce destructive power. But luckily Yi Suyan had the Hunyuan sword embryo. His body was strong and he was not pushed back. Yi Qian unleashed her sword again. The sword paths did not go straight, but changed direction to all sides. But the main goal was still to tear Yi Suyan into pieces. Yi Suyan also didn't want to be weak, and immediately used the 7 mysterious sword art to block it, creating a protective aura shield all over his body. Yi Qian's sword chi could not penetrate. At this time, she began to be wary of the opponent's strength. What? While defending, the Yuan power in Yi Suyan's body suddenly fluctuated uncontrollably. Yi Suyan thought, the Yuan power in my body is suddenly fluctuating uncontrollably. Is it because I used the 7 mysterious sword art just now? She continued with her second move, not letting Yi Suyan turn the tide. Yi Qian didn't use chi force anymore, but switched to using direct power, taking her sword and slashing at him. HMPH, thinking that you can block one of my swords means you can defeat me. On the contrary, I want to see, how much luck do you still have? Yi Qian's eyes had now changed to a dark black color, with great ambition to take her opponent's life immediately. Yi Suyan continued to use the 7 mysterious sword art, but this time it was a direct attack. A horizontal sword strike could also break Yi Qian's attack. Suddenly Yi Suyan's eyes became firm. He rushed up to attack Yi Qian. At this time both of them were still evenly matched. The two streams of techniques continuously clashed, creating a terrifying pressure suppressing the area around the stage. The people watching the match were also constantly commenting, "This boy is crazy, actually daring to fight Yi Qian with a sword. The sword in Yi Qian's hand is probably the center of aura. How can a wooden sword win?" Both of them continued to clash non-stop. The sword chi collided everywhere. Yi Qian had consumed quite a lot of yuan power at this time. She observed that Yi Suyan's momentum was still surging without any weakening. She thought, how can this guy have such a bottomless yuan power? While the two were fighting fiercely, there was a cracking sound. The wooden sword of Yi Suyan actually had a small crack. With a snap, the crack shattered into pieces. The audience was shocked. What happened is that Yi Suyan's sword. With a whoosh, a sharp pain in the chest, a stream of red blood splattered out. At this time Yi Qian's sword had pierced through Yi Suyan's body. Thinking that the victory was decided, Yi Qian retracted her sword and smiled triumphantly when she saw Yi Suyan fall to the ground. Yi Qian mocked, "HMPH, with your strength. Being able to make it into the top 12 of the outer sect is already very lucky, wanting to enter the inner sect. Don't have such unrealistic dreams." Yi Qian intentionally used these mocking words to reduce Yi Suyan's fighting spirit. The people below the stage immediately shouted. Indeed, Yi Suyan is still a little short. After all, Yi Qian is the strongest in the outer sect. Fighting like this is already good. Sect Master Jiu Xianda, who was observing Yi Suyan's match, also did not seem too surprised by this result. Hong Xiu, hearing this, only laughed coldly. Jiu Xianda, since when did your eyes become so blurry? Just now, this boy used the 7 mysterious sword art that all martial artists under the mountain knew. Although he had changed it a little, he still couldn't deceive me. And his weapon was a very crude wooden sword. In this situation Yi Qian still couldn't severely injure him. This boy is hiding his strength. As soon as Hong Xiu finished speaking, Yi Suyan stood up as if nothing had happened, causing the people below the stage to start shouting loudly. He is actually fine, worthy of being called a dark horse. Hong Xiu calmly continued, just now he was probably not even using 7/10 of his strength. Yi Suyan wiped the blood off his mouth and laughed at Yi Qian's face. You were happy a little too early. Hearing him say that, Yi Qian's face was completely blank. How was he not seriously injured at all? Yi Suyan recalled the moment just now and cursed inwardly. It's all that old man's fault. When I was fighting Yi Qian with a sword, he suddenly transmitted his voice to me. Cough cough, boy, you've only been practicing for 3 short days and already mastered the 7 mysterious sword art like this. Very good. Later, if you want to follow me to practice sword arts, you must do 2 things. Enter the inner sect and be the top of those who enter the inner sect. Besides, you cannot worship any elder of the Liuyan sect as your master, which made Yi Suyan very surprised. At the moment of distraction, Yi Suyan was hit by Yi Qian. He cursed inwardly, "Tsk, that self-absorbed old man. I didn't say I wanted to follow him to practice the sword. But now that I have the inheritance of the nameless sword, if I worship an elder of Liuyan sect as my teacher, I will definitely be exposed. If Dengpingzu is my benefactor with a purple fate, then I'll accept him once." Yi Suyan scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Sorry. I originally wanted to be humble and get the 6th spot to enter the inner sect. But this time, I'm afraid I can't let you win. Yi Qian stiffly asked back, based on you. Your sword is also gone, how can you fight me? Yi Suyan explained, Yi Qian, although you have talent, you cannot avoid your family background. To be honest, based on your family's background, as long as you have a little talent, a pig can fly to the sky. These contemptuous words had also reached Yi Qian's limit. She immediately entered a berserk state, biting her finger. She did this to lead her blood into the sword. Yi Qian shouted, "You're courting death." Then she rushed straight towards Yi Suyan. Yi Qian's sword, after absorbing her blood, the murderous aura increased even more. She jumped up into the air, then aimed at Yisuyan and slashed down, but he didn't dodge at all, still standing upright to receive the great attack. At this time, suddenly there was a clanging sound echoing throughout the stage. It was the sound of two swords colliding, HMPH. Who knows when Yisuyan had taken the Hanyang sword from his online magic pocket and blocked Yi Qian's sword, she was startled and thought, where did he get that? The power of the Hanyang sword magic weapon was too great, so it directly pushed Yi Qian away several dozen meters. The sword was in one place and the person was in another. When Yi Qian looked back at her hand, she could not help but be horrified. A cold, bone-chilling feeling and numbness from her palm, and a little blood was still seeping out. She was panicked. How could this be? Even more horrified was when Yi Qian looked back at Yisuyan's appearance. She knew she had provoked the wrong person. Why was his aura so different from before? Yisuyan's eyes showed a red murderous aura, as if about to strip anyone's life. Yi Qian, at this time, felt that she was really small in front of Yisuyan's terrifying strength. Yisuyan did not want to prolong this match any longer. His face was as cold as ice as he raised the Hanyang sword high. At this time, immediately lightning erupted from the tip of the sword. Yi Qian, you are too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, Yisuyan immediately swung his hand and slashed down. Hundreds of sword paths flashed towards Yi Qian. In the air he could even hear the sound of whooshing. Because of the speed, Yi Qian simply did not have time to react, and only instinctively used her arm to block. After the loud explosion, the image of Yi Qian was blown into the air and then fell freely onto the stage. Above the arena, the afterimage of Yisuyan's sword was still a bright spot, making everyone feel scared. This was a defeat by one great technique, but when they looked back at Yi Qian, everyone was shocked. Damn, is this something you can do? Some people even thought, this boy just joined the outer sect for a few days. The speed of progress is really terrifying. The referee's voice rang out. First match, Yisuyan wins. Second match, Xiaojiping wins. Third match, Ziruoqing wins. Fourth match, draw lots to change the battlefield. Proceed to rank the second round of contestants who made it to the next round. At this time everyone was holding a ballot with their opponent's name. At this time a voice was heard. Referee, I admit defeat in this match. Xiaojiping, holding the ballot with Yisuyan's name on it, laughed. Everyone says that I am a blockhead, but actually I am very smart. Yi Qian could not defeat him, so I definitely can't beat him either. Anyway, I made it to the top 6. The order doesn't matter to me. He. The referee, hearing this, didn't know what to say. One way or another, you should go up to the stage first then. Xiaojiping ignored the referee's advice, then turned to smile at Yisuyan and gave him a thumbs up to encourage him. Junior brother Yi, good luck. Yisuyan politely replied, don't be like that. The third round ended, so in this round, the contestants loved each other, so no match took place. Xiaojiping admitted defeat, ranked 4th, Ziruoqing ranked 3rd. Yi Qian ranked 2nd, Yisuyan ranked 1st. The final round of the competition, fight with inner sect disciples. Adopting a substitution format, if an inner sect disciple is defeated, they will be expelled from the inner sect. The winner will successfully enter the inner sect. The inner sect disciples enter the arena. Everyone at this time cheered in unison. In the middle of the hall, from somewhere in the sky, a beam of light appeared, shining straight down, creating a large space. From within, the inner sect disciples walked out. It must also be admitted that the inner sect disciples of the Liuyuan sect also knew how to play. Their appearance was really cool. The inner sect disciple walked out and enthusiastically greeted the fans. Hello junior brothers and junior sisters. He is Zhao Yulong, Zhao Yuhu's older brother. The crowd cheered together. Whoa, it's the inner sect's Long Ge, go go. Long Ge, I love you. Long Ge, you're the best. At this time in the crowd, Zhao Yuhu tried to shout a warning. Ge, run away, you are not Yisuyan's opponent. But Zhao Yulong was confident. He thought that this was only a small matter. He gave a thumbs up and said, Yuhu, don't worry, your older brother will avenge you. Zhao Yuhu was speechless. He covered his face and sighed inwardly. I'm done for. The referee's voice rang out. Now the inner sect disciples will choose the contestants to fight who they want. Immediately Zhao Yulong pointed at Yi Suyun and said, "I'll go first, I choose to fight him." He arrogantly said to Yi Suyun, "This is the quota I deliberately asked the elders for. Today I will take all of your arrogance, and avenge my younger brother." The spectators below had a worried look for this arrogant guy. Zhao Yuhu was crying with tears. He knew Yi Suyun's strength clearly. At this time he could only apologize inwardly, "I'm sorry." The two people stood on the stage preparing to fight, while the audience all leaned towards Zhao Yulong. This match will not be suspenseful at all. Long Ji is higher than Yi Suyun by an entire realm. Why hasn't it started yet? Seeing everyone cheering him on, Zhao Yulong, with a disdainful and arrogant face, said, "Boy, now obediently kneel down and admit your mistake, then leave your sword behind. Maybe I can still let you not lose too badly." Yi Suyun, hearing this, curled his lips, shrugged, and mocked, "Oh, I'm so scared." Being mocked by Yi Suyun, Zhao Yulong was furious, clenching his fist. His eyes were red with a murderous aura. HMPH, you don't want a toast, you want a penalty drink. Zhao Yulong didn't want to say much. He rushed towards him and unleashed his fury. "Today I must knock all of your teeth out, just like when he faced Yi Qian." Yi Suyun wasn't in a hurry, but observed the opponent's openings. Zhao Yulong swung his sword and slashed towards Yi Suyun quite fast, but he was even faster. His figure lightly turned and dodged a sword, then flew into the air. Zhao Yulong glanced at Yi Suyun's figure and smiled smugly, "Boy, if you don't draw your sword, it will be too late." When Zhao Yulong's sword move approached, Yi Suyun then coldly said, "To deal with you, I don't even need to use a sword." Just as he finished speaking, Yi Suyun took a stance from afar, and launched the Liu Yun fist towards Zhao Yulong. Bang bang. A golden light erupted from his hand, forming paths of light carrying aura, striking directly down. A few seconds later, after the collision, Zhao Yulong retreated a few meters. His face was pale, and his sword was broken into pieces after blocking a punch just now. Seeing Yi Suyun lightly flip a few times before landing made him feel terrified, and he shouted, "How is this possible?" Not giving Zhao Yulong time to regain his composure, Yi Suyun rushed forward again. Yi Suyun followed up with a swift Iron Mountain leaning attack, so fast that Zhao Yulong only had time to blink before he was right beside him. With a crack, the sound of internal organs being damaged mixed with the sound of bones breaking, Zhao Yulong took a direct hit from Yi Suyun's fist and immediately coughed up blood. Zhao Yulong's eyes nearly popped out. His body was sent flying into the air, and the audience gasped at the sight. "It's over. How is this Yi Mengyun so strong? Damn it, what's going on? What happened? He's flying away." Even Zhao Yulong was shouting, I'm going to fall." But as he was in despair, a hand grabbed his leg and pulled him back, preventing him from falling off the stage. Zhao Yulong looked back and saw it was Yi Suyun. He thought this cute junior brother had been merciful and didn't want to hurt him, so he was moved to tears. Is this really Yi Suyun? Has someone else taken over his body? But the truth was crueler than he thought. Thud, 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 the sound of his body hitting the stage echoed continuously. Yi Suyun held his leg and slammed him left and right like he was playing with a toy. The referee on the side watched as Yi Suyun was playing too violently and felt sorry for Zhao Yulong. This was likely Yi Suyun taking personal revenge. He quickly advised, all right, he's already passed out from your beating." Yi Suyun stopped upon hearing this, his face cheerful, as if he had been having a good time. But he still hadn't admitted defeat, and looking down at Zhao Yulong, he asked, "Senior brother Zhao, are you all right? Still want to fight?" Zhao Yulong's face was bruised and purple from the beating. Hearing the question made him even angrier. He was the one getting beaten, how could he fight back? "I concede defeat." His younger brother, Zhao Yuhu, standing below, had been crying from the start to the end of the match, only able to call out, "Karma, oh, brother." Immediately after, the referee officially announced, "This inner sect competition has concluded. There are a total of 4 disciples entering the inner sect. Besides the generous rewards, there is also a special reward." Hearing the referee's introduction, Sect Master Jiu Xianda and Elder Hongyu knew it was their turn to make an appearance. They stepped forward with poise. The inner and outer disciples were all surprised to see the sect master in person, and even more so to see the red-clad beauty walking behind him. Everyone was curious and couldn't help but chatter, "Is that the reclusive elder? She's so young. I heard she's from Qinghe Peak." Not letting everyone wonder for too long, Jiu Xianda quickly extended his hand towards the beauty and said with a smile, "This is Qinghe Peak's Elder Hongyu. She's here today to choose one of you as her direct disciple." Yi Qian's eyes lit up with admiration upon seeing Hongyu. She didn't expect such a great opportunity. However, Yi Suoyan had a gloomy expression, still thinking about Deng Pingzu's words. Elder Hongyu had already set her sights on Yi Suoyan. Now she just needed to take him and nurture him. Hongyu looked at him and asked, "Yi Suoyan, are you willing to take me as your master? Although I dare not claim my swordsmanship is unparalleled, I'm rarely matched in the myriad laws realm. Joining my tutelage would not be a loss for you. Moreover, Qinghe Peak has many female disciples, making it easier to find you a good match." This was indeed very thoughtful. Hongyu outlined a rosy future for Yi Suoyan, making it seem like he was born with a silver spoon. The surrounding disciples began to get excited. Qinghe Peak only takes female disciples in legends, yet they were making an exception for a male disciple. Damn, Yi Suoyan's luck with women was amazing. Joining Qinghe Peak, Yi Suoyan could rise to the heavens in one step. Yi Qian was jealous of Yi Suoyan. Among the 4 disciples who entered, she was the only woman, yet the elder didn't choose her. After thinking for a moment, Yi Suoyan made his decision. He clasped his hands together and said respectfully, "Elder Hongyu, I am very sorry, I only wish to be an inner sect disciple. Not a direct disciple." Yi Qian, Xiu Jiping, and Shu Ruoqing were shocked by Yi Suoyan's answer. What? He actually refused. Hongyu looked at Yi Suoyan with a mixture of surprise and anger. "What did you say?" Becoming a direct disciple of Qinghe Peak is the desire of many disciples. Yet he rejected it. Jiu Xianda thought Yi Suoyan was too rude and scolded, "Not knowing what's good for you. Elder Hongyu hasn't considered taking a disciple for many years. Choosing you is a great opportunity for you." Yi Suoyan remained firm in his decision, "Sect Master, this disciple truly does not wish to become a direct disciple." Hongyu didn't want to say any more. Disappointed, she turned and said darkly, "Fine, it's rare to find someone who doesn't want to be my disciple. It's quite interesting. If he didn't want it, then let him be an inner sect disciple." In truth, Yi Suoyan also wanted to take Hongyu as his master. But who told him that he had agreed with that old geezer first? Yi Suoyan's refusal of Hongyu's offer was as good as not respecting her, making her lose face in front of everyone. How could he be at peace after becoming an inner sect disciple? But on second thought, Yi Suoyan was also regretting it. He thought, apart from agreeing not to take any other elder as a master, there was another important reason why he rejected Hongyu. He glanced at Hongyu's life chart and was shocked. Hongyu, sect's founding master, realm, yin-yang realm. Fate, beauty with a tragic fate, seeker of the Tao. Nearing the end of her lifespan, a single thought for the common people. Seeker of the Tao, her seeking of the Tao is extremely steadfast, increasing the probability of breakthrough by 3 times. Nearing the end of her lifespan, her life is about to end, like broken jade and crushed fragrance, in a blink of an eye. Conclusion, cultivated for over 100 years. Single-mindedly seeking the Tao, but in the end she could not achieve it, passing away at Qinghe Peak. Recent turning point, A piece of jade was lost at Qinghe Peak. Looking at the sweet elder before him, Yi Suoyun was filled with emotion. He didn't expect this elder was nearing the end of her life. The next day, at the sutra library, there was a cry mixed with helplessness and despair, AAA. It was Yi Suoyun with a face covered in tears and snot. Elder, you have to take responsibility for me. Deng Pingzhu was startled and asked, you topped the list of those entering the inner sect. Didn't the sect give you the crossing tribulation pill? And let you come here to choose any scripture? What are you crying about? Yi Suoyun put on a pitiful face and said, isn't it all because of you, elder? I just offended Elder Hongyu. That's Qinghe Peak. In this whole Liuyuan sect, which male disciple doesn't want to go? There. Deng Pingzhu heard Yi Suoyun complaining and just crossed his arms, smiling faintly, all right, stop crying. I guarantee within a month, I'll help you reach the Origin Sea realm. Yi Suoyun's eyes lit up like headlights. He asked, is this true? Deng Pingzhu replied slowly, of course it's true. If I made you reject Hongyu, then I intended to teach you. Knowing that he was partly responsible, Deng Pingzhu tried to compensate him. Let's go to the third floor and pick a secret manual first. As for what you choose, it depends on your fate. Yi Suoyun's eyes sparkled. He thought, the third floor. Those are the secret manuals that only direct disciples can read. This time, I'm making a huge profit. Half an hour later, Yi Suoyun was still wandering around, looking at each book. Deng Pingzhu almost dozed off from waiting too long. He leaned against the door frame, shaking his head in annoyance. I can't believe this. Just choosing one manual is so difficult. Half an hour already and he still hasn't chosen. Yi Suoyun held a stack of secret manuals in his hands, still hesitating. I'm not interested in things like fist techniques or palm techniques. These formations are more suitable. But there are too many types. It's so hard to choose. Deng Pingzhu felt that this kid was pretty good. He thought, not bad, not pursuing swordsmanship anymore, but humbly making up for his shortcomings. He's a talent that can be trained. He said, I'll choose for you. He flicked his finger, and a surge of true energy came out. He pointed to a bookshelf nearby. Immediately, a secret manual flew out. This is the Void Phantom Ghost Steps. Moving with Wind, Phantom Images, it's a high-grade Earth-level movement technique. It's very difficult for ordinary people to control, and very difficult to master completely. The Void Phantom Ghost Steps flew into Yi Suoyun's hands. He looked at it, his heart filled with joy. Don't worry, elder. I'll learn slowly. What Yi Suoyun didn't lack was persistence and patience. Yi Suoyun quickly put the secret manual in his sleeve and then deliberately moved closer, gently bumping into Deng Pingzhu, and blinking his eyes mischievously. Right, elder, are you very close to Elder Hongyu? The little brat, Yi Suoyun, mentioned that woman with a mocking tone. Deng Pingzhu's face turned red. He said, we are considered close. That was many years ago. What kind of bad idea do you have now? Yi Suoyun laughed it off. It's not that I offended Elder Hongyu, so I wanted to make it up to her. She really has a knot in her heart. I don't know if Elder Deng has any ideas. Deng Pingzhu closed his eyes and sighed. She indeed has a knot in her heart. Although that woman looks cold, she treats her disciples very well, doing her best for them. It's just a pity. The luck of her disciples is very good, often encountering great opportunities, but you must know that everything has cause and effect. If you obtain what does not belong to you, you will be punished in the end. Hearing this, Yi Suoyun shook his head helplessly. They all died, huh? No wonder Elder Hongyu is so sensitive about her disciples. She hasn't taken many disciples in years. But with her fate, ordinary people really can't withstand it. Deng Pingzhu stood aside, still with his eyes closed, pondering and sighing. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his expression changing to one of reproach. Although her name is Hongyu, she's currently a high-ranking member of the sect. Inner sect elders all call her old ancestor Liu Yan. Don't keep saying Hongyu. If she hears you, she might kill you with one palm. Although her name is Hongyu, she is a high-ranking member of the sect. Inner sect elders all call her old ancestor Liu Yan. Hearing this name was like a bolt of lightning to Yi Suoyun. He was shocked. What? She's old ancestor Liu Yan. In Yi Suoyun's mind, the image of the girl he had previously rescued from Zhao Yuhu appeared. Yi Suoyun thought, I remember not long after, Qin Xian will enter the sect under old ancestor Liu Yan. Yi Suoyun chuckled inwardly. If I can let them meet earlier, that would be a great gift for old ancestor Liu Yan. Surely she wouldn't cause me any more trouble. Changing scene to Baiye Peak, where the female disciples of the Liu Yan sect reside. This place is dreamlike all year round, with the colors of spring like flowing clouds and water. Pink petals flutter on the mountaintops. It is truly a place for the most beautiful women of the great sect. Speaking of Qin Xian, she is currently a menial worker on Baiye Peak, sweeping the yard in a rear courtyard. Next to her was another menial worker, who was being lazy and avoiding work. Lying on a swaying chair, enjoying herself. Two other menial workers stood nearby serving her. After lying down for a while, she looked at Qin Xian and ordered. Qin Xian, my body is not feeling well. You take my shift tomorrow. Qin Xian turned around in a panic and replied, Senior Sister Zhan, I've covered for you many times already. If the elders find out, I'll definitely be punished. Senior Sister Zhan laughed. These days the elders are all very busy handling the affairs of the inner sect competition. How can they have time to manage us? Another menial worker beside her also laughed. Slyly. That's right, that's right. I even went to watch the inner sect competition. You don't know, it was really exciting. There's a senior brother named Yi Suoyun, who not only topped the inner sect competition, but also rejected the Qinghe Peak elder, who wanted to take him as a disciple. He didn't even care about being a direct disciple. He's so handsome. It must be because Elder Hongyu didn't offer enough. Remember how much effort the sect master spent to recruit Xiao Pingqian. Hearing her crush's name, Qin Xian's heart suddenly fluttered. Her heart was beating fast for the person who had helped her out of trouble, whom she had not yet repaid. She was so excited that she couldn't help but blurt out, as expected of senior brother Yi Suoyun, he's amazing. Senior Sister Zhan glared at her, her face full of disdain. Qin Xian, is senior brother Yi's given name something you can call? It's not like you want to climb up and rely on senior brother Yi. He's like Xiao Pingqian, a sword among swords. You're just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Qin Xian turned around and retorted, senior brother Yi Suoyun isn't as shallow as you think. There must be a reason why he didn't become a direct disciple. The group of mean girls burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, are you familiar with senior brother Yi? You make it sound like you understand him so well. At this moment, senior Sister Zhan stood up, walked closer to Qin Xian with a sly smile, and said, I have a cousin from afar who once returned from Mount Wuyang with senior brother Yi. I know more than you do. I advise you to know your place. Your fate is to be a menial worker for your whole life. Don't get any wishful thinking. Qin Xian was weak and small, not knowing how to reply, when suddenly a deep, warm voice calling her name broke the tension. Excuse me, is Qin Xian here? This familiar voice filled Qin Xian with surprise. This voice. The three girls looked out the door and their faces changed, becoming gentle and lovely. Their eyes showed their infatuation, and their mouths couldn't help but smile as they shouted in unison. It's senior brother Yi Suoyun. At this moment, Yi Suoyun, with the aura of a main character, walked in. His hot boy face was unusually handsome, famous throughout the sect for his outer-sect competition. A god in the hearts of the sisters of Qinghe Peak. Senior Sister Zhan couldn't contain her infatuation and went up to greet him, pretending to be a gentle lady, and asked, "Senior brother, are you here to find me?" Yi Suoyun was dumbfounded. "What the hell? Who are you?" He asked, "Who are you?" "I'm sorry, I'm here to find Qin Xian. I need her help with something. I'll take her with me first." Yi Suoyun smiled and grabbed Qin Xian's hand and pulled her away. Senior Sister Zhan felt humiliated and ran out of the courtyard to stop them. "Senior brother Yi, Senior Sister Qin has to work today. Where are you going to take her? Do I need to tell you where I take her?" Yi Suoyun immediately released a terrifying aura that suppressed them. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared directly at the group of maids. That gaze was so terrifying, a spine-chilling feeling that made people panic. The group of Senior Sister Zhan recoiled in fear. This matter to deal with these shameless people. There's no need to reason with them. Suppress them with strength, and that's all. Immediately, Yi Suoyun grabbed Qin Xian's hand and dragged her away from Baiye Peak towards Qinghe Peak to find Elder Hongyu. Qin Xian was still following him in a daze when she suddenly remembered something and quickly said, Senior brother. Senior brother, please let go of me first." Only now did Yi Suoyun realize that he had been holding her hand for so long, so he quickly let go. "Senior Sister Qin, I'm sorry." Seeing Yi Suoyun's awkwardness, Qin Xian couldn't bear to make things difficult for him. She quickly said, It's okay. Thank you for standing up for me just now. May I ask what you need from me?" "Senior brother." She stood timidly on the side, her face blushing and shy. Without saying anything, Yi Suoyun looked at her fate again. Qin Xian, fate, heavenly phoenix, holy body, deep affection like the sea, beauty that could topple kingdoms. Wishes come true. Realm, first stage of body tempering. Conclusion, 9 lifetimes of reincarnation, finally breaking through the great Tao of heaven and earth. But dies under the 9 heavens thunder tribulation during ascension. Recent turning point, the bloodline of the divine phoenix has just awakened, restoring her imperial physique. Fortune has returned, obtaining the jade horn of Elder Liu Yun, and being accepted as a closed-door disciple by old ancestor Liu Yun of Qinghe Peak. He thought. Indeed, after today's ordeal, she broke through 4 realms in a row. Even her holy body has awakened. Qin Xian was confused, not understanding what Yi Suoyun meant by smiling to himself. He began to complain, "Senior Sister Qin, you know that I rejected Elder Hongyu. Now I've offended her. If I can't find you to become her disciple in my place, I'll be in a lot of trouble." Qin Xian was still unstable, so she just nodded absent-mindedly. Aha. When she finally processed it, she panicked. "Huh? Me? I don't think I can." Yi Suoyun moved closer, looked into Qin Xian's eyes, and held her shoulders, saying, "Just consider it helping me out, okay? If you can't do it, at least you tried. In the Liu Yun sect, I don't know any other female disciples, and no one else would agree to mess around with me." Qin Xian looked at the serious expression of her senior brother. She thought it over carefully. If I don't agree, senior brother definitely won't find anyone else. If he really incurs the wrath of Elder Hongyu, his life would be over. Concerned and wanting to repay Yi Suoyun, without considering whether she was capable, Qin Xian agreed immediately. "Okay, I'll go with you, senior brother." Yi Suoyun took out a jade pendant from his pocket and said, "When you meet Elder Hongyu later, remember to take out this jade horn. Elder Hongyu lost it a long time ago, and is still looking for it." Qin Xian asked, "Where did you get this jade horn, senior brother?" Yi Suoyun chuckled. "I picked it up." He remembered the fates of Bai Jiqing and Hongyu. By Zhu Qing, recent turning point, found a piece of jade horn at Qinghe Peak in the evening. Hong Yu, recent turning point, lost a piece of jade horn at Qinghe Peak. Qin Xian didn't intend to ask any further. He sighed inwardly. Actually, I won it from that unlucky Bai Zhu Qing. That guy is too addicted to gambling. He was fated to decline for 1,000 years. And still chose gambling for a living, losing everything every time he bet, and still keeps betting. Changing scene, in front of the Qinghe Peak. Yi Suoyan started making a scene, shouting at the top of his lungs. Inner sect disciple Yi Suoyan requests an audience with Elder Hong Yu. The shout echoed throughout Qinghe Peak, but still, no one appeared. Yi Suoyan shouted again, Elder Hong Yu, I've come to present you with a great opportunity. Please come out and see. I guarantee you'll love it. Qin Xian, standing beside him, felt embarrassed. If anyone walked by, they would definitely think that the two of them had forgotten to take their medicine. Who would be shouting like this at noon? Senior brother. Rude brat. Speaking arrogantly. A voice full of internal energy echoed from afar, along with a beam of golden light. Luckily, Yi Suoyan's movement technique was quick enough to dodge. Or else he would have had to say goodbye forever. From within Qinghe Peak, a female figure flew over. It was the elder of the Qinghe sect, Shengguan Wan, her body radiating a clear aura with sparkling diamond-like highlights. She was wearing a blue dress that showed off all her curves. Although not a stunning beauty, she was definitely considered a hot girl. She shouted, Who allowed you to shout at Qinghe Peak? Yi Suoyan, feeling the aura and seeing the sharp glint in her eyes, thought, this must be Qinghe Peak Elder Shengguan Wan. He quickly looked up and explained. Elder Shengguan, this disciple has no intention of disrespecting Qinghe Peak. I made Elder Hong Yu unhappy before, so I want to make it up to her. Make it up? You're bringing a female disciple in the body-tempering realm. Do you think we have a shortage of maids at Qinghe Peak? Before she finished speaking, Shengguan Wan sent a palm strike towards Yi Suoyan. A wave of spiritual energy spread out from her palm, turning into hundreds of golden sword beams rushing towards him. Yi Suoyan was terrified. This crazy woman. She's indeed an old woman who doesn't have a partner. She's so vicious. This strike was too sudden and too close. Even if Yi Suoyan could dodge, Qin Xian next to him would be torn to pieces. A huge righteous sword appeared out of nowhere, blocking the sword energy of Shengguan Wan. The residual spiritual energy rebounded, and the gust of wind pushed Yi Suoyan and Qin Xian back. Elder, wait. A voice called out from afar. Yi Suoyan looked over and saw a man rushing over in a cloud of dust. It was Duan Hong, the senior brother whom Yi Suoyan had saved from the cave in Mount Wuyang. He didn't know why he was here, but his sword just now had saved their lives. Duan Hong, what do you think you're doing? Shengguan Wan, knowing that Duan Hong had intervened, roared angrily. This disciple pays his respects to the elder. Although junior brother Yi offended Elder Hong Yu, he sincerely wants to apologize. Why don't Elder Shengguan give him a chance, and let him? Before he could finish his sentence, a sword energy suddenly shot into his chest, sending him flying several meters away before he could react. Who do you think you are to tell me what to do? Shengguan Wan, a woman who was mentally unstable, bullied the weak, and didn't make any sense, cruelly attacking the junior. At that moment, a gust of wind blew by, and the figure of Elder Hong Yu flew in mid-air, her expression unhappy. After all, she held a grudge against Yi Suoyan from before. Wanna, stop! Shengguan Wan was surprised to see her master coming in person, and didn't dare to move. She quickly retracted her aura. Hong Yu, having heard the situation from afar, immediately said, Yi Suoyan, I want to see who you brought. If it's someone useless, I'll make sure your soul is destroyed. Yi Suoyan grinned, alleviating the tense atmosphere. He pushed Qin Xian forward and said, "It's her. It's her. In the entire Liuyuan sect, no one is more qualified to be your disciple than her." Qin Xian, her face red with fear, asked, "Senior brother, what if?" Yi Suoyun comforted her. "Don't be afraid, I believe in you. Take out the jade horn." Qin Xian also trusted Yi Suoyun. After all, there was no other choice at this moment. Qin Xian slowly stepped forward and gently took out the jade pendant. She said, "Elder Hongyu, this is something I picked up at Qinghe Peak before. Now, I want to return it to its original owner." Shengguan Wan, who had been ignored, went crazy again and yelled, casually dragging a menial worker from the outer sect to be the old ancestor's closed-door disciple. "Be careful or you'll die." Elder Hongyu saw the jade pendant and was thunderstruck. This was the treasure she cherished so much. After searching for 3 years, it was now right before her eyes. She was deeply moved, but tried to hide it in her heart. "So, that's what happened." She spoke 2 sentences, then hurriedly lowered herself to stare intently at the jade pendant the young woman was holding. Then, she gently lifted the young woman's chin. If Hongyu Elder agreed to take her as a disciple at this moment, Qin Xian's fate would change drastically, and she would no longer be a menial worker. Bullied by those senior apprentice sisters, Hongyu then loudly ordered, "Wana, you all step back first. I have something to discuss with Qin Xian and Yi Soyan." Shengguan Wan's face showed reluctance, but she still had to obey and step back. Yes. It was thought that this unstable-minded girl would quickly leave, but not at all. She still insisted on staying and adding a few more sentences to her satisfaction. "Ancestor, I think this female disciple is mediocre and nothing special. Yi Soyan must be exaggerating." Hongyu raised her hand and said, "Wana, you are too impulsive. Step back." Immediately after that, Hongyu seemed to be relieved of some worry. Her eyes no longer held a deep, suspicious look, but were replaced with a loving and gentle expression. Like a pageant queen, she smiled warmly and kindly, dispelling all animosity towards Yi Soyan. Hongyu gently said, "Her future will surely resound throughout the cultivation world. Although she has only just awakened, one can see that she is very outstanding. Her future will surely resound throughout the cultivation world. She is not just an ordinary menial worker, but a descendant of the prestigious ancient divine phoenix bloodline." Qin Xian's eyes widened as she heard Hongyu Elder talking about her. Her heart was both nervous and joyful, not thinking that her small body was so unparalleled. She asked again, "Is it me?" Although Hongyu Elder had some doubts, she calmly continued, "Little guy, there is no reason for things to be so good. Speak, what do you want to ask of me?" Yi Soyan grinned after hearing this. "No wonder you are Hongyu Elder. What I want to ask from you is..." Yi Soyan immediately changed his demeanor, becoming a serious youth, clasping his hands respectfully and saying, "In the future, when I encounter difficulties, may you protect my life." The reason Yi Soyan said this was not because he was afraid of death, but because he carried the fate of a solitary killer star. Even if his ancestors were resurrected, they could not bear it, so he had to find a high-ranking predecessor to help keep his life. Hongyu chuckled at Yi Soyan's wish. "Little guy, you are really afraid of death." She thought, this little guy is interesting. Even Wana couldn't see the inherited bloodline, yet Yi Soyan could. After speaking, Hongyu turned her back, and did not forget to toss a golden leaf emitting golden light to Yi Soyan. "I agree with you. This golden leaf has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Take it. Besides, I will announce to the outside that you too will join my Qinghe Peak." The golden leaf in Yi Soyan's hand emitted a dazzling golden light all around, radiating an incomparably mysterious divine aura. Hongyu continued, "Just come here once every period of time. And besides that, I won't care." Yi Soyan was both surprised and happy that the animosity was resolved and also received a life-saving charm, truly a win-win situation. Yi Soyan couldn't control the joy in his heart, and tears flowed like rain. He then began to flatter, "Thank you, Hongyu Elder. Hongyu Elder is beautiful, kind, and may you live for thousands of years." "Yi Shidi," this familiar call made Yi Soyan turn around. "Duan Heng Shixiang, thankfully it was you, otherwise, I am afraid I would not have been able to withstand Shengguan Elder's move just now." Both of them met, and their hearts were full of joy, unable to suppress the smiles on their faces. Duan Heng stepped forward, put his arm around Yi Soyan's shoulders, and praised, "It's nothing, I happened to pass by. I watched your inner sect sparring match with Yi Qian. Your progress is very fast compared to your cultivation level when I first met you." Duan Heng also did not forget to give a thumbs up to encourage Yi Soyan. "Yi Shidi, you haven't been in the inner sect for long, why don't you cultivate with me? I can help you quickly master the inner sect cultivation methods." Yi Soyan thought. "Your enthusiasm makes it hard for people to refuse." He immediately agreed, "Okay, I will trouble you in the future." The two apprentice brothers then walked side by side, laughing and chatting as they headed towards Liu Yun sect. As they had agreed, Yi Soyan and Duan Heng went out to practice every day. Time passed by 72 hours, as if it were just 3 days. Yi Soyan was lying on the grass where the two of them usually practiced their cultivation methods, but after a long time, he still did not see Duan Heng's figure. Why hasn't Duan Shixiang arrived today? He is always punctual, could it be that something delayed him? While idle and not knowing what to do, Yi Soyan thought about his own life, and pulled out his natal chart to check the results, which remained unchanged. The ending was that of a life of hardship and struggle, finally having some improvement, but being plotted against, eventually falling into a ravine, bones and flesh shattered. The turning point was that 13 days later, he would be killed by his enemy with nowhere to escape. Yi Soyan sighed with relief, because it was already fate, and he could not change it. Although he had been cultivating with Deng Bangzu recently, his cultivation was still stuck at the 9th level of qi gathering. Deng Bangzu said that to break through, one must engage in real combat, but how could he have the chance for real combat? As he was lying there pondering his life, he heard the footsteps of inner sect disciples nearby. They were running and talking to each other. "The Qinquang Wuyang mountain has been attacked. It is said that many disciples have died there. The 8 great elders have also arrived at Wuyang mountain to take charge. Some injured disciples have returned from there. The elders are summoning us to go there for rescue. Let's go quickly." Being deep in thought, Yi Soyan had not heard this until now, but he then thought of his good brother. Could it be that Duan Shixiang has also gone to Wuyang mountain? As he was wondering what to do, he suddenly heard a call, "Yi Shidi." Yi Soyan turned around and saw Duan Heng standing in front of him, but his body was covered with many injuries. Bloodstains on his clothes, and his face was bandaged. He had returned from Wuyang mountain, but Duan Heng was hiding his pain and still smiling at Yi Soyan because he did not want his brother to worry. Yi Soyan asked with concern, "Duan Shixiang, you are injured?" Duan Heng replied, "It's nothing serious. I have been treated at the foot of the mountain. I thought you were still waiting for me, so I came here." Duan Heng took out a rectangular green jade pendant, smiled and said, "Here. I know you are preparing to break through your realm recently. This is the Yuanyang jade I obtained from Wuyang mountain. It nourishes spirit energy, very suitable for you. Breaking through to the Yuan High realm is not easy, so you can't be careless." Hearing these words, Yi Soyan was extremely moved, tears welling up. "Shixiang, you are too good to me. To be honest, even if you dug up the entire Qianlong continent, you wouldn't find a second brother like Duan Heng." Even though his body was injured, he was still wholeheartedly concerned for his Shidi, and had even brought him a good item. He was truly his soulmate. Yi Soyan's eyes were now moist, and he regarded Duan Heng as his own brother. Duan Heng smiled kindly and advised Yi Soyan, "Shidi, remember that the matter of the Yuanyang jade cannot be revealed to outsiders, otherwise the elders will surely look for me, and that will be troublesome. Yi Soyan responded, okay. As the two were talking, a figure flashed by in the nearby bushes. Yi Soyan had already noticed it, but did not take action and deliberately continued to talk to Du and Heng, because he wanted to lure the snake out of its hole. Shixiang, you are injured, go and rest first, I'll go take a look. Thus, Yi Soyan chased after that person through the night until the next morning. He crossed mountains and streams countless times, but in the end, he had to stop because he lost the trail. Yi Soyan pondered, I still lost the trail. Who exactly was it last night, watching me? While Yi Soyan was resting because he was tired and also observing the surroundings, there was a sudden strange noise in the bushes. Yi Soyan chuckled, I thought it was a wasted effort and a sleepless night, but I finally caught you. I chased you for a whole night, and finally Yi Soyan immediately released a gust of kinetic energy towards the bushes, throwing a punch. His eyes were full of murderous intent, and he flew over to capture the person. Unexpectedly, before he could pounce, he was hit by a punch. Yi Soyan, you want to ambush me? The one who attacked was none other than Xiao Pingqian. No wonder Yi Soyan couldn't dodge that punch. But in the time that Yi Soyan was knocked out, he also managed to see Xiao Pingqian's life chart. It showed that he would have another enormous opportunity, becoming a great emperor. Killing 10,000 heavenly horses with one sword. However, because his murderous intent was too strong, the human world would not tolerate him, and he would eventually be surrounded and attacked by the righteous path, falling off the Du and Shen cliff. The recent turning point was that he would receive a mission from his master to go down the mountain to train and discover someone sneaking around on the Manhwa mountain, from whom he would obtain a mysterious ancient book. Yi Soyan took the painful punch, and he covered his nose to stop the bleeding. After reading Xiao Pingqian's fate, Yi Soyan sighed, great, here it goes, another power-up. At this moment, Yi Soyan spoke, so it's Xiao Shixiang, misunderstanding. At that moment, Xiao Pingqian had already seen that Yi Soyan had gone from the first level of qi gathering to the 9th level in just a few days. He glared at Yi Soyan and said coldly, misunderstanding. This is the back mountain of Yanshao Pavilion, you are not allowed to trespass. Get lost now. Suddenly, a voice rang out, is that Yi Soyan? The voice from just now was from Liu Yan Sect's sect master Jiyu Xianda. Normally, he would be in the discussion hall dealing with the sect's affairs. Why was he wandering around here today? He must be trying to skip work again. Yi Soyan immediately knelt down, clasped his hands respectfully and said, disciple greets sect master. Jiyu Xianda coldly said, you still ended up at Qinghe Peak. Hongyu elder is true to her word. In just a few days, she has announced to the cultivation world that Yi Soyan has joined Qinghe Peak. It's only in name, but it is enough for Yi Soyan to make up a reason. Yi Soyan scratched his head and smiled, yes, today it was my master who told me to come here. She said that it's not easy for me to break through my realm now. The best way is to go down the mountain to train, and fight you once for real. When Hongyu was mentioned, Jiyu Xianda had to show some respect and nodded, if that's the case, Pingqian, you lead Yi Soyan to complete the Chen family's mission. Go ahead. Xiao Pingqian was very displeased when he heard his master say this, Master, the Chen family's mission, it's enough for me to go alone. Xiao Pingqian has always been mysterious, free and unfettered. Now he had to bring along a little kid who still smelled of milk. It was really bothersome. Since they were already acting, they had to do it right. Yi Soyan immediately put on a pitiful face, Sect Master, I still shouldn't bother Xiao Shixiang. Xiao Shixiang's strength is high. I'm just a weak and insignificant disciple. If I end up becoming a burden to Shixiang, it won't be good. Seeing that this little kid's mouth was as slick as honey, and that he even knew how to use a self-deprecating strategy, Jiyu Xianda couldn't help but laugh, ha ha. Your strength is weak. This Liu Yun sect will probably not find a second person who can break through the realm as quickly as you. Rest assured, follow Ping Qian. Learn a lot from him, it will be very beneficial to you. Let's decide it like this, I'll go ahead. Following his wish, Yi Soyan bowed and said loudly, disciple will obey your teachings, and will surely follow Xiao Shixiang and learn carefully. Xiao Pingqian stood silently to the side, feeling very annoyed, but he could not do anything. Yi Soyan then moved closer to Xiao Pingqian, his face smiling like a flower as he teased him, he, Shixiang, then let's go. Xiao Pingqian was now at the peak of his anger. Wishing he could kill this annoying pest with one punch, wanting to curse, but he could not break the image he had built for so long. The Chen family in Daqin City was protected by Liu Yun sect, and their descendants would live prosperous and peaceful lives for generations. On the street outside the mansion of the family head, once every 10 years, the Chen family would hold an ancestor worship ceremony. Each time, Liu Yun sect would send people down to protect them. And the two apprentice brothers, Xiao Pingqian and Yi Soyan, had also arrived at this Daqin city. The streets were all lit up with sparkling lights, like the Mid-Autumn Festival. In preparation for the ancestor worship ceremony. Since transmigrating to this world, Yi Soyan had never stepped into the vast and prosperous world. But today, he was able to witness the liveliness of Daqin city with his own eyes. It was truly an eye-opener. As he walked, he looked around and asked a myriad of whys. Shixiang, this place is so lively. Is there a temple fair going on? Shixiang. What exactly is the mission you mentioned this time? Is it dangerous? Shixiang. Xiao Pingqian, seeing that this shitty kept asking these random questions, felt a headache and shouted, shut up. This time, the mission is to ensure the ancestor worship ceremony of the Chen family goes smoothly. Don't ask any more questions. Be careful with your tongue. Yi Soyan then covered his mouth, pretending to be scared. After walking for a while, the two arrived at the Chen family's mansion. Immediately, a few people came out from the mansion. The leader, dressed very formally, approached and greeted, "Io, is it Xiao Shixiang? Why did you come here in person?" This person was Chen Zhibao, the Chen family's manager. Xiao Pingqian coldly replied, "Recently, a lot of things have happened at Liu Yun sect, so this side can only be assigned to me." Chen Zhibao seemed to understand and responded, "So that's how it is. There are clearly two of you, but why did you only say one?" At this moment, the manager pointed to Yi Soyan and asked, then, "Xiao Shixiang, who is this?" Yi Soyan saw that the manager had noticed him and couldn't help but feel excited, thinking that Xiao Shixiang would surely introduce him well. Xiao Pingqian angrily glared at Yi Soyan and coldly snorted, "Just some trash, who stubbornly wanted to come down the mountain. I have something to discuss with the Chen family head. Don't follow us." The disdain in his words made Yi Soyan very angry, but he could not do anything to Xiao Pingqian. What he said was no different than calling Yi Soyan an incompetent and useless person. "Yes, Shixiang." When Xiao Pingqian entered the Chen family's mansion, Yi Soyan glared at him and cursed inwardly, "Humph, go in arrogantly, I will shave you clean sooner or later." Yi Soyan clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Manager Chen, please take me for a walk." At this moment, the manager changed his face like flipping a pancake. A look of disdain appearing on his face, and said, "Recently, there are many things to deal with in the house. I'm afraid I don't have the energy to care about idlers. Feel free to roam around by yourself." After speaking, he called a few people to follow him quickly, deliberately saying loudly, "Just some trash, ignore him, let's go." Yi Soyan was not surprised by this type of person. He thought to himself, "It seems that this person is the type that bullies the weak and fears the strong. He sees that Xiao Pingqian doesn't like me, so he wants to show off to me to please Xiao Pingqian. Oh well, then I won't bother Manager Chen any further, I'll just wander around myself." For now, I'll just walk around and explore. What's important is that opportunity and the chance for real combat. At the same time, near the small window next to the main gate, a young woman was holding something and threw it towards Yi Soyan. Although Yi Soyan was whistling leisurely as he walked, he was extremely vigilant about his surroundings, and had already noticed that the object was a stone thrown towards him. He thought to himself, "Hey, who threw that rock?" He pretended not to know and deliberately sat down to dust his shoe. Why are my shoes dirty? Thus, the rock flew past Yi Soyan's head and changed its target to Chen Jibao's group. Thump! Chen Jibao felt something hit his head, and he staggered and fell to the ground. Yi Soyan, who was standing nearby, smirked. Which naughty kid is this? Doing such indecent things. Chen Jibao shouted in pain. Which blind person dared to harm me? A few servants helped the manager up and asked, "Manager Chen, are you okay?" Quickly help Manager Chen up. Chen Jibao, holding his head, angrily looked around, but did not see anyone else except for Yi Soyan, who was leisurely walking ahead. It must be that brat taking revenge on me. And nobody dares to show off in front of me. Men, beat him for me. Brat, stop there. Immediately, 3 burly servants surrounded Yi Soyan from all sides. Yi Soyan, his face calm and without any change in expression, asked, "Manager Chen, what does this mean?" Chen Jibao was even angrier when he saw that the person was pretending. Stop pretending. Today, I will teach you the rules in place of Liu Yan sect. Attack him for me. Yes. As soon as the words were said, the servants rushed forward like dogs off their leashes. Thinking it would be as easy as eating candy, they all threw punches and kicks towards Yi Soyan. Chen Jibao, not knowing what was going on, turned his back, acting arrogant and smug. He said, "Humph, trash from Liu Yan sect dare to ride on my head." Behind him, the two sides were fighting, dust flying everywhere, with limbs and kicks in chaos. No one knew who was who, as they just grabbed whoever they could and punched and kicked. A moment later, Chen Jibao, who was initially standing calmly with his arms crossed, thinking that Yi Soyan was lying on the ground, had been beaten. But 5 seconds later, the one curled up on the ground was Chen Jibao himself. Yi Soyan stood upright, stepping on his face with one foot. The servants were all unconscious, with some having their heads stuck in the wall, and others with their buttocks in the air. "You guys attacked first." Chen Jibao cried with tears in his eyes. "It hurts, Io, please don't." Yi Soyan asked coldly, not distinguishing between right and wrong. "Attacking people, is this how your Chen family does things?" "You, quickly release Chen Shu." At this time, a powerful female voice rang out nearby. This woman stood arrogantly with her hands on her hips, and said, "If you don't release him, I will call my father to kill you." This woman was the Chen family's young mistress, Chen Rooney. Yi Soyan laughed coldly, turned around, and said directly, "Stop threatening me. If I'm not wrong, it was you who threw the stone, right?" Chen Rooney still yelled loudly, "So what if it was me? I, this young mistress, can throw at whoever I want. No one has ever dared to show off in front of me. Release Chen Shu quickly, otherwise, I will not be polite to you." As soon as the words fell, Chen Rooney pulled out a rattan whip, and lunged towards Yi Soyan. Yi Soyan immediately tilted his head to dodge. He also quickly grabbed the rattan whip and said coldly, "TSK, so you're not going to be polite with me?" Yi Soyan immediately pulled hard, because he was gripping the weapon tightly. Because she was caught off guard, the young mistress's entire body followed the momentum, and lunged forward. As her body was about to touch Yi Soyan at a very close distance, she blushed with embarrassment and thought, "Damn it." Rooney thought she was going to be disrespected by Yi Soyan. She was thinking that she was still a virgin. But bang, her body crashed into the wall in front of her, creating a few small cracks. The reason for this was that Yi Soyan had quickly moved his butt to the side, avoiding this unfortunate collision. Otherwise, he might have been accused by the young mistress of harassing her. And she was too miserable, hitting her face against the wall, while Yi Soyan was calmly whistling. When Chen Rooney pulled her face away, there was a huge purple bruise on her forehead, and tears were falling because of the pain. She raised her hands and yelled, You are a bad person, I must tell my father to kill you." The cry of alarm from just now alarmed her father, Chen Nanfeng, the head of the Chen family. He walked out of the mansion with Xiao Pingqian and Duan Heng. When Chen Nanfeng saw his precious daughter with a bruised and swollen face, he asked, What is going on?" Rooney cried and sobbed, Woo, father." Duan Heng greeted Yi Soyan, "Hello, Yi Shidi." Yi Soyan also happily asked back, "Duan Shixiang, you're here too." And so, everyone gathered in the main hall of the Chen family to resolve the issue. Chen Nanfeng stood in the middle, presiding over the meeting. Xiao Pingqian, Yi Soyan, and Duan Heng were seated at the guest table, while Chen Rooney and Chen Zhibao were below. After some discussion, Chen Nanfeng said, "I understand now. It's all because of you. I spoiled you too much on normal days, so you run around causing trouble." Chen Rooney heard her father's blame and cowered, covering her ears and sobbing. "Father, he hit people, he also, woo." Chen Zhibao knelt down, not daring to speak. Chen Nanfeng placed his hand on his forehead, deep in thought about his child. "Shut up. Wasn't it because you caused trouble first? Has?" He then turned to the angry Chen Zhibao, his face full of ferocity, and shouted, "You bastards! Yi Shidi is a true disciple of Qinghe Peak's elder. Is he someone you can easily provoke? Men, drag them out and behead them." Chen Zhibao, after hearing this, was scared out of his wits, with tears streaming down his face. He frantically banged his head on the ground. "Yi Shixiang, spare me. Family head, spare me. Spare me." Immediately, Yi Soyan grinned. He put on a saintly and noble look. "Chen family head, punishing them a little is enough. They have already hit me, and I have hit back. Or if there is still someone who is not convinced, they can come up and try my head." Hearing this, Chen Nanfeng's heart was relieved. He clasped his hands respectfully and said, "I didn't handle things well, please forgive me, Yi Shidi. I am willing to compensate Yi Shidi with 300 spirit stones. I hope Yi Shidi won't refuse. Family head Chen is too polite." On the surface, he was calm, but who knew that Yi Soyan was pretending? He thought, 300 spirit stones, I'm rich this time." Chen Nanfeng turned to look at Rooney and the manager, and ordered, "Yi Shidi is generous and doesn't blame you. All of you go to the woodshed. Send the young mistress back to her room. She will not be allowed to leave for 5 days." Chen Zhibao hurriedly helped Rooney up. She did not forget to glare at Yi Soyan, while Yi Soyan pretended to whistle and turned his face away, not bothering to look back. After Chen Zhibao and his group left, another family servant ran in with a panicked expression. "It's bad, old master, it's bad." Chen Nanfeng immediately shouted, "What's the matter with all the panic?" The family servant clasped his hands and recounted the incident. The guards on the periphery of the mountain reported that there are a group of people sneaking around. They are afraid that it will affect the ancestor worship ceremony. Do you want to send people to investigate? After hearing the report, Chen Nanfeng was afraid that something would happen during the ceremony. Xiao Pingqian was still calm and leisurely sipping iced tea. Yi Soyan looked at his fate and smiled slightly, still the opportunity to get an ancient, mysterious book from that group of sneaking people. He was secretly happy. The wool is growing. Immediately, the two apprentice brothers, Xiao Pingqian and Yi Soyan, quickly moved to the edge of the forest to investigate. "It's too dark here." A chilling sensation that pierced to the bone made Yi Soyan's hair stand on end. He walked and looked around, while Xiao Pingqian did not show any fear and walked slowly. Xiao Pingqian shouted, "If you're scared, go back quickly, don't hinder me." There was not even the sound of birds or insects around. It was truly eerie. Who exactly were these sneaking people? Yi Soyan, who had no fear of heaven or earth and was not afraid of strong enemies, had only one fear, and that was ghosts. So, walking in this dark area almost made his heart fall out of his chest. As the two were walking, suddenly a branch broke and fell, making the two apprentice brothers pay attention. Yi Soyan said loudly, "Something's up." Then Xiao Pingqian immediately sped ahead. Yi Soyan also flew after him, shouting, "Little thief, where do you think you're going?" Indeed, there was a person completely covered in black, running on the branches. This assassin was as nimble as lightning, appearing and disappearing from one bush to another, making it impossible for Yi Soyan to catch up even at his full speed. He thought, "Too fast. Only by using the surging void ghost technique can I barely keep up." Suddenly, he realized something was abnormal. If the opponent was so strong, there was no way they would reveal their tracks so easily. So, Yi Soyan immediately reminded Xiao Pingqian. "Shixiang, it seems like this person is deliberately leading us somewhere. We might fall into a trap." Xiao Pingqian showed disdain upon hearing this. "I would like to see what tricks they can pull." Immediately, Xiao Pingqian accelerated, using all his power to unleash a sword strike, go. The sword sliced through the air, immediately grazing the assassin's shoulder. Fortunately, Xiao Pingqian was careful enough to spare the assassin's life to investigate the person behind him. Otherwise, he would have said goodbye to the world. The assassin still tried to escape, but due to the large amount of blood loss, he could not bear the pain any longer and collapsed to the ground. Immediately, Xiao Pingqian put his sword to his neck and interrogated coldly, "Who exactly are you? Or you'll die." Even with the sword at his neck, the assassin was not afraid at all, and instead, he smiled eerily, "Ha, you can't kill me. This is a killing move we specifically prepared for you, Xiao Pingqian. Prepare to die." As soon as he finished speaking, golden light appeared in his eyes, and his body began to split into many real and fake images, causing people to be shocked by the magical illusions, making it impossible for Xiao Pingqian's sword to hit him. Xiao Pingqian immediately shouted, "Is this all you've got?" Then he swung his sword, but the assassin had already disappeared without a trace. Only a black-clad figure shouted, "Retreat!" Immediately, many other illusions emerged from nowhere and ran in all directions. No one knew who was real and who was fake. Xiao Pingqian snorted coldly, HMPH, trying to use illusionary techniques to escape. "Xiao Shixiang, why did you suddenly speed up without telling me?" Xiao Pingqian did not know that he had fallen into a deadly trap, and he continued to chase the illusion foolishly. Yi Soyan, who was running behind him, eventually caught up. He found it strange that there was no one in front of him, yet Xiao Pingqian was chasing and killing so fiercely. He asked, Xiao Shixiang, why did you suddenly speed up without telling me? Go back to Chen family mansion quickly, and tell Du and Heng to be wary of an ambush by the Red Ghost sect. You want to run? After speaking, Xiao Pingqian immediately swung his sword, sending hundreds of sword auras straight ahead, even though there was no one there. Yi Soyan, standing behind him, did not understand what his Shixiang was doing. Was he sleepwalking? Xiao Pingqian continued to leap forward quickly, "Stop." Seeing this, Yi Soyan also began to realize that something was wrong. "Ha, where are you going, Shixiang? There are no enemies here." Clearly, the assassin created the illusions to target Xiao Pingqian, while Yi Soyan was not part of their plan, so he could not see anything. Xiao Pingqian himself did not expect that he had fallen into a bizarre formation trap. When Xiao Pingqian's figure disappeared into the deep forest while chasing the illusions, the real assassin finally appeared. He stood secretly behind Yi Soyan and smirked. Unexpectedly, we left behind a nascent Qi realm tail. Xiao Pingqian has already fallen into the captive immortal formation that we set up. I'm afraid he will chase after and fight his illusions until he dies. From the assassin's words, Yi Soyan finally understood why Xiao Pingqian was acting so out of it. Red Ghost Sect. But wait, Yi Soyan suddenly remembered the opportunity he was going to get. He didn't know if the black-clad man in front of him had it on his person. So, he used a ploy and said, "I'm afraid you won't be able to kill him. The ancient book on your body will eventually be taken away by him." Hearing the words ancient book, the assassin was shocked and filled with fear. "What did you say?" he thought. "How does this kid know that I have an ancient book on me?" Seeing that the assassin was afraid, Yi Soyan smiled secretly. "I guessed randomly, but unexpectedly, I stumbled upon something good. So, it's really on your body. Then it's mine now." As fast as a robber, Yi Soyan pulled out his frostfire sword, and using the surging void ghost technique, he rushed forward with terrifying speed. This made the other person's face pale. Too fast. Yi Soyan used all his strength to unleash a terrifying slash. Instinctively, the other person used his bare hands to block the frostfire sword. A scream rang out, "Aaaaaa," accompanied by several liters of blood spraying out. One of the assassin's arms was cut off, and he shouted in pain, "Am I Manhwa now? Damn it! How is it that a nascent Qi realm practitioner is even stronger than me, a Yuan High realm practitioner?" Yi Soyan stood upright like a god, emanating a domineering aura of killing intent. He glared and said, "I can spare you, but you must tell me the method to break the formation." When he heard the method to break the formation, the assassin looked helpless. I really don't know. Grandpa, I was only responsible for leading Xiao Pingqian into this captive immortal formation. And guarding this place, waiting for others to return after killing everyone at Chen family mansion." Without letting him finish his sentence, Yi Soyan swung his sword, sending him to meet Yama. If he was no longer valuable, he might as well just kill him. He couldn't let the tiger return to the mountains. He said coldly, "Sorry, I can't spare your life." The moon was now gradually setting behind the mountains. A moment later, Yi Soyan searched his body and found an ancient book. But after taking action, Yi Soyan felt a bit uncomfortable. It was his first time killing someone. And it was indeed a bit hard to accept. But if he didn't kill him, it would be even more troublesome when he returned to report the news. Holding the ancient book in his hand, Yi Soyan was a bit confused. "This ancient book with my current cultivation, I can't even open it." On the cover of the book were only 2 words, "Nameless." With Yi Soyan's current abilities, he was completely unable to open it, so he had to store it in his vault. Thus, he had to continue to rely on Xiao Pingqian's opportunity. He sighed, "Oh well, Xiao Shixiang is trapped, I don't know when he'll get out. My fatty's screen doesn't show anything abnormal, so there shouldn't be any problems. I must quickly go back to Chen family mansion to see what's going on." The next morning, at dawn, outside Chen family mansion in the city. The image of corpses lying everywhere, with fresh blood staining the city red. The Red Ghost sect had attacked and occupied this place. The voices of the Red Ghost sect members rang out. "Be alert. If you are not from the Red Ghost sect, kill them." Yes. At this time, Yi Soyan had returned and was hiding on a nearby rooftop to observe the situation. He thought, unexpectedly, the Red Ghost sect has already occupied the outer defenses of Chen family mansion. I wonder how Duan Shixiang is doing inside. It's certainly impossible to rush in, I must sneak in. Yi Soyan had no choice but to go back to the place where he killed the assassin and take his clothes, disguising himself as a member of the Red Ghost sect to enter the city. As soon as he arrived, Yi Soyan greeted them with a smile. "Yo, you 2 brothers are already on duty." Thinking he had fooled the 2 gate guards, who would have thought they would question him, "Stop. Who are you? Show me your jade badge." Yi Soyan was shocked and began to sweat. Then he frantically searched all over his body to see if there was a jade badge left on the clothes of that person. Jade. Jade badge. He then started signaling for help. "SOS, what is a jade badge?" The 2 guards began to suspect and blocked Yi Soyan from entering the city. you don't have one, do you? Yi Soyan thought to himself, I'm done for. There really isn't one. I can only try to force my way in. Yi Soyan saw a group of soldiers running out while shouting, there are enemy attacks. He thought that they had discovered him, and he was really finished. But unexpectedly, one of the guards said, look at the sky, it seems like people from Liu Yun sect. Above the sky, there was a group of people attacking the city gate, led by Ci Wanu, a true disciple of the Red Cloud Peak. She shouted, disciples, listen to my order and work together to break the defense. The group replied in unison, yes. The two sides started to battle. Taking this opportunity, Yi Soyan sneaked into the city. However, he kept asking himself, why are the people here all true disciples and inner sect disciples? Fatty, Xiaopingqian is targeted, Chen family mansion is attacked, the sect has not sent elders to help. It looks like the Red Ghost sect is determined to destroy Chen family mansion. I am alone, and it is very difficult to work from inside and outside. I hope Duan Shixiang is safe. I must quickly find him and then think of a plan. These two people were holding each other by the neck to extract information. The person who was caught was about to die from suffocation, but still said, people of Liu Yun sect will not let you go. Yi Soyan ran past and saw the two guards. Immediately, the leader of the guards pulled out his sword and attacked without another word. The leader said, these cultivators of Chen family mansion are really stubborn. As long as we break through the final defense at the family head's mansion, we can get the item. How is the search on Wuyang Mountain going? The other person replied, before being held up by the elders of Liu Yun sect at Wuyang Mountain, I searched many times, but still couldn't find it. It's probably as I guessed. Yi Soyan could only hide behind a wall to eavesdrop on the two talking. No matter what, we must get those two items. After speaking, the leader raised his hand and told his subordinates to leave. The other person obeyed, yes. Also, while those old geezers at Liu Yun haven't arrived, you should leave here before you get discovered. Yes? Yi Soyan was listening and thinking when that person approached him, making him panic. I've been discovered, how should I escape? I'm done for. But the person did not discover him, because he thought Yi Soyan was his teammate, so he asked, hey, what are you doing? At this time, Yi Soyan was startled and pretended to scratch his head as he thought. It turned out that the mask was so good that no one could see through his disguise. He said, the people of Liu Yun sect outside are breaking through the formation to get in. I am going to report the situation. That guy with a brain full of tofu did not suspect anything. Instead, he took out something and said, I know. This is the map of the family head's mansion. Tell them to act according to the marked locations. Hurry. Yi Soyan opened the map and was surprised. Looking at the marked attack points, something was off. He thought, the attack points on the map are very scattered. Instead of an attack, it seems like they are looking for something. While he was thinking, the other guy said, what are you still standing there for? Go quickly. Yi Soyan immediately obeyed and ran away to avoid being discovered. Yes? Scene change. Outside the family head's mansion. At this time, many corpses were lying everywhere. Heretics. Today, we will certainly not allow you to enter. The screams of the Chen family servants rang out, AAA. The battle was very fierce. Everywhere, there were members of the Red Ghost sect licking their swords with their tongues. They looked filthy. He smiled wickedly and said, is this all you've got? Not knowing their own limits, they were raising their swords, preparing to send their opponents to the afterlife. Then, unexpectedly, a teammate from behind swung a blade, cutting the person in half. Those who witnessed this scene were all shocked and screamed, ah! What is going on? The teammate of that person turned and shouted, what's going on? You cut your own people. At this time, Yi Soyan took off his mask and said, can you see clearly now? Who is one of your people? When the mask was taken off, Everyone was very surprised. Yi Soyan. Is he from Liu Yan sect? But it seems like he's only in the nascent Qi realm. He's not even as strong as us. Yi Soyan smiled when he heard this. He thought, let me show you the power of a nascent Qi realm practitioner. After speaking, Yi Soyan immediately used the surging void ghost technique, freezing all the members of the Red Ghost sect in place. Then, one by one, they were cut in half, causing the remaining people to gape in shock. Yi Soyan turned to look at the two people who had just looked down on him and asked, do you two want to give any more comments? The two of them were already frightened. Chen Rooney approached Yi Soyan, hands on her hips, showing a look of disdain. Yi Soyan, unexpectedly, you are quite strong. Considering that you saved my life. I apologize for what happened before. Yi Soyan didn't bother with a child, so he said, what's past is past. Do you know where Duan Shixiang is? Is he safe? Chen Rooney could only shake her head. When the Red Ghost sect attacked, Duan Shixiang led the people to meet the enemy, and then he went missing. Yi Soyan could not believe what he had heard, so he asked again, missing. Immediately after that, the two of them went to the main hall. At this time, everyone was discussing the situation. Family head Chen, we were only invited to participate in the ancestor worship ceremony. Now, we have suffered severe losses. That's right, do you want us old geezers to go and risk our lives? Highs, what exactly is the purpose of the Red Ghost sect? Is it money or is it lives? At this time, Chen family head raised his hand to calm everyone down. Everyone, please don't panic. We at Chen family will definitely fight against the Red Ghost sect with all our strength. After listening, Chen Rooney also began to feel angry on behalf of her father. These old geezers, normally they take benefits from our Chen family. In such a crucial moment, they want to abandon their posts and run. However, Yi Soyan brought good news to the Chen family this time. He said, Chen family head, perhaps I can resolve the urgent matter at hand. In Yi Soyan's hand was the map that the Red Ghost sect member had given him earlier. At this time, in the ancestral temple of Chen family, it was raining, but Yi Soyan was dealing with the trash of the Red Ghost sect. Yi Soyan, wiping sweat off his forehead, said, phew, the Red Ghost sect here has been mostly dealt with. He thought, the Red Ghost sect in other places has also been drawn to my location. He recalled when he had said to everyone, Xiao Shixiang has been targeted, and the sect is also being held back. I'm afraid that the Red Ghost sect has been planning this for a long time. This is the action map I obtained from the Red Ghost sect. Perhaps they are targeting some important item of the Chen family, but I don't know the exact location. Here. Chen Nanfeng was about to speak hesitantly when two people behind him advised, yes, what is this? Family head Chen, quickly hand over the item they want, that way we can survive. That's right. Life is more important. Chen family head turned to look at Yi Soyan and said, Yi Shidi, you just said you could resolve this urgent matter, what solution have you thought of? Back to the present, at this time, the members of the Red Ghost sect started arriving in large numbers, like ants. A person in the group shouted, the sect master has ordered that the first person to enter the ancestral temple will be rewarded with a breakthrough pill. These words made them even more bloodthirsty, and they shouted in unison, charge! Charge! Yi Soyan, while swinging his sword, thought, the Red Ghost sect both inside and outside has suffered losses. Now, I must quickly find the treasure and retreat. Yi Soyan immediately used the moon will slash skill to kill multiple enemies at once. He reassured himself, as long as I can hold on until the elders break through the outer formation, I can escape this calamity. After thinking this, he charged like a storm toward the Red Ghost sect members, slashing and killing them wildly. While fighting, he also felt, although the strength of these people is weak, they are like grasshoppers, there are too many. But after experiencing real combat, my body is indeed showing signs of wanting to break through. While Yi Soyan was desperately dealing with the people below, From the rooftop appeared the figures of 2 members of the Red Ghost sect, observing the situation. After observing Yi Soyan's battle for a while, one of them commented, "This kid is a bit interesting. We have already searched this ancestral temple, and we did not find anything. Could it be that they are hiding a secret passage?" The horned person just smiled coldly and said to him, "These people would rather die defending this place. There's no mistake. Moreover, the elders of Liu Yan sect have broken free from the confinement on Wuyang Mountain. They could arrive here in less than an hour. We have to hurry." Having said this, his eyes revealed a hint of killing intent, and he ordered, "Start the attack." Upon hearing the order, the person next to him immediately rushed towards Yi Soyan. With a face full of excitement and madness, he said, "Let me fight you." Being attacked unexpectedly, Yi Soyan could only dodge nimbly, but he was hit by an opponent's attack on his hand. He exclaimed, "Too fast." The Red Ghost sect member licked the blood on his hand and said, "Little nascent Chi realm kid, we've let you be arrogant for too long. You wouldn't really think you are that strong, would you?" Yi Soyan, who already had many old wounds plus this new one, made his blood flow more and more. He held his bleeding wound and said, "After watching me for so long, you finally decided to come down." Yi Soyan's words made the Red Ghost sect member feel that something was amiss. This is. Without giving him time to think, Yi Soyan raised his sword high and unleashed his ultimate technique. At this moment, lightning continuously shot out from the sword and then struck the surroundings, shattering the surrounding rocks. He said confidently, "You are the first person to see my move. I will use you to test this move." Kai Guizhong's face immediately turned unsightly. How could this kid's aura suddenly increase so much? Before he could regain his composure, Yi Xian's ultimate move, Great River Sword style, had already slashed at him. Fortunately, he reacted in time, or he would have had to say goodbye to this world. He said mockingly, "Ha ha, I thought it was so powerful. Although this sword technique has high damage, it's a pity it's too slow. It's definitely not my match." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward and threw a punch at Yi Xian. "Kid, your move has too many flaws." As the words ended, the tiger fist had already reached Yi Xian's face. At this moment, Yi Xian used his sword to block the attack. However, due to the opponent's overwhelming strength, Yi Xian was sent flying 10 meters away. Although his mouth was bleeding, Yi Xian still sneered at him, "Humph, just as I predicted." While Kai Guizhong was taking advantage of the victory to pursue, Yi Xian did not hesitate to seize his flaw, and used another move, Pure Origin Tribulation style. Hundreds of sword energies surrounded Yi Xian's body, surprising Kai Guizhong. "What? This kid is still hiding a move." At this moment, he suddenly understood, "Kid, you basically didn't want to use the Great River Sword style, but wanted to trick me into getting close." Before he could say anything more, Yi Xian, with a murderous aura that seemed to want to kill, rushed towards him. Seeing this, he tried to run away, but couldn't avoid it. "Damn it, I can't dodge this move." The move landed, causing a terrifying explosion, sending blue shockwaves in all directions. Yi Xian landed on the ground behind, where 2 people from the Chen family came to support him. They were overjoyed and said, "We won, we won, we won." Yi Xian still looked ahead vigilantly and said, "Don't be too happy yet, he's not dead yet." Yi Xian's words shocked everyone. Kai Guizhong was lying in a large pit, seriously injured. His arm was cut off, and he was sitting there, holding his wound, and cursing, "I really underestimated you. Kid. Huang Sha, what are you waiting for?" The horned youth heard this and scolded, "You're so slow. If it happens again, I'll kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately drew his sword and unleashed sword energies at Yi Xian. 2 teammates standing next to Yi Xian couldn't dodge in time, and were sent to meet their ancestors. Yi Xian managed to dodge, thinking to himself, "So fast." Using the void illusion ghost technique was just enough to barely dodge. The pure origin sword style consumed too much energy. I can't hold on anymore. Yi Xian thought that running was the best option. Without hesitation, he ran up to the roof and escaped, ignoring the two who were shouting, "You think you can escape?" The two of them immediately chased after him like cats chasing a mouse. Yi Xian ran while worrying, but still didn't forget to look back to see how close the two were. At this moment, he thought, I still have the ultimate life-saving technique that Hong Xiu gave me. Do I really have to use it here? While flying in the sky like a bird, he heard a voice from below, making him look down. It turned out to be Chen Jingru. She called out loudly, "Yi Xian, this way." Because the two were chasing too closely, he had to look back. He saw the one-armed man gathering an energy ball, preparing to attack him. Damn it. Without thinking, Yi Xian immediately rushed down towards the young lady to dodge the attack. He shouted, "Get out of the way." Fortunately, the two of them were not injured, but the scene made her blush with embarrassment. Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian realized that he had been attacked by a palm strike, but he was not injured at all. He suddenly discovered that the two of them were inside a protective formation, which the people of the Kai Gui zone could not enter. Chen Jingru helped Yi Xian up and explained, "Yi Xian, this is the Chen family ancestral home barrier, left by the Chen family's ancestor. Perhaps it can hold them off for a while." Saying this, she revealed a disappointed expression with tears in her eyes. "It's just that the uncles and elders in the family, those who ran have run, and those who died have died." Seeing her like this, Yi Xian quickly comforted her, "Don't worry, where is your father?" At this moment, inside the Chen family ancestral home, Chen Nanfeng rushed over as soon as he saw Yi Xian. "Junior brother Yi, you're finally back." Saying this, he looked at Xiaoru and instructed, "Xiaoru, go outside and keep watch, don't let anyone come near. I have something to say to senior brother Yi." In this critical situation, she was very obedient and immediately went outside. Yes. Now that only the two of them were in the room, Yi Xian asked, "Family head Chen, what is the matter?" Without saying a word, family head Chen knelt down in front of Yi Xian and begged, "Junior brother Yi, I beg you, please save my daughter." Yi Xian quickly went to help him up. "Family head Chen, you mustn't do this." "What are you doing?" Chen Nanfeng continued, "Junior brother Yi, you've already seen. The Chen family can no longer return to what it was." Yi Xian quickly comforted him, "Family head Chen, the elders of Liu Yun sect are on their way. Isn't giving up now too soon?" Chen Nanfeng sighed and said, "This ancestral home barrier is the last line of defense for my Chen family. At most, it can only last for a quarter of an hour." After saying this, he turned to look at Yi Xian and clasped his hands. "Before I die, I only want to beg you for one thing, please protect Xiaoru, and bring her to Qinghe Peak." Yi Xian's face was also full of sorrow, so it was difficult for him to promise him now. With his current state, where he could barely protect himself, he was afraid that it would be very difficult to take Miss Chen away. Family head Chen knew that the situation was urgent, so he immediately took out an object and said, "This object is called the Jade Glaze, a family heirloom of the Chen family. The Chen family was able to grow so powerful because of it, and in the end, it will also be destroyed because of it. Junior brother Yi, you have a pure heart. I feel at ease entrusting this item to you. Afterward, I will use a secret technique to send junior brother Yi and Xiaoru out of the Chen family manor." Saying this, he quickly handed the object to Yi Xian. "Please don't refuse, junior brother Yi." He thought to himself, is this what the Kai Gui zone has been looking for? This time, the heavens have given me a big meal, he thought. He reached out and put the object into his clothes. His mouth was still saying, "Family head Chen. Rest assured, as long as I, Yi Xian, am alive, I will definitely not let Miss Chen suffer any grievances." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people rushed in. Chen Jingru shouted, "Father, they are forcing their way in. If it weren't for my father bringing you here for refuge, You would have died a long time ago. The leader of the group was the third family head of the Cheng family. He shouted, "You're all about to die, what's the point of caring so much?" Family head Chen. You should hand over what the Kai Guizong wants. Chen Nanfeng stood out to block the group and said, Wang Yi, family head Wang, while Yi Xian secretly led Chen Jingru to another room. The group questioned Chen Nanfeng again. Do you really want everyone to be buried with your Chen family? From outside the room, Chen Nanfeng's voice could be heard, Everyone, please give me a moment to prepare. As for Yi Xian, because he was curious, he peeked through the window to listen to the situation. But strangely, when Yi Xian looked at Chen family head's fate, it was indeed more miserable than miserable. The end was to be tortured to death, because of activating the Chen family manners formation. The recent turning point was to activate the family formation and protect his daughter. Seeing that his fate was somewhat wrong, he was silently stunned. Senior brother Duan, torturing family head Chen. What is going on? In the room, family head Chen broke the jade in his hand and shouted, If the Kai Guizong wants to come, then come. Then, he laughed like he was on drugs, ha ha ha. The people around him were startled and didn't understand what was going on. Everyone was scared and stepped back. Chen Nanfeng, what do you want to do? What is this? At this time, outside, a source of golden spirit energy was piercing through the barrier, the great power shattered the barrier into pieces. Someone shouted. The defensive barrier has been broken from the inside. The people of the Kai Guizong were confused after seeing the scene. What kind of trick is this? The barrier is broken, let's go in and see. They saw a blue light surrounding the body, pulling Yi Xian and Xiaoru into the air. Xiaoru realized something was wrong and shouted, Father, what are you doing? Let us down. But at this moment, there was a sudden noise from inside the room, along with bloodstains on the door, which made Yi Xian and Xiaoru worried. The Kai Guizong people had entered and killed everyone. There. The door was opened slightly. The two of them opened the door, and saw a Kai Guizong member holding family head Chen by the neck, threatening him, Stop the formation for me. Chen Nanfeng was not afraid at all and replied. Once the formation is activated, it cannot be stopped. Xiaoru, standing within the formation, saw her father being tortured and ran over to beg Yi Xian, Senior brother Yi, I beg you, save my father. Please save my father. But at this moment, he could only comfort her, hug her, and say, Miss Chen, if we go out there now, all that family head Chen has done will be in vain. Inside, the Kai Guizong member was holding a knife to Chen's throat and threatened Yi Xian, if you leave, I will use the most painful torture to kill him. Miss Chen. Why don't you beg your senior brother? Do you want to watch your father die miserably? Chen, at this moment, was enduring the pain and trying to smile to reassure her, Jingru, go, you must live strong. The Kai Guizong member had lost his patience and yelled. You're about to die, yet you still try to act tough. Not knowing what happened to Chen, in the next moment, all Xiaoru could see was her father, smashing the protective layer and screaming in pain. Yi Xian, you go save my father. If you don't go, I'll go myself. Yi Xian didn't want to see this scene anymore, so he used one hand to hit her on the back of her neck, causing her to faint. Then, he picked her up. Although her body was gradually losing consciousness, Xiaoru was still begging, Yi Xian, save father. Yi Xian could only lower his head and quietly say, I'm sorry, with my current strength, I can't help. A moment later, the protective barrier brought him toward the Liu Yun sect. Sitting in the protective barrier, he thought, this direction is towards the Liu Yun sect, but the transmission speed is quite slow, and the power is starting to disappear. Family head Chen, I'm afraid. Suddenly, a strange light came from behind. Yi Xian was startled and discovered that someone was approaching. Oh no, someone is chasing us. It seems that the path is no longer smooth. The complex terrain was more suitable for running. At this time, the protective layer went around places with many trees. Finally, the energy ran out and they fell sprawling on the ground. Yi Xian was struggling to get up when a mysterious person approached, accompanied by a voice, "Don't struggle in vain anymore, you can't escape. Hand over the object obediently, and I will spare you from death." Even though he was injured, Yi Xian still tried to protect Xiaoru. His mouth was cold as he said, "Ha, if I give you the object, you will definitely kill us immediately." He confidently turned to look at the other person, as if he already knew the result. "Am I right, senior brother Duanhong?" Hearing Yi Xian call his name, Duanhong no longer hid it and took off his mask. "It seems you're not too stupid. For the sake of our past brotherhood, hand over the Chen family's treasure. And I promise I won't make things difficult for you." Without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, Duanhong sneered at him with an extremely disdainful look. "Oh, right, there's also something in the 5-yang mountain mine." Yi Xian struggled to stand up, but his limbs were still shaking. "So you've been trying every possible way to get close to me because of this? How did you know it was on me?" When Duanhong heard him ask this, he recalled a few days ago, and told Yi Xian, "You and Wang Song formed a group to go deep into the mountain cave, and when I killed that idiot Wang Song, he said that only you went deep into the cave. Moreover, junior brother Yi, you've made rapid progress recently, so it's hard not to suspect you." Yi Xian opened the system and looked at his fate, and he saw that his ending and recent turning points had been updated. The ending, a hard life, finally seeing some improvement only to be plotted against, a fierce battle with the scheming Duanhong at Luoxia Gorge, death on the spot. Recent turning point, a battle with the scheming Duanhong at Luoxia Gorge. Heavily injured, using the dazzling calamity pill to break through, successfully entering the sword cultivator primordial sea realm. After seeing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel confused. "I will die at Luoxia Gorge." Luoxia Gorge? Isn't that here? Damn it, isn't there still half a month left? Looking at the recent turning point, there might still be a chance to turn things around. Just take the dazzling calamity pill, be seriously injured, maybe I can turn the situation around. After saying this, he turned to look at the dazzling calamity pill that was glowing in his hand. "I can only gamble," he thought. As soon as he finished thinking, Yi Xian immediately took the pill in his hand and swallowed it. Duanhong, seeing that he had swallowed the dazzling calamity pill, laughed triumphantly as if he were on drugs. "Ha ha, the dazzling calamity pill. To absorb the dazzling calamity pill, you need at least the primordial sea realm. A small nascent origin realm like you. I'm afraid this energy will make you explode. You're really courting death." Immediately, Yi Xian felt a source of energy surging in his body that he couldn't control. This energy. Then, Yi Xian knelt on the ground, continuously vomiting blood. Duanhong laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. "It seems I don't even need to take action." As soon as he finished laughing, his expression changed. He held his sword and rushed towards Yi Xian with bullet-like eyes. "Hand over the secret treasure in your hand. As your senior brother, I will send you off on your way, and end your suffering. If not, I will make you even more painful." Facing Duanhong's sword, Yi Xian revealed a satisfied smile. He thought to himself, "I just need to be seriously injured." Thinking that this time, Yi Xian would get his wish, the cold flame sword took the initiative to rush out to block the attack. Duanhong was so frightened when he saw this spectacular scene that he retreated a few steps. His face also became extremely confused. What is going on? Not only was he shocked, but Yi Xian also stood still. Cold flame sword. After regaining his composure, Duanhong rushed towards Yi Xian again. He roared angrily, "Only supreme magic weapons protect their masters. How can a small nascent origin realm like you have such a thing?" Saying this, he continuously attacked Yi Xian, but no matter how strong or weak the attack was, they were all blocked by the cold flame sword. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was so surprised that he exclaimed, "What? This magic weapon can automatically protect its master." After blocking a series of attacks, the cold flame sword rushed over and rubbed against Yi Xian's cheek lovingly. He froze and stuttered, unable to form a word. "But now is not the time for you to show your loyalty. You have to let him hurt me." But without knowing what was going on, Duanhong stopped attacking and laughed like he was smoking weed. "Ha ha, good, junior brother Yi is really my benefactor. After you die, I will take good care of these treasures for you." He saw Yi Xian put his hand to his mouth and wipe the blood, and then looked at him with a contemptuous look. "Benefactor? Hey, kid, don't be like that. Did your attack just now even touch me? Or, how about trying to attack me directly?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian immediately took his sword and rushed towards Duanhong. Although the defensive power of the cold flame sword is very high, in my hands, the attack power would only reach the primordial sea realm at most. I'm afraid it won't be enough to deal with Duanhong. Duanhong was like a madman, with his eyes and nose wide open, charging towards him. "You're about to die, and you're still arrogant. It seems that your senior brother has to send you off." Yi Xian also didn't hesitate, and rushed towards him. "Come on." Yi Xian knew that this was his chance to be injured, so he threw his sword to the side and pretended to say, I slipped," making the sword speechless. He deliberately spread his arms, waiting for Duanhong's attack on his body. Yi Xian thought, "As long as I can avoid the weakness, what would one of your moves do? Hurt me badly?" Duanhong, while rushing over, shouted, "Go die." Looking at Duanhong getting closer and closer, Yi Xian urged in his heart, "Come on, senior brother." But life is not like a script. The sword blocked another move, surprising both Yi Xian and Duanhong. He screamed in his heart, I threw you away, why did you come back?" Unlike the happy look on the cold flame sword, Yi Xian was utterly helpless. The energy was colliding everywhere in his body. If it wasn't for the chaotic origin sword tempering his body, he was afraid that he would really explode. Duanhong didn't want to fight anymore and retreated far away. "You think you're so great? I'll just wait here for you to die." Suddenly, he was hit in the forehead by a stone that flew over, causing him to be extremely shocked. It turned out that it was Yi Xian, who was taunting Duanhong. He felt that it wasn't enough, so he started provoking him. "Hey, you little wimp, are you giving up already?" These words of Yi Xian really angered him. Immediately, he tensed his butt and exerted his glutes, using the blood demon confinement technique. At this moment, 4 red skulls appeared around him, looking very eerie. His eyes were bloodshot with murderous intent, and he growled, "Yi Xian, cut off the connection between the host and the magic weapon for me." After saying this, the skulls rushed over to seize the cold flame sword. Seizing this opportunity, he rushed over and grabbed Yi Xian's neck. Duanhong lifted Yi Xian high into the air and said, "Junior brother Yi, don't struggle anymore. Your existence is a mistake. Let your senior brother send you on your way." With his neck grabbed, Yi Xian's face was full of suffering. "My neck, it's about to break. If I don't get seriously injured, I'll die. This is the only way." With no other choice, Yi Xian kicked Duanhong's balls hard. When it comes to pain, this move is always at the top. Duanhong was in extreme pain, his eyes showing resentment. "You want to die?" A second later, he continuously punched Yi Xian, causing him to vomit blood. This attack made him go numb, feeling like he was frozen. After beating Yi Xian until he had no strength to resist, Duanhong threw Yi Xian to the ground like throwing a puppy, and laughed with delight. "Ha ha ha, you have no strength, but you are so arrogant. You're really stupid." His face showed contempt as he continued, "Killing someone is as easy as killing an ant." Looking at Yi Xian lying on the ground, Duanhong approached him and searched his body for treasure. While searching, he said, "It's a pity, you wasted a dazzling calamity pill. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to reach the void illumination realm." After searching for a while, he realized that the item he was looking for was not on Yi Xian. He glanced at Jingru lying on the ground not far away and said, "Her, the item isn't on this guy. Could it be on her?" At this moment, Jingru had woken up, her eyes filled with tears. She was frightened and trembled as she lay on the ground, calling out softly, "Big brother Yi Xian." Duanhong slowly walked towards her, laughing, He, I know you're awake. Are you scared? Your body is trembling like this." Then, Duanhong leaned close to her ear and said, "Go down to the underworld with your big brother Yi Xian." After saying this, he stabbed her directly with a sword, causing her to only be able to utter a sound, "Ah." Looking at Jingru, who was on the verge of death, Duanhong heartlessly searched her body again. After a while, he found nothing. Why isn't there anything? At the same time, in the Chen family manor, corpses were lying everywhere, blood flowed like rivers, and fire burned everywhere, turning the place into a desolate ruin. After a while, a disciple came to report, "Liao Changping, countless members of the Kai Guizhong in the Chen family manor have been killed." A Kai Guizhong member was stabbed to death with a sword. Liao Changping sighed and asked, Is there any news about Xiao Pingqian and Yi Xian?" The female disciple said in a low voice, "Not yet." At this moment, Liao Changping ordered, "Go find them quickly. Otherwise, no one can escape being blamed by the sect master." At this time, in the sky above the Chen family manor, it was dark and gloomy, and the corpses piled up into a mountain, looking extremely miserable. At this moment, in Luoxia Gorge, it started to rain. Duanhong was still searching the two of them, but couldn't find the treasure. "Why isn't it here?" Chen Jingru was seriously injured and lay on the ground, her life hanging by a thread. Nearby, Duanhong was yelling maniacally. He then took out his anger on Yi Xian's clothes, tearing them while yelling, "Chen Nanfeng must have given the jade glaze to this kid. How could it not be here?" Duanhong was now like a madman. He shook Yi Xian's body and repeatedly shouted, "You simply don't know how to die. Where exactly did you hide the item? Damn it. You're still causing trouble for me even when you're dead. You simply don't know. I've spent so much effort to trap those old fogies from the Liuyuan sect in the 5 Yang Mountains." Duanhong's angry words were shown by the way his nails were digging into Yi Xian's body, causing it to bleed. "Xiao Pingqian is also under control as planned. Just a little bit more. Everything is under my control, just a little bit more." At this moment, Yi Xian's sword suddenly turned red, as if some kind of awakening was about to occur. Duanhong was still unaware and kept cursing and beating Yi Xian. "It's you. Both times the treasure was lost because of you." At this time, a strange light emanated from Yi Xian's body, and the internal spiritual energy began to spin continuously. Duanhong stared blankly at this scene and said, "This is the spiritual energy in his body is starting to flow again." Sensing the danger, Duanhong immediately jumped back. He was shocked, he's not dead. A crazed look appeared on Duanhong's face. He laughed loudly, "It seems like the heavens are helping me. Perhaps the energy of the dazzling calamity pill has surged, causing him to have a brief moment of revival. As long as you have a breath left, that's enough." Seeing Yi Xian wake up, he said, "Junior brother Yi, hand over the item, and I can spare you from death." Yi Xian had become a different person, with his whole body wrapped in a terrifying spiritual energy. In his hand was the cold flame sword. He walked step by step towards Duanhong and said, "Successfully promoted to the Sword Cultivator Primordial Sea Realm. But whether he could turn the situation around, it would depend on how strong this Sword Cultivator Primordial Sea Realm was." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian shouted, "Open." A sword-shaped mark suddenly appeared on his forehead. Then, he began to use the Great River Sword style to attack Duanhong. At this moment, Duanhong also used the Blood Demon Confinement technique, and looked at Yi Xian and said, what kind of sword cultivator primordial sea realm are you? In the end, you're still a realm below my sky-soaring realm. As soon as Duanhong finished speaking, Yi Xian rushed over with all his speed and slashed through his body, while he didn't have time to understand what was happening. The speed was so fast that he couldn't react in time and had to exclaim, how is it possible? It's too fast. At this moment, Yi Xian continued to hold his sword and said, it's not over yet. Then, he continued to use the pure origin sword style. Seeing this, Duanhong was horrified. Damn it, it's that move again. Sensing the danger, Duanhong worriedly jumped back, trying to avoid it. But at this time, it was too late. He felt like something was holding his legs. At this moment, Yi Xian raised his hand to the sky like a superhero and shouted, 7 mysterious sword style. The sword energies gathered and rushed towards him. Seeing the sword energies approaching, Duanhong was extremely frightened and exclaimed, AAA, why did he suddenly become so powerful? So many. Before Duanhong could understand the situation, countless sword intents had pierced through his body. At this moment, Duanhong knelt on the ground, his head tilted to one side, his clothes torn, and his body covered in wounds, looking very miserable. His mouth was still mumbling. Impossible, absolutely impossible, it's clearly a huge realm difference. That's right, the sword cultivator primordial sea realm, what kind of realm is that? At this moment, Yi Xian didn't bother to answer and approached him, pointing his sword at his neck, you've lost, senior brother Duan. Duanhong was now powerless and said, 2ve lost. Duanhong knew that he had lost miserably. Facing death, he was frightened and begged, don't kill me, junior brother Yi. I beg you not to kill me. You've already crippled my cultivation. I'm no longer a threat to you. Spare me, too can tell you a secret. I know you will definitely spare me. At this moment, Duanhong finally revealed the secret he had buried for so long. 500 years ago, a palace suddenly appeared in the vast desert, called the Zhenhuang Palace. It is said to be full of rare treasures and cultivation techniques that terrify people of the world just by hearing about it. Countless powerful people tried to enter it, but all died in an instant. And the jade glaze that the Kai Guizhong is still looking for, and the secret of the sealed 5 young mountains, along with some unknown treasures. They are all the keys in the legends that can open the door to the Zhenhuang Palace. At this moment, Duanhong painfully clutched his chest and slowly stood up. That's all I know for now. As long as junior brother spares my life, I will definitely get more information from the Kai Guizhong and report back to you. Once the Zhenhuang Palace descends again, junior brother will definitely be able to achieve great success and become the master of the myriad realms. As Duanhong spoke, he slowly walked away, while Yi Xian just smiled contemptuously. Oh, thank you, senior brother. Hearing this, Duanhong thought that he would be spared after revealing the secret, so he was a little smug. Ha, I did this to repay the favor without knowing. Later if there is a chance. Before he could finish speaking, Duanhong's legs were frozen by Yi Xian's magic and he could not move. Duanhong, with a miserable face, turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi, junior brother Yi. What do you mean by this? You agreed to let me go. You can't go back on your word. At this moment, Yi Xian, with a murderous aura, held the cold flame sword and approached Duanhong, saying, Senior brother, you definitely don't think that I'm still a soft persimmon that you can need at will, do you? Someone as cruel and unscrupulous as you, so hypocritical, I cannot eliminate you. You will definitely be a source of future trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian immediately swung his sword, cutting him in half, sending him to meet his ancestors. Then, Yi Xian approached Duanhong's corpse and said, drawing such a big picture, but there isn't a single useful piece of information. No one would believe you. At this moment, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I defeated Duanhong. My fate of certain death should have changed, right? Yi Xian opened the system to look at his fate again, and he was even more surprised and panicked. How my fate has become a jinx child. This is no better than the star of calamity. Even though I escaped the battle of Luoxia Gorge, I will fall off a cliff and be torn into pieces when I return. The red text read, returning to Liu Yun sect, being ridiculed for his inner sect disciple status. Yi Xian's face turned dull. Being robbed of my inner sect disciple status. What the hell is that? After reviewing his unlucky fate, Yi Xian ran to Jingru to check her wounds. The dagger of Duan Hong was coated with a paralyzing poison that made it impossible for her to move. The wound from the dagger was bleeding bit by bit. After checking, Yi Xian was quite happy because Jingru was still alive. He sighed in relief, phew, she's still breathing. After saying that, Yi Xian took out a golden leaf that Elder Hongxiu had given him to save Jingru. Using this leaf would help her recover her vitality. A day later at the cloud-piercing pavilion, just standing outside, one could hear a voice booming out, "Is this the good thing you did?" Chen family village had 348 households. 100 cultivators were killed, all the way to the Dao family. 100 inner and outer sect disciples were injured and killed. And a dozen inner sect disciples were also killed. How do you expect me to explain this to old ancestor Liu Yun and the outside world? This voice was none other than the sect master, Jiyu Xianda, scolding elder Liao Changping. Not only was he scolded, but he was also kicked, causing Liao Changping to hug his stomach and lean against the chair behind him, explaining, "Sect master, calm your anger. I have found out that this time, the inner sect disciple, Duan Hong, collaborated with the Kai Gui Zong to create such a serious situation. It's just that when we found Duan Hong, he was already dead." Hearing this, Jiyu Xianda was even more angry and shouted, "Dead? How can old ancestor Liu Yun so easily accept this?" To escape his punishment, Liao Changping started to frame Yi Xian. He stood up, clasped his hands and said, "Sect master, don't worry. Duan Hong had a close relationship with Yi Xian." Moreover, someone reported that they had seen Duan Hong and Yi Xian exchanging tokens. If it is also true that Yi Xian was part of the betrayal, Yi Xian is a disciple of old ancestor Liu Yun, perhaps old ancestor will not find it convenient to punish him. Hearing this, Jiyu Xianda pondered and said, "It's a pity for that kid's talent. Has Yi Xian been found yet?" At this moment, a voice came from outside, reporting to the sect master. Yi Xian has led Miss Chen of the Chen family, Chen Jingru, into the sect. Scene change, at this moment, at the law enforcement hall of the Liu Yun sect, a voice was heard inside, "You still won't talk. Someone, hold him down for me." They saw Yi Xian being pinned to the ground by someone. HMPH. A bald man with a stubbly beard, who was actually very handsome, pointed at Yi Xian and yelled, "You and Duan Hong are close. The Kai Gui Zong's calamity jade was also taken from you. What else do you have to say?" This man was Hong Hai, an elder of the law enforcement hall. At this moment, Yi Xian finally knew that the thing Duan Hong had given him was the Kai Gui Zong's calamity jade. He secretly cursed, "So this is the Kai Gui Zong's calamity jade. Senior brother Duan, you really are dragging me down with you even when you're dead." Yi Xian smiled sarcastically, "I said that I was framed, would you believe it?" A hand grabbed Yi Xian's hair. Xiao Pingqian, who had never liked Yi Xian, came forward and grabbed Yi Xian's head, saying, "Don't waste my time. Just looking at you makes me uncomfortable. My master instructed that at any cost, I must thoroughly investigate this matter. If you still don't admit it, then I can only let you taste the pain of the soul-piercing nails." After saying this, Xiao Pingqian took out a pile of nails. These nails were golden with sharp points and emitted golden spiritual energy. Hong Hai, who was beside him, also chimed in, "Kid, I advise you to confess your sins. These soul-piercing nails not only make you lose all your cultivation, but they also cause serious damage to your soul, making it impossible to cultivate again." The most torturous thing is that you will have to endure heartbreaking pain day and night. Yi Xian, lying on the ground, yelled and cursed, "You guys are really putting in a lot of effort to frame me. I didn't expect you to even bring out such a vicious torture. Stubborn." Without saying much, Xiao Pingqian directly threw the soul-piercing nails at Yi Xian. Yi Xian knew that he was about to log out, so he closed his eyes and waited. In this dangerous situation, a golden aura appeared on Yi Xian's body. After the soul-piercing nails collided with the golden aura, they were bent out of shape. This scene made Xiao Pingqian and Hong Hai gape. How is this possible? Yi Xian was equally surprised. Xiao Pingqian didn't believe the truth, so he threw the remaining 5 soul-piercing nails at Yi Xian. But these 5 were the same as the previous one, all bent and fell to the ground. Hong Hai exclaimed in shock, how can this kid bend the soul-piercing nails? Does this kid have skin of iron and bones of steel? Xiao Pingqian was even more frustrated because he couldn't do anything. He grabbed Yi Xian by the neck. His 2 fingers were wrapped in a source of spiritual energy, and he pointed them at Yi Xian, saying, "Who exactly are you? The first time I saw you, I felt that something was wrong. I have a sense of loss and pain. Although it is unclear why you can block the soul-piercing nails. No matter what, today is the day you die." Just as Xiao Pingqian was about to strike, Hong Hai quickly intervened. "Xiao Pingqian, don't be impulsive," he whispered, "don't ruin the sect master's plan." Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside, "Let me see who dares." Everyone looked at the outside in a daze. Yi Xian thought, the female emperor big shot. Xiao Pingqian sighed. "Highs, what a nuisance." This voice was none other than Qin Xian. She walked in proudly, standing in front of the door with her hands on her hips, and said, "Let me see who dares to touch him." Just based on unsubstantiated words about a piece of jade, you want to kill someone? Isn't that too dictatorial? Hong Hai grabbed Xiao Pingqian's hand and whispered, "Xiao Pingqian, don't forget the sect master's instructions. Now is the time to release him." Xiao Pingqian ignored Hong Hai's words and cursed. "Get out. Do I need you to tell me what to do?" Xiao Pingqian looked at Qin Xian coldly. "Is this your own intention, or old ancestor Liu Yun's?" Hearing this, Qin Xian immediately reminded him, "Xiao Pingqian, pay attention to your attitude. I am a direct disciple of the old ancestor. Based on seniority, I can now be on par with your master." Hearing the other party threaten, Xiao Pingqian grimaced and asked, "TSK, so according to you, little martial aunt, how should we handle this now?" Qin Xian, conveying the order of old ancestor Liu Yun, said, "My master has spoken. Perhaps Yi Xian is at fault, but he has protected the only heir of the Chen family. His merits offset his faults. He is to be stripped of his inner sect disciple status, and is to guard the mountain gate to repent. Do you have any objections, little martial nephew?" Hearing these words, Xiao Pingqian threw Yi Xian to the ground. At the same time, their performance also came to an end. Therefore, Xiao Pingqian only said, "If Elder Liu Yun has spoken, then my master will likely have no objections either. I will return to report first. Farewell." Saying this, Xiao Pingqian and his group left. He glanced at Qin Xian and said, "I warn you, if you dare to use your status to act arrogant again, I will kill you." At this moment, Yi Xian and Qin Xian left the law enforcement hall. As they walked, he said excitedly, "Senior Sister Qin, you were really cool just now." Although she was praised, Qin Xian still said nothing. Yi Xian continued happily, "As expected of someone who has trained with Elder Liu Yun, your temperament has also changed. You have improved so rapidly." Seeing that she kept looking down and remained silent, Yi Xian felt puzzled. He moved closer and asked, "Senior Sister Qin, what's wrong?" Qin Xian's face turned red, tears welling up as she said, "Senior brother Yi, it's so good that you're okay. I was just pretending just now. Actually, I was very scared. That Xiao Pingqian. Yi Xian took the opportunity to check her fate and was shocked. In less than a month, she had already cultivated from the body refinement realm level 3 to the nascent origin realm level 8. As expected of the female emperor. Her recent turning point was because of begging for Yi Xian. She was placed under house arrest by Elder Liu for 3 days. Seeing that Xian was so worried, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh in pity for her. This matter has he. He stroked the top of her head and comforted her. Senior Sister Qin, you did very well. If it wasn't for you, they wouldn't have let me off so easily. Hearing these words of encouragement, she was both happy and worried about Yi Xian, so she said, this time the Chen family manor suffered heavy casualties. The sect master is worried that the sect elders and master will blame him, so he fabricated a story that you were framed and didn't know anything. That's why he tried to push you out. If this doesn't succeed, there will likely be a next time. You must be careful, senior brother. Yi Xian smiled and reassured her, senior sister, don't worry. I have my own ways to protect myself. He thought to himself, there are wolves and tigers all around. It seems that this Liuyan sect is not a place I can stay for long. Half a month later, Yi Xian was finally exiled to a small house at the foot of the Liuyan sect mountains. At this moment, he was sitting in cultivation, and had broken through to the primordial sea realm level 5. While cultivating, he thought to himself, the longer I cultivate the chaotic origin sword embryo, the more I comprehend the great river sword style and the pure origin sword style. Reaching the 5th level and the 3rd level of the sword techniques respectively. After finishing his cultivation, he opened his eyes. Then, he held the spiritual stone in his hand, looking somewhat surprised. This thing is too powerful. It mobilizes the spiritual energy of heaven and earth regardless of day or night. It's about to suck all the spiritual energy within a few hundred miles of half a mountain. My speed of advancement recently has also clearly slowed down. Yi Xian recalled the time when Xiao Pingqian launched the soul-piercing nails at him. He still hadn't figured out the reason why he could block the soul-piercing nails the last time. When I meet the old man, maybe he can answer this. At this moment, Yi Xian remembered something. He excitedly opened his online magic pouch. That's right. The ancient text taken from Wuyang Mountain. Xiao Pingqian's opportunity must not be simple. I have to study more to figure out how to open the restriction on the ancient text. Yi Xian wanted to take out the ancient text to study, but suddenly he discovered that the ancient text was not there. Where is my ancient text? He yelled angrily, impossible. Then, he grabbed the system panel and shook it violently, shouting, I clearly put it in the storage world. Why can't I find it? After shaking it non-stop for a while, the system finally notified, the host's ancient text item is a translated version of ancient text. The classic of mountains and seas has been decoded successfully. At this time, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Yi Xian opened the ancient classic of mountains and ceased to read. His entire house was now covered in text. The system's notification sound rang out, this classic of mountains and seas is written in ancient characters. It is divided into 2 parts, the upper and lower. The upper part introduces rare ancient beasts. The lower part is an ancient and powerful beast-taming secret technique. Learning this beast-taming technique can be considered as having a new skill to protect myself. At this moment, the knowledge in the ancient text immediately entered Yi Xian's mind. He sighed inwardly, although my recent turning point says that I will face danger. To survive in this dog-eat-dog world, the stronger I am, the more choices I will have. The disciples on guard shouted, who dares to break into the Liuyan sect? At this moment, at the main gate of the Liuyan sect, a well-dressed man with a bare six-pack torso led a white tiger into the sect. This man seemed very arrogant, having already knocked down 2 sect disciples and shouted, I am a disciple of the beast-taming sect. I have something to request of Jiu Xianda. The guards saw that this man was quite arrogant and responded, "Is the sect master someone that just anyone can meet? You don't have an invitation, and you've injured our people. Is everyone from the beast-taming sect as unruly as you are?" The man was angered by this scolding. Along with his white tiger, he assumed a fighting stance and yelled, "You brat! How dare you look down on my beast-taming sect?" Just as a fight was about to break out, Yi Xian appeared out of nowhere, startling him so much that his heart almost jumped out. He stroked the man's white tiger and said, "Io, this is the spiritual beast of the beast-taming sect. It looks so soft." The strange thing was that the white tiger, which was roaring, suddenly became docile, causing the guards to be in disbelief. The man saw that Yi Xian kept touching his pet and gnashed his teeth, yelling, "Humph, don't touch my tiger. You low-ranking brat also dares to touch my tiger." He was about to fly over and attack Yi Xian, when Yi Xian managed to look at his fate. This guy is Li Haozi, Primordial Sea Realm Level 8, traveling together with a beast tamer born with the gift, who has high affinity with various kinds of beasts. Recent turning point. Discovered a small path leading to a secret cave behind the mountains of the great Liu Yun sect and found an ancient cave mansion in it. When Yi Xian saw this fate, he was overjoyed. A purple opportunity has come knocking at my door. A smile appeared on his face. And he's in the Primordial Sea Realm Level 8. Just right for me to practice. As Li Haozi rushed over, Yi Xian only needed to use one hand to grab his arm. Then, he exerted force, causing Li Haozi's arm to hurt immensely. Yi Xian looked at him with cold eyes and said with a contemptuous tone, "You can't even defeat a gate guard like me. You're truly embarrassing." After saying this, Yi Xian kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. He fell crashing into his pet beast. Li Haozi was so angry that he roared, "White tiger, go kill this brat for me." Hearing its master's order, the white tiger immediately went berserk, its eyes shining with golden light, opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, and charged towards Yi Xian. He secretly rejoiced, "Humph, just right to try out the newly learned technique." Looking at the white tiger rushing over, Yi Xian didn't dodge at all, but stood there calmly, put his hand to his mouth, and muttered the incantation to use the beast-taming technique. Calm down. Countless talismans flew out and enveloped the white tiger. At this moment, from a ferocious tiger at first, it seemed to have turned into a harmless little cat, looking very cute, meow. Then, it approached Yi Xian, licking him as if Yi Xian was its new owner. At this moment, Yi Xian had a proud expression. The soothing incantation of the beast-taming technique is really useful. Seeing this, Li Haozi shouted angrily, "White tiger, come back." But the white tiger no longer listened to him, instead licking Yi Xian, making him smug. "You really have a beast-taming talent. It's just a pity you met me. You can barely control it, but I can make it loyal to me." After saying this, Yi Xian recited the beast-taming incantation, "Attack." The white tiger immediately obeyed the order and rushed towards Li Haozi, roaring as if it wanted to devour him alive. Li Haozi panicked and thought to himself, "Damn it. Has the white tiger really been tamed by him?" At this moment, an old man with white hair appeared out of nowhere, leaning on a cane, and shouted, "Enough, stop." This person was Li Hong, an elder of the beast-taming sect. He looked at Yi Xian with a kind smile and said, "This little brother, my sect's disciple, was impolite. You are more talented than most. I hope you can forgive his spiritual beast." Yi Xian thought to himself, "This old man is also reasonable." So he clasped his hands and respectfully replied, "You must be an elder of the beast-taming sect." A minor scuffle between juniors, the elder doesn't need to mind it. It's just that when coming to the Liu Yun sect, you must abide by the rules of the Liu Yun sect. There are places in the sect dedicated to taking care of spiritual pets. Please don't make things difficult for lower-ranking disciples like us. Hearing this, Li Haozi said loudly, "The white tiger is noble, it can't be left here. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Elder Li Hong. All right. Li Haozi was extremely angry. He looked at Yi Xian as if he wanted to devour him alive, while Elder Li Hong happily walked towards him and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you. Little brother." Yi Xian clasped his hands and said, "No trouble, no trouble." When everything was settled, Li Hong and Li Haozi left. Before leaving, Li Haozi didn't forget to turn back and glare at him. "A gentleman's revenge is never too late," he said. "Humph, you just wait." Yi Xian looked at him with a triumphant smile. "Humph, I'm afraid of you. Things can't be delayed. I should go get the opportunity first." The moon was hanging on the mountaintop, the sky's color changed, and 2 hours later at the great cloud peak, in a desolate forest, Yi Xian's voice rang out. "Where exactly is it? I've followed the path to the ancient cave mansion for so long, why haven't I seen anything? No pain, no gain." After searching for a while, Yi Xian found the spring that was mentioned in Li Haozi's fate. The spring water was crystal clear, and emitted a rich source of spiritual energy, causing him to exclaim, "I found it. The spiritual energy of this spring is overpowering. This must be the place." Suddenly, he was surprised again, as if besides the spiritual energy, there was something else, which somewhat surprised him. "Huh? That is." Next to the spring was a forest of herbs, all of them emitting a strange purple smoke. Yi Xian couldn't believe his eyes, and exclaimed, "A large medicine field. The pure energy is too strong. I didn't expect the Liu Yan sect to have such a place. Did that Li Haozi step on dog shit? How could he find this place?" Yi Xian's eyes widened in surprise. "What is that in the middle of the medicine field?" In the middle of the medicine field, a necklace with a leaf-shaped pendant was floating in the air, gathering a strong source of spiritual energy. Without thinking much, Yi Xian walked over. He sighed inwardly. "So it's a jade pendant. It seems to be absorbing the medicinal properties of the medicine field." Yi Xian reached out to grab the jade pendant. He looked around suspiciously at the jade pendant in his hand, not knowing what its function was. The medicinal properties of this medicine field have already been absorbed by this thing. How am I supposed to release the medicinal properties using this jade pendant later? Then, he put it around his neck and said with a smile, "Ah well, forget about it. I'll just keep it. It's always good to have more life-saving methods." Suddenly, a ting sound was heard, and Yi Xian's fate panel showed a notification. The host's recent turning point has changed. Recent turning point, 3 days later. The two brothers Zhao Yulong will lead a powerful great demon beast to destroy you. He thought to himself, "Humph, Zhao Yulong and Zhao Yuhu, these two still dare to cause trouble." His gaze became serious, his eyes filled with a hint of murderous intent. "Then this time, I will make sure you don't return." Time passed quickly, and 3 days later, on a dark night with a waning moon, in a small house, several dark figures were seen lurking outside, whispering softly. "Brother, is doing this really okay?" They didn't realize that someone was watching them from a nearby tree branch. He laughed cunningly. "Humph, it's showtime." At this moment, inside the house, snakes of all shapes, colors, and sizes were everywhere. The two outside laughed smugly. "Don't worry, this big snake is a primordial sea realm demon beast. It took me a lot of money to buy it. They say that if you are bitten, you will instantly explode and die." A giant python slowly approached Yi Xian's bed, flicked its tongue, bared its fangs, and lunged. The python bit down on Yi Xian's head. At the same time, the two outside cheered excitedly. He, this kid is definitely going to die this time." The two outside were none other than Zhao Yulong and Zhao Yuhu. Zhao Yuhu said uneasily, "Brother, the snake bit him, why isn't there any screams?" Zhao Yulong laughed wickedly and said, "This snake is so powerful, this kid might not even be able to react in time. This Yi Xian made us brothers suffer so much. Letting him die in his dream is letting him off easy." They only saw Yi Xian standing behind them with a smug look. "Are you two looking for me?" Both of them were shocked. "Huh?" That voice. Zhao Yulong shielded his brother and loudly rebuked him. Yi Xian. "You made me lose my inner sect disciple status. I won't let this go." Yi Xian laughed triumphantly. "Want to kill me? You think you two are capable of that?" Zhao Yuhu, who was always hiding behind his brother, also stepped out and questioned him. "Yi Xian, what goes around comes around. Heaven has eyes. It's not just the two of us who want you dead." Zhao Yulong took out a flute. He laughed in a cunning way, and said, "Everything tonight is the bitter fruit you have planted yourself." Zhao Yuhu urged, "Brother, hurry up and tell the snake to bite him to death." Zhao Yulong immediately blew into the flute. The giant snake bared its fangs and charged towards Yi Xian. He quickly dodged the lightning-fast lunge of the snake and thought to himself, "This is a 7-colored berserk python, a high-level demon beast that only a disciple of the beast-taming sect can control. Did that Li Haozi I met before conspire with these two idiots?" Yi Xian landed gently. The two of them said smugly. Zhao Yulong said, "Yi Xian, weren't you very powerful before getting the top rank in the inner sect competition? You thought you were so high up." Zhao Yuhu also added, "Are you scared now?" The giant snake stood behind the two Zhao brothers, coiling its body, its green eyes staring, its tongue flickering. Zhao Yulong put his hands on his hips and said, "You're just a lowly gate guard now, and no one will care if you die." Zhao Yuhu also said, "If you kneel down, kowtow, and admit your mistakes, we might even let you die a quick death." Yi Xian still stood upright, smiling as he said, "Since that's the case, then let's use your tactics against you." The two of them were extremely confident. Zhao Yuhu, with an angry face, shouted, "You're about to die, and you're still so arrogant. Brother, quickly tell the 7-colored berserk python to bite him to death." In contrast, his brother had an arrogant and smug expression. He held the flute in his hand and said, "That's what I intend to do. Go, 7-colored berserk python." The snake suddenly growled, opened its mouth wide, and began to charge. But this time, it charged towards the two Zhao brothers instead of attacking Yi Xian. They were both confused and surprised. Zhao Yuhu asked, "Brother, this isn't trite?" Instantly, the snake bit down hard on the heads of the two men. The flute was sent flying away as a result. Yi Xian had used the beast-taming technique to control the snake. He laughed and said, "You said that my life is not worth anyone's attention. Then is your life worth anyone's attention?" Suddenly a voice rang out, "Yi Xian, you are so bold." Yi Xian glanced behind him. The one who arrived was Xiaopingqian. He smiled smugly and said, "Daring to openly harm your fellow sect members within the sect." Yi Xian calmly said, "It's really surprising that senior brother has appeared here." Xiaopingqian replied, "I saw it with my own eyes. Do you have anything else to say?" The snake suddenly rushed towards Xiaopingqian. He didn't move at all. He calmly said, "Humph," trying to protect its master. His eyes darkened as he glanced at the snake, a low-level beast that doesn't know its place. He coldly raised his hand, a flash of red light shone, die. Spiritual energy slashed past Yi Xian's hair. He was still stunned, muttering, "So strong." The snake behind Yi Xian had been cut into many pieces by that spiritual energy. There was no chance for it to resist. Yi Xian's eyes were full of shock. This is the power of a level 9 primordial Sea Realm practitioner. I couldn't even withstand one move. Not long after, in the Great Hall of Cloud-Piercing Pavilion, Yi Xian was facing all the elders, as well as the sect master of the Liu Yun sect. Behind him, 4 disciples were carrying 2 corpses. Out of the hall, the sect master questioned him, "Yi Xian, do you know your crime?" Jiyu Xianda put his hands behind his back. He said, "The matter of you colluding with Duan Hong and the Kai Gui Zong has not been dealt with yet, and now you have killed your fellow sect members. Jiyu Xianda continued to shout loudly, "Humph, with such crimes, I'm afraid even old ancestor Liu Yan cannot protect you. Do you have anything else to say?" Hearing these words, Shen Guanquan looked angry. She thought to herself, if you want to deal with his disciple, then you just deal with him. What's the point of mentioning old ancestor Liu Yan? Hong Hai was furious. He shouted, "Senior brother, what's the point of letting him explain? The evidence is clear, just kill him and be done with it." The other two elders also said, "That's right, a traitor like that is just a threat." Yi Xiyun raised his hand and said, "This disciple has something to say. This disciple wants to expose. Senior brother Shao secretly tried to murder this disciple and, failing, framed this disciple to disrupt the order of the sect." Everyone was shocked when they heard Yi Xiyun's words. Xiao Pingqian glared at him. He didn't say anything, but his face was extremely angry. Hong Hai Zhonglao pointed directly at Yi Suoyun and yelled, "You're crazy. What nonsense are you spouting? Drag him straight to the discipline hall and execute him." Shengguan Wan raised her hand to stop him, saying, "Hong Shixiang, why the anger? If he's truly talking nonsense, it's not too late to kill him then. Besides, the sect master Shixiang hasn't said anything yet." Jiyu Xianda's face darkened. He stroked his beard, looking annoyed, and said, "Humph. You try speaking." Yi Suoyun looked at Xiao Pingqian standing next to him and asked, "I want to ask Xiao Shixiang, why are you appearing at the mountain gate so late?" Xiao Pingqian frowned and said, "I returned from a mission down the mountain and happened to see someone killing a fellow disciple." Yi Suoyun said, "So, Xiao Shixiang only saw the Zhao brothers die in front of me, but didn't see everything they did, right?" Xiao Pingqian looked displeased and replied, "Never did." Yi Suoyun reached into his robe and said, "If that's the case." Yi Suoyun took out the crystal memory stone and replayed the scene for everyone to see. He said, "Why is there a figure of Xiao Shixiang in this crystal memory stone?" Xiao Pingqian was surprised. "What, crystal memory stone?" The sect master and the elders remained silent, especially Jiyu Xianda. He didn't say a word. At this time, only a few doubtful words from the elders could be heard. What's going on? There's indeed Xiao Shiji's figure." The crystal memory stone clearly recorded the scene at that time, from when the Zhao brothers were lurking outside Yi Suoyun's house, to the point where all three of them were engaged in a chaotic battle. It also recorded the image of Xiao Pingqian sitting on a branch, happily watching the show. Everything was recorded clearly, making Xiao Pingqian speechless. Yi Suoyun said, "Xiao Shixiang, do you have anything else to say? This makes it hard not to suspect you of instigating the Zhao brothers to kill disciples. Moreover, the Zhao brothers were clearly killed by their own spirit pets. I didn't even touch them." The sect master and the elders' faces darkened. They were just about to devour Yi Suoyun alive, but now they had lost their composure, offering awkward smiles that were unique to the Liu Yan sect. What kind of situation is this? To ease the atmosphere, Jiyu Xianda spoke up. "Ahem, yesterday Xiao Pingqian was arranged by me to go down the mountain to dispel evil spirits. It's normal for him to pass by the mountain gate and run into this." He turned and left, not forgetting to say, "Since those two evil beings have walked into a trap, there's no need for further investigation. Dismissed. Everyone should return to cultivate." The elders, seeing that the matter was settled, clasped their hands together and responded in unison, "Yes." Despite Yi Suoyun's dark and unwilling expression, the bald-headed Hong Hai chattered as he walked, "Shangguan Shimai, is the old ancestor still in seclusion? If the old ancestor emerges, please tell him that I've asked after his health." Only Shangguan Wan coldly replied, "Got it." After a long while, Yi Suoyun spoke up, "Elders, please wait." Xiao Shixiang watched his fellow disciples kill each other and remained aloof. He continued, "Isn't this considered slaughtering fellow disciples? Xiao Pingqian angrily pointed at him and said, "You." Jiyu Xianda's face had already darkened. He glared at Xiao Pingqian, and as if understanding his intention, the latter quickly clasped his hands together, looking remorseful. This disciple knows his mistake. At that time, I thought they were just sparring. I didn't expect. Seeing his disciple admitting his mistake, he said, "Since you've made a mistake, then you're punished to meditate in the Lisu cave behind the mountain for a month. You're not allowed to leave unless there's an emergency." "Yes, Shizuan," Xiao Pingqian replied. Yi Suoyan felt a little unwilling that Xiao Pingqian only received a month of confinement for killing two people. He thought to himself, HMPH, Jiyu Xianda, you truly make one's heart grow cold. It's confinement in name, but in reality, you're letting Xiao Pingqian go behind the mountain to receive inheritance. It's a waste of effort. Feeling aggrieved, he had no choice but to drink a few cups to drown his sorrows. He went to Deng Bangzu and drank with him. He drank the wine like water, causing Deng Bangzu to praise him. "Little one, you have a good capacity for alcohol. Not drunk, not leaving." Both of them kept drinking until their faces were flushed from the slight drunkenness. Yi Suoyan put down his wine glass and said, "I feel uncomfortable in my heart." Old Deng Bangzu laughed, "Now you're a sword cultivator. We sword cultivators value magnanimity and clarity." His face was red and he said with a smile, "This anger and resentment of yours isn't good for cultivation. Moreover, you still have a large amount of energy from the Dui pill that hasn't been absorbed. This is also the reason why you could coincidentally withstand the Ding Zhenhan. Be careful of going into qi deviation." Yi Suoyan thought of that group of people and said, "I'm not resentful, it's just that today's events have shown me the true face of the Liu Yun sect. The sect master himself favors his disciples, disregarding all reason, while the elders turn a blind eye. Even the Liu Yun old ancestor doesn't bother to ask." Yi Suoyan's mood was sometimes low and sometimes high. Not long after being downcast, he was now hugging Deng Bangzu's shoulders, saying, "Luckily, Elder Deng sincerely helped me. And even lent me the crystal memory stone, otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain myself today." Deng Bangzu held his wine cup and said, "Don't take it to heart. When you become stronger, you won't have to suffer such treatment anymore." Suddenly, he became a bit serious, but his drunken face and eyes showed no seriousness at all. A sword cultivator's physique is extremely rare. It's even harder to awaken a sword cultivator's physique when close to death. You might really reach the peak of the sword path, standing at the top of sword cultivators. Yi Suoyan was dead drunk and said, "If I can stand at the peak of sword cultivation, then Elder Deng must have already achieved sword Dao transformation." Then both of them burst out laughing. Deng Bangzu put his arm around him and said, "So, you little one knows how to flatter so well. Sword Dao transformation, ha ha ha. Indeed, only wine could make one forget the troubles of the day." Both of them laughed and talked happily to the point of not knowing what the time or weather was. One of them said, "Peak of Sword Dao." And the other replied, "I'm telling you the truth." They kept asking each other back and forth, so loud that even a squirrel nearby had to cover its ears, not knowing what else to do. At this time, Deng Bangzu turned to him and whispered, "Right, I'll be leaving here for a while." Yi Suoyan immediately asked, "Leaving? Where are you going?" Deng Bangzu replied, "It's a matter that an old friend asked for. Now is the ripe time, so I have to make a trip." Upon hearing this, Yi Suoyan looked up at his life panel. Outcome: to the northern wilderness, attacked by the evil path, accidentally entered a cave dwelling, but took the wrong path at the fork, was severely wounded to death. Recent turnaround: leaving the sect, going to the northern wilderness. Yi Suoyan's eyes widened in shock. He thought to himself, unexpectedly, "Old Deng has gained a black fate." He immediately said, "Old Deng, if you want to go far, then I will cast a divination for you." Hearing Yi Suoyan say this, Deng Bangzu didn't believe him. What are you doing pretending to be a divine ghost? His eyes suddenly became stern. He pretended to press his fingertips and said, Old Deng, this trip to the north, you must be careful. My ancestors were fortune tellers. I just cast a divination for you. If you encounter a cave dwelling, choosing the right side will definitely lead to disaster. Remember that. Hearing Yi Suoyan's words, he immediately got up and slapped him hard on the head, scolding, I spit, you damned little rascal, don't you curse me. Then he happily raised his hand to the sky and said, What can heaven do to me? Yi Suoyan sat on the ground, rubbing his head and thought to himself, I hope Elder Deng can turn danger into safety this time. Scene changed to Yansha Pavilion. Ji Yuxianda said, Weren't you told to go there? Xiao Pingqian clasped his hands and said, Shizuan, the opportunity there has been taken by someone else. Ji Yuxianda exclaimed, What? His face darkened, and one could see a hint of anger in his eyes and tone. No outsiders are allowed behind the mountain, and there are guards there. Even if someone broke in. The trials there aren't something a normal person could endure. Xiao Pingqian gritted his teeth and speculated, Shizuan, I guess this time is definitely related to Yi Suoyan. Every time I see him, I feel uncomfortable all over. Moreover, his cultivation speed is too fast. Normal methods certainly can't achieve this. Ji Yuxianda pondered upon hearing this. Yi Suoyan. Last night, Liao Zhonglao told me that Duan Heng died at Yi Suoyan's hands, and with a fatal move. Xiao Pingqian was a bit surprised upon hearing this, a fatal move. Duan Heng is at the Imperial Sky Realm, killing across realms, he actually. Seeing Xiao Pingqian's hand clench, he understood the problem and stood up, saying, I know what you're worried about. No matter how fast his progress is, he's still at the Origin Sea Realm. It's impossible to cross realms and kill you. He walked over and patted Xiao Pingqian's shoulder, just cultivate in peace. I'll deal with this. Xiao Pingqian replied, Yes, Shizuan. Suddenly, Xiao Pingqian realized something was off and said, Shizuan, I have one more thing to say. At that time, when Zhao Yulong and his brother controlled the seven-colored mad serpent to attack Yi Suoyan, as far as I know, only the Imperial Beast sect knows how to control the seven-colored mad serpent. Ji Yuxianda's face became serious and said, Could this be? Those people from the Imperial Beast sect dare to act impudently in my Liu Yan sect. I have my own way of dealing with it. The next day at Yansha Pavilion, Sect Master Ji Yuxianda said with a stern face, Yi Suoyan, are you still resentful of this sect master? He thought to himself, Old fox, acting so righteous. He's called me here so early, what kind of show is he putting on? Yi Suoyan scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. This disciple wouldn't dare. If the sect master wants to apologize, then there's no need. This disciple has many things to do, and must return to his gatekeeping duties. Apologize? Ji Yuxianda was very annoyed at these words, but couldn't do anything. He smiled and said, This sect master won't beat around the bush with you. This time, the Imperial Beast sect has come here. One is for the Spirit World Assembly, and the other is for a spirit pet that was lost not long ago. After 3 days of investigation, they discovered that the spirit beast had run into Mount Wei Yang, which is under the jurisdiction of the Liu Yan sect. You have been to Mount Wei Yang, so we've decided to send you to assist the Imperial Beast sect in finding their spirit beast. Yi Suoyan wasn't a fool. How could he not realize there was another motive? He thought to himself, it's definitely not that simple. He shook his head and politely refused, saying, Hazi, reporting to the sect master, this matter concerns the relationship between the Liu Yan sect and the Imperial Beast sect. I should agree. But unfortunately, after the battle at the Chen family fortress, I suffered a head injury, and the terrain of Mount Wei Yang has become a bit hazy in my memory. Ji Yuxianda trembled with anger upon hearing this. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was strong, otherwise, he would have been angered to death by this disciple of his. Yi Suoyan. Yi Suoyan continued, still oblivious, but this disciple once saw some prescriptions in some secret alchemy books that could make your memory clear. It's just that those medicinal herbs are very precious. And I don't know if the sect master is willing to part with them. Without waiting for Yi Suoyan to finish listing his conditions, Jiyu Xianda cut him off, and said generously, just write down what you need. Half an hour later, Yi Suoyan smiled cheekily, carrying a long piece of paper, 3 meters in length, folded in half, and presented it to Jiyu Xianda, saying, Sect Master, I've finished writing. Jiyu Xianda cursed inwardly when he saw the list. Very well, this is trying to get me to stock up, isn't it? Looking through the list, Jiyu Xianda's face turned ashen. Yi Suoyan, with an innocent expression, asked, Sect Master, are you having difficulties? Jiyu Xianda, with 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts speechless, said, this sect master will have someone send it to you immediately. Upon hearing this, Yi Suoyan bowed and said, Thank you, sect master. Jiyu Xianda and Liao Xiangping watched Yi Suoyan's departing figure, their faces as black as the bottom of a pot. Liao Xiangping, seeing Yi Suoyan's attitude, angrily said, Sect master, this guy is clearly blackmailing us. Things like heavenly wall wood and thistle orchid, the sect doesn't even have many of those, yet he dares to ask for 10 or 20 at once. Jiyu Xianda coldly said, let him be complacent for now. Once he dies, I'll take it all back. At Shen time that day, Bai Zucheng led a group of outer disciples, carrying the items that Yi Suoyan had requested, to his residence. Bai Zucheng said, Yi Shidi. This is the list of resources. Please check them carefully. Yi Suoyan looked at it and sighed. The sect master made preparations quickly indeed. While Yi Suoyan was checking, 2 outer disciples carrying the goods looked at Yi Suoyan with dissatisfaction. TCH, what's so reliable about a gatekeeper? Yet the sect master sent us outer disciples to deliver his things. Another said, you're new here, so you don't know. This kid used to be an inner disciple, but was punished here for committing an offense. The sect master probably intends to restore his inner disciple status. Finally finished delivering, let's go back and have a few drinks. Let's go. Watching the outer disciples leave, Yi Suoyan thought, restore my inner disciple status. What crap is that? Jiyu Xianda wouldn't hesitate to do anything to send me to Mount Weiyang. He wants me to die on this trip. No matter what, I can't stay in the Liuyan sect any longer. While he was thinking, Bai Zucheng, who came from who knows where, said, Yi Shidi, you performed excellently in the inner sect competition. Not being able to truly spar with you has always been my regret. Yi Suoyan thought his ears were playing tricks, so he asked again, what, you're going to? Bai Zucheng continued, this time, the sect master sent me to go down the mountain with you to train and learn more from you. That's right. And after I finish delivering your resources, I'm supposed to lead you to depart immediately. Hearing this, Yi Suoyan was petrified. He cursed inwardly. Jiyu Xianda is truly ruthless. He even sent someone to watch over us. This unlucky bugger better not bring bad luck to me. Only the naive Bai Zucheng didn't know what was happening. He urged, Yi Shidi, have you finished checking the items? Then let's set off immediately. Yi Suoyan smiled bitterly and said, this is a hardship mission. With your physique, you have to protect yourself well. Yi Suoyan told himself, oh well, everyone's unlucky. Maybe 2 unlucky people will be like yin and yang and become positive. Scene change to Mount Weiyang. At this time, Yi Suoyan and the people from the Imperial Beast sect were following the Spirit Beast's trail. Li Hong, following the direction where the stone emitted an aura, said, it's right ahead. Follow closely. A moment later, the 4 of them stopped at a large lake called Lake Weiyang. Li Hong looked at the tranquil surface of the lake and said, "The signal from the stone has disappeared here. Could the spirit pet be in the lake?" Upon hearing this, Yi Suoyan sighed. Jiyu Xianda tricked me into coming to Mount Wei Yang. Even the reason is too lazy to be made up. The Imperial Beast sect clearly brought a guide up the mountain. Why do they need me to show the way? Li Hong took out 4 stones from his robe and said, "These are water-repelling pearls. They can protect you and allow you to breathe underwater. 1 for each of you. Li Haozi, Bai Zhu Cheng, you 2 go into the water and bring the spirit beast back here. Yi Suoyan, wait on the shore with me and provide assistance at any time." Understood. Yi Suoyan, holding the water-repelling pearl, thought to himself, "I thought Jiyu Xianda was going to use the Imperial Beast sect to borrow a knife to kill. But the whole journey, the Imperial Beast sect was just focused on finding the spirit beast, and didn't intend to attack me at all. Could it be that I guessed wrong?" In the blink of an eye, Li Haozi and Bai Zhu Cheng had jumped into the lake. Now there were only Li Hong and Yi Suoyan on the shore. He spoke first, "Elder Li. Did our sect master have any special instructions for this mission?" Li Hong was shocked upon hearing this and asked, "How did you know?" Yi Suoyan, seeing him ask back, was startled and said, "Did the sect master tell you to kill me?" Elder Li Hong laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha, what nonsense are you spouting? I know you joined the Liu Yan Old Ancestors sect. Before setting out, Jiyu Xianda emphasized several times that I had to protect you well. How could I kill you? Your sect master even said that as long as I protect you well, he would share some of the resources from the Spirit World Assembly with us. Your strength isn't weak either. Jiyu Xianda was worried about you getting hurt. It can be seen that he cherishes you very much." Yi Suoyan almost wanted to vomit on the spot upon hearing this. He thought to himself, "Cherishes me? No way. Never mind, looking at their information panel, I'll know what's going on." Yi Suoyan opened Li Hong's life panel, and discovered that the outcome had changed. Outcome: the Liu Yan sect, under the guise of the Imperial Beast sect, killed a disciple of the Liu Yan sect, forcibly demanded the Imperial Beast sect to pay a huge amount of spirit stones to the Liu Yan sect. Because of resisting the unfair demands of the Liu Yan sect, was killed. Recent turnaround, ambushed at Mount Wei Yang. At this moment, Bai Zhu Cheng and Li Haozi emerged from the water in a panic and said, "Elder, it's bad, the spirit beast is dead." Upon hearing this, Li Hong was a little doubtful. "What? How could it be dead? That's a crimson flame lion of the Imperial Sky Peak. Even underwater, it would still have the strength of the Imperial Sky Middle Stage." Bai Zhu Cheng and Li Haozi jumped onto the shore and said, "It seems like it was torn to death. I suspect there are higher-level fierce beasts at the bottom of the lake." Yi Suoyan looked at the life panels of the 2. The recent turnarounds are all ambushed at Mount Wei Yang, and disaster after returning. Seeing the imminent danger, he sighed. "So, this is Jiyu Xianda's plan." Tonight, the moon was bright, and the wind was gentle, the scenery was poetic. Yi Suoyan was meditating by the lakeside. At this time, he became vigilant. "You came quickly." 2 people dressed in black, covering their faces, appeared behind Yi Suoyan. They looked at him and asked, "Why are you alone?" Another one said, "Isn't that great?" Yi Suoyan slowly stood up. It seemed like he had anticipated this, so he calmly said, "I knew you wouldn't let me off." Yi Suoyan looked at the 2 people in black, his face full of mockery. "Let me guess, you're Liao Zhonglao, aren't you?" Seeing that Yi Suoyan had discovered his identity, the 2 of them walked out in front of Yi Suoyan without hesitation, and revealed their cards. Xiao Pingqian pretended to be cool and said, "HMPH, it seems you already know you're going to die today." Yi Suoyan looked at the 2 and was speechless. He cursed inwardly, Hey, big brother, you're posing like that. Are you afraid others won't know you are Xiao Pingqian?" He stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and said with a smile, Xiao Shixiang, you want to kill me so much, isn't it because you're jealous that I have good karma, and am progressing quickly? Or are you worried that I will replace your position as a sword disciple in the future? Seeing that Yi Suoyan was mocking him, Xiao Pingqian angrily pointed his sword at Yi Suoyan and shouted, based on you, I can take your life with a casual move. After saying that, Xiao Pingqian immediately rushed over and swung his sword. Fortunately, Yi Suoyan's reflexes were quick, and he quickly dodged, otherwise, he would have been dead. Xiao Pingqian was about to approach him again, but he saw a green liquid being shot at him from an unknown direction. He recognized that it was poison. Luckily, Xiao Pingqian sensed it in time and dodged the poison. He angrily shouted, come out. Who's attacking from the shadows? At this time, Elder Li Hong and Li Haoze appeared behind them with a huge toad called Miao Jinchan Chu. Li Hong said, I didn't expect that this kid was right. You guys were indeed planning this from the start, to ambush us under the cover of darkness. Is this how the righteous Liu Yan sect behaves? Rewind a few hours earlier, after reading everyone's life panel, Yi Suoyan said, Elder Li, we've been tricked. The sect master of the Liu Yan sect plans to kill me and then frame the imperial beast. Sect? Hearing this, Li Haoze and Bai Zucheng, without prior agreement, said in unison, what are you saying, Yi Shidi? What's going on? Yi Suoyan continued, Elder Li, whether you believe me or not, you'll understand tonight. If no one comes, then you can do whatever you want with me. Li Hong, upon hearing this, was half believing, half doubting, but still decided to gamble with him. He stroked his beard and said, if you're that sure, then I'll listen to your arrangements for now. Back to the present, while Li Hong was facing Xiao Pingqian and Liao Zhonglao, Yi Suoyan thought to himself, this time, if Bai Zucheng is captured back to the Liu Yan sect, he'll be locked up for life. I can only tell him to leave Mount Wei Yang first. I hope this unlucky fellow can overcome this tribulation. Liao Xiangping, seeing that his plan had been exposed, no longer bothered to hide it and took off his mask, saying, Li Hong, this was originally an internal matter of our sect. Our target is only Yi Suoyan. Helping him will not benefit you at all. Upon hearing this, Li Hong was still adamant, although saving him won't benefit me, if he dies, the Imperial Beast sect will only be open to your slander. At that time, we really won't be able to clear our name. Saying this, he looked at Haoze and Yi Suoyan and said, you two, go into the water. I'll hold them back. Both of them replied, yes, Elder Li, be careful. Waiting for the two of them to leave, Li Hong then cast a spell, by Yu Shenju, and a winged horse appeared. Wasting your efforts, you brought this upon yourself. After speaking, Liao Changping cast a spell. Kun Shou Shu, bind. Spiritual energy and red silk threads appeared out of nowhere, binding the horse's limbs together. The horse lost its balance and fell to the ground. How can this be? With the support of my spiritual power, I could fight against a WANFA realm cultivator. How could this suddenly happen? Li Hong suffered a backlash, as if he had lost all his spiritual power, and knelt on the ground. Liao Changping said smugly, this is the superior Ruan Jiu San, which only takes effect when a large amount of spiritual power is mobilized. We originally planned to make a move on your way back to the Yusho sect. TSK, if you had compromised earlier during the negotiations a few days ago, and given us the spiritual vein where the two sects meet, we wouldn't have had to resort to this desperate measure. Li Hong seemed to understand something and said, was it the meal before we went down the mountain? Ha ha, I never thought that Liu Yan sect would do such a despicable thing. Elder Li Hong was helpless, but could not do anything. Damn it, at this time, Yi Suoyan and Li Haoze were still being chased by Xiao Pingqian. Raise your hands and surrender, you can't escape. He rushed towards Yi Suoyan with his sword, saying, Yi Suoyan, hand over your dog life. Xiao Pingqian unleashed a Ling Feng Zan strike, and Yi Suoyan used Chong Shugui Fa to dodge it. Li Haozhe was terrified and asked, "Does this guy have a grudge against you for killing his father? All his attacks are aimed at you." Yi Suoyan was being chased so badly that his pants were almost falling off, but he still didn't understand what he had done wrong. He ran and shouted loudly enough for Xiao Pingqian to hear, "That's right, I also want to know. Senior brother Xiao, what kind of grudge do we have?" Xiao Pingqian didn't bother to explain. He angrily swung his sword at Yi Suoyan, saying, "Stop talking nonsense, you rat who only knows how to run away. You're definitely going to die in the next move." Although he said that, Xiao Pingqian was a little puzzled in his heart. This kid's body technique can keep up with my sword speed. This is unforgivable. Just as Xiao Pingqian's sword was about to strike, and it seemed that Yi Suoyan could not dodge, a layer of golden light appeared, enveloping Yi Suoyan and Li Haozhe, making everyone present surprised. At this time, Li Hong, behind them, cast a spell to create this layer of golden light. A terrifying source of spiritual energy emanated from his body, causing both Xiao Pingqian and Liao Changping to retreat. He shouted loudly, "You want to kill someone, you must first pass my Li's test." Liao Changping said, "Old man, are you crazy? You would use a secret technique for someone who is not related to you. Aren't you afraid of your divine soul being annihilated?" Li Hong shouted loudly, "I'm not doing it for him, I'm doing it for the Yusho sect." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Hong used the Ling Yuzhong Mingjiao skill, and a large crane emerged from his body. Liao Changping was surprised to see the large crane rushing towards him. Ling Yuzhong Mingjiao, the Yusho sect's sect-protecting divine beast. "You actually summoned it." Liao Changping quickly shouted, "Xiao Pingqian, go back and form a formation to fight the enemy. This beast is very powerful, and has never been tamed. It is not affected by Li Hong." Yi Suoyan turned back to look at Li Hong as he ran and said loudly, "Elder Li, I will remember your kindness." Li Hong still tried to hold on and said to him, "Go quickly." Yi Suoyan and Li Haozhe jumped into the lake, leaving Xiao Pingqian standing there, watching them run away. He could only grit his teeth and say 3 words, "Yi Suoyan." Fortunately, the two of them had the Baishui Yao Zhu, so they could breathe easily underwater. Although the two of them were already underwater, the light from the battle still shone down. Li Haozhe said, "They are fighting, let's swim down." Yi Suoyan thought, a battle between WANFA realm cultivators can actually affect the surroundings. From the moment I jumped into the cold water, it's now become hot. But the shockwaves made the water currents unstable. Yi Suoyan staggered and said, "Oh, I'm about to reach the bottom of the lake, but I'm still affected by the attacks." He thought, is this the power of a peak WANFA realm cultivator? Li Haozhe said, "This time, Elder Li is probably in more danger than good. Even if he manages to win against Liao Changping, Xiao Pingqian is also very difficult to deal with. Even if we hide at the bottom of the lake, they will come down here after they finish fighting. When that time comes, we will also be dead." Yi Suoyan pointed to the direction of the red light source and said, "It's too early to give up now, look over there, there's light. Our chance of survival may be there." As expected, the two swam to the red light and entered a cave heaven. Yi Suoyan was a little surprised. He didn't expect this place to be an independent space separated from the water. Suddenly, the Yuan Tai in Yi Suoyan's body had a violent fluctuation. He thought, the Yuan Tai has started to fluctuate, is there something dangerous here? He looked at Li Haozhe, who had been a bit strange since they came down, and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Li Haozhe put his finger to his mouth to signal silence and pointed forward, "Shush, look over there." Inside the cave, there was still a Jiaolong sleeping soundly. Yi Suoyan thought, this dragon is actually a Tongyu realm spirit beast. At this time, the noise of the battle above was too loud, causing the cave underwater to shake. Yi Suoyan and Li Haozhe were shocked to see this. We are doomed. At the same time, this noise also awakened the sleeping Jialong. The evil dragon has been awakened. After the Jialong woke up, it used its spiritual power to create huge waves and hit the two youths. Yi Suoyan turned to Li Haozhe and said, "It's awake, run." The Jialong quickly discovered the two of them, and kept sending water attacks towards them. When he saw it, he immediately reminded him, "Be careful of its attacks." After speaking, Yi Suoyan used Chong Shugui Fa, so he could easily dodge, but Li Haozhe was not so lucky. He was hit and slammed into the wall, spitting out blood. Yi Suoyan thought, luckily this Jialong was injured, otherwise, Li Haozhe would have been turned into mincemeat. Perhaps the Jialong thought Yi Suoyan was criticizing it for being weak, so it opened its large mouth to gather strength to attack Yi Suoyan. Seeing this, Yi Suoyan shouted, "We are doomed, it's attacking again. Li Haozhe, let's retreat to the cave entrance." As if by some miracle, the Jialong seemed to understand Yi Suoyan's words. It sucked back the water and gathered it to one side. Seeing that they were both being chased to the point of almost losing it, Li Haozhe said, "The cave entrance is blocked by its water. We can't get out. There is spiritual power in the water the Jialong released. If we get hit, it will consume a large amount of our spiritual power. We probably won't even reach the cave entrance before we are exhausted and die." Li Haozhe was still struggling to hold on. As long as he was still breathing, he would do something. He immediately cast a spell, Miao Jin Chan Shu. The large toad appeared. Li Haozhe ordered, "Poison it to death for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the toad began to spray a large amount of poison from its body towards the Jialong. Yi Suoyan seemed to remember something. He thought, the Miao Jin Chen Shu is ranked 167th in the Shanhai Yiji and is extremely toxic. Anything below the Yukong realm that touches it will die instantly. But seeing that things were not as simple as they seemed, Yi Suoyan immediately said, "Li Haozhe, this Miao Jin Chen Shu doesn't seem to be a match for the Jialong." At this time, the Jialong wrapped itself tightly around the toad and frantically bit it, not afraid of the poison. Yi Suoyan was amazed. This Jialong is not affected by the poison at all. What is the origin of this thing? There is no record of it in the Shanhai Yiji. Taking this opportunity, Li Haozhe immediately fled. He looked at Yi Suoyan and sneered, "Yi Suoyan, they want to kill you, so you obediently wait here to be poisoned to death, or bitten to death by the Jialong. If you die, I can live." Hearing this, Yi Suoyan was furious but could not do anything. He snorted coldly, "This guy doesn't even want to let me go." Li Haozhe quickly ran away, leaving his summoned beast and Yi Suoyan to die here. The cave entrance collapsed, and the poison of the Miao Jin Chan Shu covered the entire cave. Yi Suoyan saw the rocks breaking apart and said, "We are doomed." He destroyed the cave entrance, and the poison is spreading here. Just as he didn't know what to do, the jade pendant that Yi Suoyan had obtained in the medicine garden earlier suddenly emitted a light. This is. Then it created a bubble that enveloped him, preventing the poison from getting close. Yi Suoyan happily said, "Great, so this thing can prevent poison. Heaven is helping me." While the Jialong and the toad were fighting each other, Yi Suoyan secretly slipped away. He began to calculate, there might be treasures in the cave with a fierce beast. Let them fight first. The Jialong's strength is too strong now. The Yu Shouju is probably only going to anger it. But after swimming for a while, he bumped into a golden shield. Why is there a barrier? He tried knocking on the shield a few times and suddenly discovered, this barrier is too thick. It seems that a key is needed to open it. At this time, the Jialong had already torn open the belly of the Miao Jin Chan Shu. It also discovered Yi Suoyan, so it changed its direction and attacked him, while he was still thinking about how to open the barrier. This place can't stay long, retreat first. But when he turned back, the Jialong was about to bite him. Damn it, the Miao Jin Chan Shu is dead. Yi Suoyan was now at his wit's end. There was no other way. Yi Suoyan had to draw out the Han Yuan sword and use the Qing Yuan sword technique to slash at the Jialong. He continuously slashed at the Jialong's body, but each slash was like being deflected back. It didn't cause any damage at all. Yi Suoyan was startled. It can't be hurt at all. He was now like a fish on a chopping block, caught by one of its claws and pressed against the barrier. As it got closer and closer to his face, Yi Suoyan was terrified, but still tried to pretend that he was okay. But deep down, tears were flowing backwards, saying, "Big Turtle, you're about to crush your grandfather." His words seemed to irritate it, causing it to squeeze harder. Yi Suoyan's eyes turned white and blood flowed from his mouth. He thought, we are doomed, we are really doomed. Yi Suoyan tried his best to resist with all his strength from the moment he was born. But it was all like an ant trying to shake a tree. While he was losing consciousness, he seemed to hear a strange sound. What is that sound? Soon after, Yi Suoyan lost consciousness and fell into darkness. In his most desperate moment, a miracle happened once again. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the Jialong's arm was held by something and could not move. He said, "That familiar energy, it can actually push the Jialong away." A familiar golden energy enveloped Yi Suoyan's body again, and also knocked away the Jialong's claws. Yi Suoyan fell to the ground, almost going to meet his ancestors. He coughed, cough cough cough. The Yuan Tai also came out of Yi Suoyan's body. He looked at the Yuan Tai, a little surprised. "So it's the Yuan Tai, this guy has finally come out." The cracks in the Yuan Tai grew larger and larger, then it exploded. It emitted a golden light, and then shot towards the Jialong. The Jialong's body was so large that it could not dodge the high-speed attacks of the Yuan Tai, causing its body to crack open. Yi Suoyan had to admire it, it's so strong as soon as it came out. At this time, the Jialong was being toyed with by the Yuan Tai, spinning around until it was dizzy. Yi Suoyan witnessed everything and went from one surprise to another. The Jialong that was so powerful just now is now being toyed with. What exactly is this mysterious Yuan Tai? The Yuan Tai released two streams of energy that attacked the Jialong's eyes. Yi Suoyan was even more surprised. It actually knows to attack the Jialong's weak point. Could it be that something in the Yuan Tai has gained intelligence? Suddenly, a huge energy was released to finish off the opponent. It's planning to give the Jialong the final blow. The Jialong's entire body was split in half. Yi Suoyan was dumbfounded. This guy broke the Jialong's tough armor so easily. At this time, the Jialong's core fell out. Seeing this, Yi Suoyan happily said, "The Jialong's core is a good thing. No matter what, it will increase my cultivation by 1 realm. Well then, I won't be polite anymore." After speaking, he rushed towards the Jialong's core. But just as he was about to touch it, a streak of light flashed in front of Yi Suoyan, leaving him stunned. At this time, a white-haired monkey landed on Yi Suoyan's shoulder. It was holding the Jialong's core in its hand, eating it with relish. Seeing this, he was surprised. "So it's a little monkey." Yi Suoyan quickly got used to the little monkey. He gently stroked the little monkey and said, "Forget it, seeing that you're so strong, you can just eat the core." He turned to look at the Jialong's corpse and saw that the spiritual power it emitted was still very strong, and an idea immediately came to his mind. Although it's dead, the things on it are still very valuable. While Yi Suoyan was collecting the Jialong's corpse at the bottom of the lake, at this moment above Lake Weiyang, there was a scene of smoke and fire caused by the previous battle. Xiao Pingqian and Liao Changping had joined forces and finished off Li Hong and Li Haoxia. Xiao Pingqian slowly walked over to observe elder Li Hong's body and said, "He's dead." Liao Changping, thinking about how Li Hong had sacrificed his life to protect Yi Suoyan, said angrily, "This old man is really crazy, he would go to such lengths for someone he doesn't even know. While it's still not dawn, let's leave this place." Xiao Pingqian looked towards the lake with an unwilling expression, and said, Elder Liao, are we going to leave Yi Suoyan like this? Liao Changping glanced at Li Haozhe, who was lying on the ground half dead, and said, this kid shouted as soon as he got ashore that Yi Suoyan was dead, begging for mercy. And at this time, I felt a very large fluctuation in the lake, he's probably dead. Plus, the noise from the fight with Li Hong was too loud, it will definitely attract attention. What happened today must not be known to others. Looking at Li Haozhe, who was covered in injuries on the ground, although he was pitiful, he couldn't bear to pity him. He continued, I'll go back and ask the sect master's opinion. And I'll bring him back first. You lead the people to guard around Mount Wei Yang. I'll go back and ask the sect master's opinion. Xiao Pingqian turned to look at Elder Li's corpse and asked, how should we deal with this old man? Liao Changping said coldly, leave him be, let the wild beasts take care of him. After Xiao Pingqian's group left, Yi Suoyan also came ashore. At this time, only Li Hong was left lying on the ground, barely alive, at the edge of the lake. Yi Suoyan immediately called out, Elder Li. He hurried over to help Elder Li Hong up, carefully observed him, and said, there is still a little yuan qi fluctuating, it can still be saved. Yi Suoyan reached out to transmit yuan qi to Elder Li, but suddenly he was stopped by Elder Li, don't, it's a waste of energy. My fate is sealed. Yi Suoyan said anxiously, Elder Li, I'll take you back to the Yusho sect. The Yusho sect will definitely have a way to treat you. Hearing this, Elder Li Hong waved his hand to stop him. I have to rely on the Kai Yu Chong Qingjia to barely hide my breath. Liao Changping's cultivation has increased greatly. I'm afraid it will take a few decades before I can recover. Elder Li Hong's body trembled. He covered his mouth and continued, cough cough, I resolved this situation, and had to die like this, it's already very good. They've already mobilized guards around. Here, I definitely can't get out. Suddenly, the little monkey jumped onto his shoulder, making him quite surprised, this is. Elder Li Hong looked up at the sky and laughed heartily, ha ha, great, heaven hasn't forsaken my Yusho sect. Elder Li asked seriously, Yi Suoyan, let me ask you, since the Liu Yun sect treated you like this, do you still want to stay in the Liu Yun sect? Yi Suoyan sat down and said with a firm tone, I don't have any feelings for the Liu Yun sect anymore. Now, there is only hatred. Seeing that Yi Suoyan no longer had any attachment to the Liu Yun sect, he felt relieved and entrusted his belongings and all matters to him. Good, this jade hook is the treasure of the Yusho sect. The Yuling pouch is my personal item, it has been unsealed. The sect master will understand when he sees it. From today onwards, you are, cough cough, my direct disciple. Faced with this situation, Yi Suoyan was a little surprised. He stared at the item in his hand for a long time without saying a word. After thinking it over carefully, he said seriously, Senior, you did this to protect me. This junior will definitely not fail your expectations. Scene change, night falls and the moon rises high. Yi Suoyan still had not found a way out of Mount Wei Yang. Now, he was alone with the little monkey, lighting a fire to grill some fish. As he ate, he thought, I remember that there was no information about the origin of the little monkey in the Shanhai Yiji. Although Elder Li didn't know the little monkey's identity, he could feel that the little monkey's energy fluctuation was unusual. I can only explore and raise it at the same time. The little monkey was sitting on Yi Suoyan's shoulder, watching him eat the grilled fish, and its mouth was watering. He was in the mood when he heard a gurgling sound from the white monkey's stomach, which caught Yi Suoyan's attention. Seeing its sad expression, he suddenly remembered. I almost forgot, you haven't eaten anything all day either. Yi Suoyan opened his system panel. Inside, there were many valuable items and various medicinal herbs. As he was choosing food for the little monkey, he said, The Shanhai Yiji records how to raise exotic beasts. These rare spiritual herbs that I got from Jiu Xianda are a bargain for you. Yi Suoyan took out a spiritual herb and gave it to the white monkey. Eat it, Little Bai, you'll become stronger after eating it. Yi Suoyan named the white monkey Little Bai, or, seeing that this name sounded so bad, it showed disgust and threw the spiritual herb away. HMPH. He was surprised by Little Bai's actions. Ha, you don't like to eat it. At this time, he suddenly realized something and tried to put the grilled fish in front of it. Could it be that you want to eat this? Little Bai's eyes lit up when it saw the grilled fish in his hand, which surprised Yi Suoyan. He didn't expect you to be such a glutton. Little Bai took the fish, opened its mouth wide, ready to take the first bite. Then a sword flew out of nowhere. Seeing the danger, Yi Suoyan threw Little Bai to the side, causing the fish in Little Bai's hand to fall. After realizing there was an intruder, Yi Suoyan hugged Little Bai tightly and shouted, "Who is it? Come out now. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Xiao Pingqian's figure slowly landed, his face full of killing intent. Anyway, he had never liked Yi Suoyan, so he said in a deep voice, "Junior brother Yi, your life is really tough. The Jialing under the lake couldn't kill you, but unfortunately, you still fell into my hands." Seeing that the person who came was Xiao Pingqian, Yi Suoyan tightened his grip on Little Bai. He angrily shouted, "Xiao Pingqian, why won't you let me go?" Xiao Pingqian didn't say anything, he just silently walked over and pulled out the sword that had just been launched, cutting Little Bai's grilled fish in half. Then he approached Yi Suoyan and said, "Every time I see you, I feel disgusted, hateful, as if I've lost something. Only when you die can I cultivate in peace." Xiao Pingqian pointed at Yi Suoyan and continued, "Moreover, this time you killed the elder of the Yusho sect. The master has ordered that you cannot be allowed to live peacefully." Yi Suoyan held Little Bai in his arms and thought, Little Bai has been trembling since Xiao Pingqian arrived, is it scared? Xiao Pingqian rushed towards Yi Suoyan with his sword, muttering, "Die, die." Before Yi Suoyan could react, Little Bai jumped out of his arms, its eyes bloodshot with murderous intent, and rushed towards Xiao Pingqian. Seeing this, he shouted anxiously, "Little Bai." Xiao Pingqian was still arrogant, saying, "A monkey dares to stop me." But before he could finish his arrogant words, he saw Little Bai rushing towards him and directly blocking Xiao Pingqian's sword with its bare hands, which surprised him. The power of Little Bai's palm was so strong that Xiao Pingqian didn't have time to react and was sent flying dozens of meters away. At the same time, his sword was shattered. Xiao Pingqian struggled to stand up. He looked at the sword in his hand, and a chill ran down his spine, making him terrified. He immediately retreated and exclaimed, "My Qian Hong Bao Jian." While the two sides were fiercely battling, Yi Suoyan, after seeing Little Bai's power, couldn't help but sigh, why is Little Bai suddenly going crazy like this? Could it be because of protecting its food? Thinking of this, he noticed that Little Bai was standing in front of the grilled fish that had been cut in half, and was shedding tears. Seizing Little Bai's weakness, while it was still confused, Yi Suoyan, knowing that he had the upper hand, cheered, "Little Bai, use all your strength to finish him off. I'll give you 10 grilled fish, no, 100 grilled fish, I'll feed you every day." Little Bai drooled at the thought of eating grilled fish every day. At this moment, the only thing on its mind were the fish that it would be eating in the future. Little Bai's eyes shot out 2 beams of golden spiritual energy. The attack towards Xiao Pingqian made the pressure even greater, as if he had messed with someone he shouldn't have. As the spiritual energy gradually dissipated, Xiao Pingqian's figure also gradually blurred, as if it was about to disappear into nothingness. That was just for fun, that was just what we thought, but the author didn't write it that way. After all, Xiao Pingqian is still one of the male leads in the original work. So how could he die so quickly? Back to the story. After being dazzled by the spiritual light of Little Bai, Xiao Pingqian couldn't stand up, and was knocked into a tree nearby. Xiao Pingqian's body was now covered in numerous wounds, both large and small. Blood kept flowing out. His whole body trembled, unable to believe his eyes. What kind of monster is this? Seeing how powerful Little Bai was, Yi Suoyun's eyes lit up, as if he had received a text from his crush. This is the sword child, Xiao Pingqian, that the Liu Yan sect is most proud of. He was actually so badly injured. Little Bai's strength is at least at the WANFA realm. Xiao Pingqian unwillingly clutched his chest and said, I didn't expect him to be stronger than me. Seeing that he was injured, Yi Suoyun observed Xiao Pingqian's life destiny. The recent turning point is that he killed Lan Yun at Mount Wei Yang, but failed. When he was seriously injured, Shengguan Wan saved him. Yi Suoyun thought, Shengguan Wan saved him. Xiao Pingqian must be dealt with before Shengguan Wan arrives, otherwise, there will definitely be big trouble later. Thinking of this, Yi Suoyun didn't hesitate any longer. He picked up the Hanyang sword and rushed towards Xiao Pingqian. Senior brother Xiao, see you next year on this day. Just as things were getting intense, a voice rang out from behind him, Yi Suoyun, stop. Along with that, a hand pulled him back. Then, another palm struck the back of Xiao Pingqian's head, Then Xiao Pingqian fainted. Yi Suoyun knew that the voice belonged to Shengguan Wan. Knowing that he couldn't continue what he was doing, he had to spare Xiao Pingqian's life. He sighed to himself, big sister, you came so fast. You could have at least waited for me to finish my lines. Yi Suoyun looked at Shengguan Wan with vigilance and asked, Elder Shengguan, are you planning to take me back? Seeing that Yi Suoyun had already discovered her, Shengguan Wan didn't bother to hide and revealed her true self, HMPH. I just happened to be passing by. She pretended not to know what was going on and said, you go. I'll pretend that nothing happened today. Hearing Shengguan Wan intentionally let him go, Yi Suoyun didn't know what to say other than to clasp his hands respectfully and say, we'll never meet again. Thank you, Elder Shengguan. Then Yi Suoyun left with Little Bai. Little Bai, let's go. Shengguan Wan watched Yi Suoyun's back and his resolute departure, and could only sigh, Ancestor, I'm afraid we were all wrong this time. Scene change, at the Yansha Pavilion, even from the outside, a voice could be heard shouting, what? A sound of breaking glass was followed by a roar. He actually managed to escape. After hearing the news that Yi Suoyun was still alive, Jiyu Xianda angrily scolded Xiao Pingqian. At this time, Xiao Pingqian no longer had his aloof and arrogant look, but was kneeling on the ground with a pale face, saying, Master, I was originally going to succeed, but who knew that there was a super strong monkey beside Yi Suoyun that could emit golden light from its eyes? I was momentarily careless, so I was. Before he could finish speaking, Jiyu Xianda struck Xiao Pingqian with a palm. You useless piece of trash. You can't even deal with a monkey. What other excuses do you have? Xiao Pingqian was immediately sent flying. Xiao Pingqian, who was already injured from the previous battle, was further injured by Jiyu Xianda's palm strike. However, he still tried to crawl to his master, kneeling down and begging, Master, I beg you, don't be disappointed in me. I will definitely redeem myself by killing that Yi Suoyun. Hearing this, Jiyu Xianda was furious. He flung Xiao Pingqian away. I spent so many resources on you to reach the Tongyu 9th realm. If you can't even do this. Xiao Pingqian was not only scolded but also kicked. However, he still tried to salvage the situation and promised, I will definitely not disappoint you again. Master. Jiyu Xianda turned around and said, Yi Suoyun, there are many people going to kill him now, so you don't need to worry. Go heal your wounds. Although he scolded him, he still favored Xiao Pingqian and said, when you recover, I have more important things for you to do. Xiao Pingqian responded, yes. Xiao Pingqian then endured the pain and went outside. His body was now covered in countless wounds. As he walked, he gritted his teeth and said, Yi Suoyun, you just wait. Just as he was angry, an outer disciple, who was running too fast, bumped into Xiao Pingqian. The disciple next to him was worried about the life of the unlucky disciple who had just bumped into him. Seeing the ugly expression on Xiao Pingqian's face, the young man immediately bowed and kept apologizing. "I'm sorry, senior brother." Ready to vent his anger, Xiao Pingqian immediately struck the unlucky young man with a palm. "Get lost." Back to Jiyu Xianda, Elder Liao reported from behind. "Sect Master, Bai Zhu Qing has been captured." Hearing this, Jiyu Xianda turned around, bit his teeth, and suppressed his anger as he spoke to Liao. "Changping, use all means to obtain evidence of him and Li Haozhe, then spread this information as quickly as possible." Time passed, and 7 days later, at the foot of the Yusho sect, cultivators were riding their pets and flying in the sky, enjoying the air. At the foot of the mountain, there were also many disciples of the Yusho sect taking care of their spirit beasts, or simply sitting and cultivating. At this time, Yisuoyan was covered in injuries, his clothes were tattered, and his hair was messy. He looked no different from a beggar disciple as he walked forward. The disciples of the Yusho sect were all discussing the matter of the Liuyuan sect. "Have you seen that wanted order? Yisuoyan, a disciple of the Liuyuan sect, looks extremely vicious. Elder Li was assassinated by him, and he also betrayed his sect and ran away." The young man next to him continued, "I've seen it. It said that there's a reward of 10,000 spirit stones. We must not encounter him." Yisuoyan, who happened to be nearby, heard these words and was quite pleased because he didn't expect that he would be worth so much. He thought, 10,000 spirit stones. They are really generous. Little Bai, who was sitting on Yisuoyan's shoulder, was still snoring. Little Bai has been showing signs of falling into a deep sleep these past few days. "When I find a place to stay, I'll let it rest properly." After so many sleepless nights, Yisuoyan finally arrived at the main gate of the Yusho sect. Suddenly, 2 disciples who were guarding in front saw him and thought he was a beggar. So they stepped forward to stop him. "You beggar, this is the Yusho sect's mountain gate. Those who are not involved are not allowed to enter." Seeing this, Yisuoyan introduced himself. "I am Yisuoyan. I have something to ask of the Yusho sect's sect master. Please inform them." Hearing his name, the 2 gatekeepers were shocked because they couldn't believe that he would come all the way here. "What?" the blonde one asked in disbelief. "You are Yisuoyan." The other one angrily shouted, "You killed the elder of the Yusho sect, and you dare to come to our mountain gate to provoke us. Guards, Yisuoyan is here." Immediately, Yisuoyan was surrounded by countless spirit beasts and disciples of the Yusho sect. Looking at Yisuoyan standing in the middle of the encirclement, he felt pressured, let alone explaining the whole story. He explained, "I didn't kill anyone from the Yusho sect. I came here today to fulfill the last wish of Elder Li before he died, and to give the Yusho sect an answer." "Nonsense." Suddenly, someone rushed towards Yisuoyan and struck him with a palm, causing a shockwave around them. Fortunately, Yisuoyan reacted in time, otherwise he would have gone to see the king of hell. From the hazy smoke, a figure suddenly appeared. The person said, "When senior brother Li Haozhe returned to the sect, he clearly explained the cause and effect. All of this was caused by you. What else do you have to say?" The person who spoke was Meng Keituo, an inner disciple of the Yusho sect. Hearing this, Yisuoyan thought, "Li Haozhe, it seems that he has already been bought by the Liuyuan sect." After speaking, Meng Keituo summoned his spirit beast and smugly said, "I just finished my mission and encountered you. It seems that I am lucky." At this time, Yisuoyan also read Meng Keituo's life destiny. His cultivation was at the Tongyu First Realm. He was a straightforward person who said whatever he thought. This personality was extremely bold, but it was also easy for others to misunderstand him. His fate was to fall into the deep sea in the Northern Sea and be torn to pieces. The recent turning point was that he acted recklessly and was confined by the sect master of the Yusho sect for 3 days. Then he summoned his spirit pet, the Mi Ying. It's your turn to show off. Then a tornado rushed forward to attack Yisuoyan. He jumped up to dodge the attack. He thought, this is the first time I'm fighting against someone in the Tongyu realm. The power of the place where the Mi Ying struck was so great that it created a huge explosion. These vortexes were powerful. Yisuoyan used Chong Shugui Fa to barely dodge. The disciples of the Yusho sect who were standing around and witnessed this scene were surprised and exclaimed, the Mi Ying has the power of the Yukong ninth realm. But he can't even touch him. This guy's body technique is really good. Meng Keituo took out a treasure. He decided to make Yisuoyan pay. If I can't do anything to you today, won't I become a laughingstock of the sect in the future? You little brat, let's see where you can hide. Then he used the Kun Lu Sai. Immediately, a powerful force from his magic weapon rushed towards Yisuoyan. Like chains, it bound Yisuoyan, who was a little surprised and didn't have time to react. What is this thing? Suddenly, a tornado rushed down on Yisuoyan. Seeing this, he cried out in panic, I'm doomed. Then a large explosion occurred. In addition, the shockwave from the explosion just now surprised everyone. Did it hit him? Everyone cheered happily, yes. We've avenged Elder Li. Meng Keituo, feeling that he had defeated Yisuoyan as easily as turning his hand, said smugly, this time. Even if he's not dead, he's crippled. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a voice came from afar, Meng Keituo, stop. At this time, the sect master of the Yusho sect, Xiang Zhengqing, came to Meng Keituo. The disciples all paid their respects. Greetings, sect master. At this time, Meng Keituo, seeing that the sect master had arrived, smugly said, Sect master, you've arrived. I just killed that kid Yisuoyan. Hearing these words, Xiang Zhengqing angrily pointed his finger and shouted, What? You little brat, you acted too recklessly. I still had something to ask him. Why did you kill him? Meng Keituo, who was being reprimanded by the sect master, quickly knelt down, repenting, Sect master, I was also angry because he killed Elder Li, so I couldn't help myself. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiang Zhengqing interrupted him, punish him with 3 days of confinement, and he's not allowed to go out. At this time, from the hazy smoke, Yisuoyan's figure gradually appeared. Cough cough, killing people and only being confined for 3 days, this punishment is too light. Meng Keituo was also surprised by this voice and turned to look. Yisuoyan stepped out of the smoke. Although his clothes were a bit tattered, his 18-pack abs were still exposed. At this time, Yisuoyan thought, fortunately. Little Bai shattered that tornado, but Little Bai has fallen asleep. Let's just let it rest in the system space. Those women who weren't finished being reborn, seeing this, shouted excitedly, wow, is this the beggar from just now? It's like he's a completely different person. This physique is really perfect. Senior brother Meng also manages his physique usually, but is still far from this guy. Meng Keituo, who was being overshadowed by Yisuoyan, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He snorted coldly, you actually aren't hurt at all. Seeing that Yisuoyan was still unharmed, Xiang Zhengqing immediately turned to Meng Keituo and said, all right, retreat. Meng Keituo turned and walked away, his heart full of resentment. Xiang Zhengqing approached him and questioned, Yisuoyan, with the charges against you, how do you explain yourself? His life destiny was revealed. Xiang Zhengqing had a cultivation base of the WANFA ninth realm. He valued loyalty above all else and had great ambitions in his heart, with extremely high aspirations. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, he was never able to realize his ideals, and could only keep striving. He valued loyalty, was a man of great integrity, and was a model of morality. His fate was that while he was alive, he tried hard to lead the Yusho sect to greater heights. But eventually, Because he touched the interests of powerful figures in the sect, they joined forces and assassinated him at Wujianping. His recent turning point was that he fell seriously ill recently because his beloved disciple had been poisoned to death. After reading Xiang Jingqing's life destiny, Yi Suoyan thought, "It seems that this sect master is someone to be trusted." He spoke, "If the sect master has asked me this, then I believe that you already have the answer in your heart. Although I consider myself to be somewhat talented, I am still only in the Yuan High realm, and not to the point that I could assassinate a Wanfa realm elder so easily." At this time, the disciples around them also started to whisper, "What he said makes sense, Elder Li was so powerful, how could this kid easily kill him?" But senior brother Li clearly said so. So how can this be explained? Xiang Zhengqing also spoke at this time, "This matter is indeed unusual. If that's the case, let's bring Yi Suoyan back to the sect first. I need to ask about the details." Then Xiang Zhengqing wrote his bull and returned to the sect. Scene change. A while later at the main hall of the Yusho sect, Xiang Zhengqing and the elders of the Yusho sect were all gathered. Yi Suoyan stood in front of the elders, looking like he was in court and about to be sentenced to life imprisonment. Xiang Zhengqing said, "Fellow disciples, this person is Yi Suoyan." An elder with a thick beard, who looked very fierce, said, "The Liu Yun sect has already issued a wanted order throughout the cultivation world. This matter can no longer be refuted. In my opinion, we should punish him on the spot and give Elder Li an answer." This person was Wu Yangbei, the third elder of the Yusho sect, with the cultivation of the Wanfa 7th realm. He was a man who sought revenge for every grievance. He was driven by profit, was untrustworthy and disloyal. His fate was that he would be expelled for selling important secrets of the Yusho sect. He would eventually die miserably while fleeing. His recent turning point was that he had correspondence with the Liu Yun sect, conspired to take down Lin Yun, and murdered Li Hong. Then, he would hand over the stolen geological map to the Liu Yun sect in 3 days. The fifth elder, Zhao Fa, then added, yes, that would be best. We wouldn't offend the Liu Yun sect either." This person's information appeared, Zhao Fa, with a cultivation base of the Wanfa 3rd realm, was a person who was timid as a mouse and had conservative ideas. He was very cowardly, but occasionally, he would try his best to risk it. He was very conservative in everything he did, and didn't want to get involved in trouble. His fate was that he would stop at the Wanfa realm for his entire life, being mediocre and unremarkable. His recent turning point was that he was threatened into stealing the secrets of the Yusho sect. Yi Suoyan pondered inwardly, the third elder, Wu Yangbei, has the ambition of a wolf and a tiger. The fifth elder, Zhao Fa, is as timid as a mouse. The fourth elder, Fang Yang, is a loyal follower of Wu Yangbei. The first elder, Ning Changkong, and the second elder, Duan Wuya, are dedicated to cultivation, and do not care about sect matters. The sixth elder, Cao Yuke, is also in the same faction as Wu Yangbei. No wonder they had been fighting for benefits with the Liu Yun sect for so many years. The Yusho sect had always been at a disadvantage. It turned out that the Yusho sect was a pit of vipers. They were all spies and traitors. The only loyal official was Li Hong, and he was killed. Sigh. Suddenly, Fang Yang shouted, "Why are you sighing? This is the main hall, how can you be so disrespectful?" Seeing the tense atmosphere, Xiang Zhengqing sighed and said, "All right, fellow disciples, stop talking. Yi Suoyan, if you said you were wronged, then tell us the cause and effect of this matter." Yi Suoyan explained, Elder Li was seriously injured to death by Liao Changping of the Liu Yun sect. Wu Yangbei immediately shouted, "Talking nonsense. The relationship between the Liu Yun sect and the Yusho sect has always been good. How could they do such a thing? I think you clearly want to sow discord between the two sects." Yi Suoyan continued, I don't know about the relationship between the Liu Yun sect and the Yusho sect, but I, Yi Suoyun, swear that everything I just said is not false. Fortunately, I met Elder Li Hong for the last time. Before he died, he gave me this pouch. Xiang Zhengqing said in surprise, "That's right. This is indeed the Yuling pouch that Elder Li lost." Wu Yangbei also said, how can this be? You must have stolen it. Xiang Zhengqing continued, Elder Li has always been very careful, and placed a restriction on the Yuling pouch. Without his permission, no one can open it. Yi Suoyun. If you want to prove yourself, then take an item out of it. Wu Yangbei thought smugly. Liao Changping saw Li Hong die with his own eyes. This kid is definitely talking nonsense. Feng Yang frowned and said, "You've been given a chance to prove yourself. What are you waiting for? Could it be that you're afraid?" Only to see Yi Xian say calmly, "Don't rush." Then Yi Xian said, "Open the Imperial Spirit pouch," and a jade pendant flew out of the pouch. Wu Yangbei and Feng Yang were a little surprised to see this, and he shouted, "You can actually open it." Only to see Yi Xian kneeling in front of Xiang Zhengqing at this time and said, "In addition to the Imperial Spirit pouch, I have another item, which Elder Li Hong told me to personally hand over to the sect master." Elder Li Hong agreed to accept me as his direct disciple, and from now on I will join the ranks of the beast-taming sect. Hearing these words, everyone was extremely shocked. Wu Yangbei said unwillingly, "No way, Li Hong's conditions for accepting disciples have always been very harsh. For so many years, he has not had a direct disciple. How can he easily accept an outsider now?" Zhao Fa expressed his concerns, "Sect master, this is really not okay. If this person stays here, he will be against the Liu Yun sect. When the time comes." Xiang Zhengqing confirmed, "This jade is the token of the Kai Yuzhongqing bird. It will not be easily given to others. It's fine that you guys usually fight with each other. And I can pretend not to see it." The others also shouted one after another, "Sect master, no way, sect master." Xiang Zhengqing shouted angrily, "Today, do you even want to stop the matter entrusted by junior brother Li before his death? Yi Xian, starting from today, you are a member of my beast-taming sect. As for what happened in Mount Weiyang, I will definitely investigate it thoroughly in the future." Yi Xian clasped his hands and obeyed, "Understood." In his heart, he thought, this Xiang sect is really powerful to be able to go back and forth. Wu Yangbei said, "If the sect master insists on letting him stay, then he must abide by the rules of our beast sect. Only by passing the assessment of the beast-taming sect can he become a true sect disciple." Xiang Zhengqing replied, "The assessment of the beast-taming sect focuses on beast taming. The higher the level of the spirit beast, the faster the taming, the stronger the ability. The Liu Yun sect has always focused on swordsmanship. I am afraid that." Then he clenched his fist. "You can't bear the identity of this direct disciple." Just when they were in a dilemma, and didn't know how to deal with it, suddenly the fire phoenix named Kai Yuzhongqing bird appeared among the elders, causing everyone to be in an uproar. What's going on?" Then it flew straight into the sky. Outside, the disciples also looked intently at the light shining down on the top of the mountain. "What is that? This cry seems to be the Kai Yuzhongqing bird. The sect guarding spirit beast. What happened?" The Kai Yuzhongqing bird flew around toward Yi Xian, and its energy flowed into his palm. He felt its energy. His face was a little surprised. This is the energy of the Zhongqing bird. This time, the elders were so scared that their souls flew away. The Kai Yuzhongqing bird has recognized its owner. Xiang Zhengqing said, "Although the Zhongming bird is the sect-guarding spirit beast of our sect, it has never recognized its owner after the death of the first sect master. This is the first major event in the past 500 years. Do you have anything else to say?" Ning Chang bowed his hands happily and said, "The Zhongming bird can see the future fortune. Perhaps this person can revitalize our sect's power. Congratulations, sect master. Xiang Zhengqing stroked his beard and said with a pensive expression, if that's the case, I announce that from now on, Yi Xian will join our beast-taming sect as a quasi-elder and temporarily handle Elder Li's work before his death. Wu Yangbei showed his disagreement upon hearing these words, a quasi-elder, just based on a small Yuan realm like him. Before he could finish speaking, Xiang Zhengqing interrupted, this is the rule set by the first sect master. Have you forgotten it all? All right, junior brother Li is dead. And there are many things that need to be done. Junior brothers, go back first. After the elders left, only he and Yi Xian were left. Xiang Zhengqing walked towards him and said, since you are the one recognized by the Zhongming bird, I won't beat around the bush with you. The situation you see today, people's hearts are not united, coupled with the fact that the Liuyan sect has been suppressing us for many years, the future situation of the beast-taming sect is not optimistic. Yi Xian replied, as far as I know, the reason why the power of the beast-taming sect has weakened in recent years is that it failed to beat the Liuyan sect in the major competitions of the cultivation world, causing the spirit veins to gradually fall into the hands of the Liuyan sect, thus making the Liuyan sect even more powerful. If the sect master agrees, then let me participate in the Grand Spirit Realm competition 3 months later. Hearing this, Xiang Zhengqing also reminded, although you are now protected by the Zhongming bird, your strength is too low. In our beast-taming sect, we can still protect you. Consider it helping junior brother Li with his last task. If you participate in the Grand Spirit Realm competition, the Liuyan sect will definitely try every means to kill you. This is like sending yourself to your death. Have you thought about it clearly? Yi Xian remained firm, sect master, don't worry, this is my decision after careful consideration. The Liuyan sect has treated me like that. Even if they don't cause trouble for me, I will definitely make them suffer to the extreme. Upon receiving the news that Yi Xian was promoted, Zhu Demu, Xiang Zhengqing's direct disciple, also cordially led him on a tour of the beast-taming sect. Little Martial Uncle Yi, our beast-taming sect doesn't have so many rules. You can go everywhere. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Okay, thank you. Other disciples looked at Yi Xian with disgust. He is the traitor of the Liuyan sect. Didn't you know? The one recognized by the Zhongming bird as its owner is him. Those whispers were heard clearly by Zhu Demu. It's him, no mistake. He might betray the beast-taming sect at any time. Zhu Demu turned around angrily and shouted at the crowd, starting from today, Yi Xian is already a quasi-elder of our beast-taming sect. I don't want to say the words just now for a second time. Do you understand? Only to see these people quickly bow their heads and admit their mistakes, and then ask to obey the teachings of the senior brother. Although it was so on the surface, they thought to themselves, what, a quasi-elder in the Yuan realm, it's over. I didn't expect the beast-taming sect to have declined to this point. Zhu Demu happily patted Yi Xian on the shoulder, little martial uncle, you don't need to pay attention to those nonsense words. Master said that you can be recognized by the Zhongming bird. You will definitely be able to accomplish great things in the future. Yi Xian could only smile helplessly and say, yes, yes. Zhu Demu introduced, right, Mingtai Mountain in front is a forbidden area of the sect, and you are not allowed to approach it. Immediately afterwards, he also led Yi Xian to another place. Let's go to the beast training ground behind the mountain to observe beast taming. Yi Xian also thanked him, thank you. Zhu Demu's life panel suddenly appeared. Zhu Demu, the 6th realm of the Yu realm, has a warm personality towards others, thoughtful and meticulous, but there is a black line of fate that he will be beheaded by a bad guy. Ending, because he exposed Zhao Fei's secret, he was poisoned and killed by a disciple of the Chang Le sect of the beast-taming sect. Recent turning point, 2 days later, he will encounter Zhao Fa stealing the geological map at Minghai Mountain of the beast-taming sect. Yi Xian thought, 2 days later in Mingtai Mountain, will the Liu Yun sect spy begin to act? It's coming so fast. Scene changes to the beast training ground behind the mountain. Wu Yangbei came forward to stop him. Zhu Demu, who allowed you to bring him to the beast training ground? Zhu Demu replied, Elder Wu, little martial Uncle Yi has just joined the sect, so he should come to observe beast taming. Wu Yangbei sneered, the title of little martial uncle is not so easy to obtain. According to the rules of the beast taming sect, anyone who wants to join the sect must go through an assessment. Otherwise, how can we make everyone convinced? Other disciples also echoed one after another, that's right, why is he so special? That's right, we demand to be treated equally. Wu Yangbei pressed his face against Zhu Demu and threatened, Zhu Demu, are you teaching me how to do things? This beast training ground is my territory. Is it your turn to speak here? Zhu Demu was angry, I hope Elder Wu will not make things difficult for us. Yi Xian put his hand on Zhu Demu's shoulder to stop him, don't be reckless, let me handle it. He happily stood in front of Zhu Demu and said, Senior brother Wu doesn't know what procedure this assessment is. Zhu Demu was completely speechless after hearing these words. Little martial Uncle Yi, don't bother with them. They are deliberately making things difficult for you. Wu Yangbei smiled slyly. Zhonghongzi, you go and tell your little martial uncle, don't make things too difficult for him. And this disciple is not a good person either. He also gave a treacherous smile. Yes, he, disciple understands. Then, Zhonghongzi went over and pointed to the black horse behind him. Did you see over there? The inspection is to feed the spirit pet. The system displayed information, Zhonghongzi, the 9th realm of the Yuan realm. This person's fate is that of a petty person, who is proud of his success. He is soft when facing a tough person and tough when facing a soft person. Although this is the case, he is rich and wealthy. He has very good luck and will earn a lot of money even if he does small things. Ending, he usually bullies many people. In the end, when he is in danger, no one wants to help him. He will be killed by bandits. Recent turning point. He discovered an entrance to Luohong Valley in the beast-taming sect and found many elixirs for spirit pets. Yi Xian smiled after seeing this information, TSK. This guy still has opportunities recently, so I will accept them. Zhonghongzi was very proud. He pointed to the ferocious black horse behind him and said, you feed this spirit beast. He thought to himself, this black mane horse is the most irritable spirit beast among the spirit beasts. To tame this wild beast, he has beaten it and starved it a lot. At this moment, it is the time when it is the most hungry and crazy. He is really looking forward to seeing your miserable appearance, little martial uncle. Then, Zhonghongzi secretly stood behind and used beast-controlling techniques. Go crazy. He thought to himself, let me make this little beast even more crazy. Yi Xian glanced at it and saw through these tricks. He chuckled to himself, if you want to play, then I will play with you. Just when the black horse became crazy, it roared and wanted to attack Yi Xian. Zhonghongzi was very proud. This time, if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. Zhu Demu was very worried. He said, little martial Uncle Yi, be careful. Wu Yangbei smiled and stopped him, stay back. He accepted this competition himself. He has to bear the consequences. Other disciples also echoed, it's over, it's over. This guy will either die or be disabled. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Yi Xian used the beast-taming technique, comforting, which made the black horse calm down. After being comforted, the black horse kept clinging to Yi Xian. It also ate the food that Yi Xian gave it. He smiled triumphantly and looked at everyone. Can this be considered completing the challenge? Zhu Demu naturally supported him, and hurriedly said, yes, of course it counts. Zhonghongzi thought, Obviously I gave the command, why didn't this horse react? Wu Yangbei also didn't understand. This kid is too strange. This beast-taming technique is even stronger than my beast-taming technique. Wu Yangbei asked, what exactly is going on? Others were also curious, that's right. I didn't even blink just now. Why did the black mane horse suddenly become so docile? Yi Xian went over and returned the black horse to Zhong Hongzi. I'll return this horse to you, junior nephew. Zhong Hongzi was angry, don't be so proud. Just as Zhong Hongzi was holding the reins of the black horse in his hand, Yi Xian also used the beast-taming technique. Attack! The horse suddenly became fierce again. It roared and kicked Zhong Hongzi to the ground. He cried out, oh my god! The others also panicked. Damn it, the horse is crazy. Zhong Hongzi fell to the ground and hit his head on a wooden bar, which made everyone on the other side panic. They all cried out, ah ah ah. Zhong Hongzi was humiliated by Yi Xian, so he angrily shouted, what are you laughing at? He angrily threatened with a whip, wanting to hit the horse in front, you see clearly for me, I am your master. The horse was frightened and struggled to move away. Zhong Hongzi was so angry that he lost his composure. I've given you face, haven't I? Do you want to eat the whip again? While struggling, the horse kicked Zhong Hongzi with its hind legs. Immediately, he was kicked away by the black horse. Immediately afterwards, the horse also played a trick and dropped a bomb on him. Zhong Hongzi was completely miserable at this time. He lay fainted on the ground with foam coming out of his mouth, and let out a cry, ah. Wu Yangbei became anxious when he saw this scene. Quickly help your junior brother over here. The other disciples also quickly ran over, yes. Wu Yangbei turned around and pointed at Yi Xian. You surnamed Yi, now my disciple's lower body is half crippled. It must be your doing. Yi Xian was not a pushover either. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, so what if it was me? He chose the competition and the spirit beast. Since something happened, he has to bear the consequences himself. Wu Yangbei was angry but couldn't say anything else. He gritted his teeth. Yi Xian smiled triumphantly and continued, beast-taming ability is not enough either. Senior brother Wu, if you feel it's not enough, you can try again. Seeing this, Wu Yangbei was furious. He signaled to the disciples, let's go. Yi Xian was completely satisfied. I won't see you off, senior brother Wu. Jujimu next to him smiled when he saw this scene. He walked over and patted Yi Xian on the shoulder. Little martial Uncle Yi, your mouth is really getting the best of it. Yi Xian replied coldly. If people don't offend me, I won't offend people. 2 days later in Mingtai Mountain, Yi Xian hid behind a bush and looked. That must be Ming Ji. I heard that there is a lot of important information about the beast-taming sect. Seeing Yi Xian hiding behind, and seeing Zhao Fa fighting with some guards, he decided to stand up, and get a little closer to see what was going on. Suddenly a hand appeared behind him and stopped him, you are, Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the girl behind him, and he asked a little vigilantly. Who? Suddenly her life panel appeared, it was Ci Miaoyan. Realm, 9th realm of the Yu realm. Her fate is to create divine weapons, a devoted lover, and an unfeeling path. She is a born genius in forging treasures. High probability of refining high-quality products with high success. She has personally created a divine weapon that has become famous in the 9 provinces. Ending. Because of love, she imprisoned herself and was confined in a room of the beast-taming sect. Dying of depression. Recent turning point, she received news that Li Hong had died and her heart was broken. Yi Xian thought, Ci Miaoyan, I seem to have seen this name somewhere. Yi Xian recalled the letter he had seen before. Oh, that's right, it seems that there was a letter for her in Elder Li's imperial spirit pouch. Great, it seems that she is Elder Li's old lover. And she is a master of forging. I have to build some relationships. Then he happily stood up and handed her the letter. Elder Li mentioned it. In the beast-taming sect, there is a senior named Ci Miaoyan. Beautiful, gentle, and talented. Just now when I saw you, I felt that you must be Elder Ci. Ci Miaoyan took the letter in her hand with a little doubt. This is the letter that Elder Li Hong wanted me to deliver to you before his death. Ci Miaoyan replied. He actually mentioned me to you. Holding the letter in her hand, Ci Miaoyan's eyes became sparkling. This is indeed his handwriting. Thank you for your trouble. She put the letter away and then said, but it's so late. What are you doing here? Do you know that Mingtai Mountain is a forbidden area? Yi Xian thought, Elder Ci is a little difficult to win over. Then he scratched his head and smiled. Elder Li told me before he died that there is a traitor in the beast-taming sect. And told me to go to Mingtai Mountain more often. Coincidentally, I saw Elder Zhao sneaking around, so I followed him here to see what's going on. Then he distracted Ci Miaoyan. Elder Ci, why are you here at this time too? Ci Miaoyan was a little guilty and stammered, I am. Suddenly Ci Miaoyan reached out to cover Yi Xian's mouth. He's out. The two of them hid behind a bush to observe. Ci Miaoyan said, sure, Zhao Fa is out. I felt that Zhao Fa's behavior today was a little suspicious, so I followed him here. Being hugged from behind, Ci Miaoyan's chest pressed against Yi Xian's face, making his cheeks blush. This hug is really hot. Zhao Fa heard the movement and became vigilant. Who is there? Ci Miaoyan still hugged Yi Xian tightly in her arms. She was a little nervous. Could it be that we have been discovered? A person came out, it was Da Mao. He said, Elder Zhao, why are you here? Zhao Fa smiled and said, so it's Da Mao. It's so late, what are you doing at Mingji? Da Mao hurriedly cupped his hands in salute. I came to Mingji to get something under the orders of my master. Suddenly he noticed something unusual. He pointed to behind Zhao Fa. Elder, look at the guards. The guards at this time had fainted and fell to the ground. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Fa also swung his hand and hit the back of Da Mao's neck. His face became cold. Hey, you came at the wrong time. Zhao Fa supported Da Mao's head, and he forcibly stuffed a pill into him. In order to prevent the sect master from finding out, I can only let you forget about this. Yi Xian, who had been released by Ci Miaoyan, hid behind a bush and looked around. He turned back to Ci Miaoyan and said, Zhao Fa's gone, I'll go ahead and take a look. Yi Xian carefully put his hand to Zhu Demu's nose to check if he was still breathing. Yi Xian announced, he is still breathing. Ci Miaoyan stretched and yawned, that Zhao Fa is as timid as a mouse, not daring to kill people, let alone the sect master's direct disciple. He must have used a pill to erase Zhu Demu's memory. I'm tired too. If you have anything, come to the refining hall to find me. Then Ci Miaoyan turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled, thank you for giving me that letter. The sky was as dark as ink at this time. Yi Xian helped Zhu Demu home. On the way, he forgot everything that happened. I was ordered by my master to come to Mingji to get something. But I fainted unexpectedly. It's a bother, little Marshal Uncle Yi, to take me home. Yi Xian replied, Senior Brother Demu, you're too polite. Do you have any impression when you fainted? Da Mao replied with a headache, I don't remember. At this time, a voice rang out, Senior Brother Zhu, why are you back so late? I've been waiting for half a day. Da Mao recognized the newcomer as Zhongli, and he asked, it's so late, why are you looking for me? The person in front was Zhao Fa's direct disciple, Zhongli. He was holding a jar with a red paper tag on it. He gave a wry smile and replied with a slightly embarrassed face. I have some private matters. Zhongle's expression revealed that this matter was difficult to talk about. He said, I would like to consult privately with senior brother Zhu. Hearing this, Yi Xian also took his leave. If that's the case, then I'll go back first, senior brother Demu. Da Mao also happily patted Yi Xian on the shoulder. All right. Yi Xian thought to himself, the person who led to Zhu Demu's final outcome has appeared. But I hope he can escape this calamity. Afterwards, Yi Xian left leisurely. When he arrived at the door, someone suddenly called out to him, Yi Xian. He slowly turned around and looked. It turned out to be Zhong Hongza's group. He sneered, you used to play with me, today is your day of death. Yi Xian's face showed a troubled look after hearing these words. What is to come will come. The next day, at the main hall, a disciple came forward to reporting to the sect master, senior brother Zhu was poisoned and is out of breath. Moreover, martial uncle Yi Xian is nowhere to be found. Xiang Zhengqing held his head, expressing his annoyance, go find them quickly. We must see them alive or their corpses. Wu Yangbei said, Ming Ji was robbed last night, and it is still unclear what was lost. Now Zhu Demu is dead again, what should we do now? Xiang Zhengqing replied, what was lost was the geological feng shui map of the spirit realm. The others panicked after hearing this. Everyone shouted loudly, what? Zhao Fa was also a little guilty after hearing this. He clenched his fists to suppress his fear. Wu Yangbei asked anxiously, I can't believe it. The geological feng shui map is the largest map of the spirit realm. The four major sects each have a quarter. If it is lost, what status will our beast-taming sect have? It's really strange. Who knows if he is a spy sent by the Liuyan sect? Now he has taken the geological feng shui map and ran away for fear of being punished. Cao Yukei also quickly added, that's right, we already said that this Yi Xian could not be kept. He has only been in our beast-taming sect for a few days, and he has already caused the whole sect to be in chaos. He is a disaster. Wu Yangbei also quickly continued, it's really a shame to the sect's predecessors. If it weren't for the fact that senior brother was soft-hearted for a moment and insisted on keeping Yi Xian, it would not have caused such a big disaster. Now it's all over, our beast-taming sect is finished. Ci Miaoyan also walked in at this time. With an unpleasant expression, she said, last night, I saw with my own eyes Zhao Fa knocking out the guarding disciple to enter Ming Ji. Afterwards, Zhao Fa met Zhu Demu and gave Da Mao the Duan Nian Dan. As for his death, before Ci Miaoyan could finish speaking, Wu Yangbei turned around again. What do you mean by that, junior sister Ci? Do you have any evidence? Zhao Fa was completely guilty at this time, and his whole body was sweating. His mouth kept stammering, you're spitting blood. What do you know, a woman? Could it be that you want to protect Yi Xian? So you deliberately framed me. Wu Yangbei also quickly added, that's right, Ci Miaoyan, you are defending Yi Xian. Could it be because he was accepted as a disciple by Li Hong, and you transferred those feelings to him? Ci Miaoyan gritted her teeth angrily, you. Ci Miaoyan quickly regained her composure, and a crystal ball appeared in her hand. She smiled and said, it's true that words can't prove anything, take a look at this. At this time, everyone in the main hall was in an uproar. Xiang Zhengqing also spoke, Junior brother Zhao, I know your character after all these years. You wouldn't do anything to betray the sect. Is it possible that someone is instigating you? Zhao Fa was completely scared at this time. He knelt on the ground and begged, Senior brother, I. Wu Yangbei, with a ferocious expression, looked at him and said, Zhao Fa, you are really bold to steal the sect's map. I have always trusted you so much, what are your intentions? Zhao Fa stammered, Senior brother, you. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Elder Wu, don't rush to draw the line so quickly. Are you not afraid that Elder Zhao will tell the truth? Everyone looked over and were all surprised. Yi Xiyan. Judamu, you are not dead. Wu Yangbei was furious. What's going on? Zhong Hongzhe whispered into his ear in confusion. Last night we indeed caught Yi Xiyan, gave him poison, and threw him into the wolf den behind the mountain. He can't still be alive. Yi Xiyan walked over and said with a smile, I'm afraid I've disappointed you. Your poison can't kill me. He thought to himself, it's fortunate that the 100 poison talisman on my necklace was able to neutralize the poison. Wu Yangbei pretended to laugh and said, Yi Xiyan, what are you talking about? What exactly is going on? Tell us clearly. Judamu angrily threw Zhongli to the ground and said, let me tell you. Last night, I saw Elder Zhao coming out of Mingji. Elder Zhao was probably worried about being exposed. So he sent Zhongli to poison me. Fortunately, junior brother Yi reminded me to be prepared in advance, so I could be safe. Zhongli cried out on the ground. Master. Xiang Zhengqing turned to question Zhao Fa. Junior brother Zhao, things have come to this point, and I can't protect you anymore. Do you have anything else to say? Zhao Fa quickly knelt on the ground, and his eyes began to fill with tears. Sect Master, do you still remember, Zilin? Xiang Zhengqing's expression became flustered when he heard this name. Wasn't she already dead? Zhao Fa quickly replied, that's right, but I heard that the Liuyuan sect has a secret technique that can open the Mingyuan realm and lead the dead souls. If I can get this thing, maybe I can save her. Yi Xiyan replied after hearing this. Elder Zhao. Do you know that the Liuyuan sect was originally built from the sword sect? There can't be such a secret technique at all. I don't know who fabricated such a lie to deceive you. Even if they did, they wouldn't give it to you. They are just continuing to use this weakness of yours and your identity as the fifth elder to weaken the beast-taming sect step by step. Yi Xiyan thought to himself, I didn't expect Elder Zhao, a coward, to be able to do this for the woman he loves. Zhao Fa's face became dazed after hearing these words. How could this be? Xiang Zhengqing sighed when he heard this. In the end he is just a fool. Junior brother Zhao. I just want to ask you one question. Where is the geological feng shui map now? At this point, Zhao Fa was forced to tell the truth. I gave it to senior brother Wu. He is in charge of contacting the people of the Liuyuan sect. Wu Yangbei angrily cursed, Zhao Fa, your heart is truly sinister. What grudge do you have with me that you would frame me like this? Yi Xiyan, who was standing on the side, smiled and said, it's okay if you don't admit it. I guess you haven't been able to take the map far in such a short time. Everyone should know the methods of the discipline hall. You'll know once they search. Wu Yangbei turned to the sect master. Xiang Zhengqing, are you tolerating a nobody like this to humiliate me? You even want to send people from the discipline hall to search me. Xiang Zhengqing sat silently and said, Junior brother, this matter is related to the future of the sect. If you want to prove your innocence, what's wrong with being searched? Wu Yangbei had no one to rely on at this time. He cursed to himself, that damn Xiang Zhengqing wants to get rid of me. Then Wu Yangbei went over to slap Yi Xiyan. You stinky brat, you have schemed against me to this point. Today, even if I die, I will never let you live comfortably. Fortunately, Judamu stepped forward to stop him. Elder Wu, your courage is really big, you dare to act violently in the main hall. Wu Yangbei replied, so what if I act violently in the main hall? By the time the people from the discipline hall arrive, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to escape death. Judamu was knocked backwards, breaking the floor. Wu Yangbei had lost control at this point. He only wanted to attack Yi Xiyan. Aren't you still dreaming of using this kid to revitalize the beast-taming sect? Today, I will cut off your thoughts. Just as Wu Yangbei launched an attack, Yi Xian quickly created a shield in front of him to block the attack. Wu Yangbei was completely surprised when he saw this. What's going on? Even Yi Xian was a little surprised. He turned to look at the white monkey next to him. Little Bai, why did you come out? The monkey was angry, and it fired 2 beams of light from its eyes, attacking back at Wu Yangbei. Ning Chang was a little panicked when he saw this scene. Did you see it? This kid's spirit pet is not right, it's not a tamed beast. Duan Wei also quickly added. That's right, to be able to directly withstand an attack from Wu Yangbei, it must be at the Wanfa realm. How can a small Yuan realm like him control it? Could it be? Then the two of them looked at each other with an unbelievable expression. A spirit pet recognizing its owner. Wu Yangbei did not believe these words, and he was angry. No way. A small Yuan realm like you, how could you withstand one of my moves? He frowned angrily and shouted, go to hell. Xiang Zhengqing could no longer sit still at this time. He stood up and threw a few golden chains forward. Junior brother Wu, don't be so stubborn anymore. The chains bound Wu Yangbei. He panicked, this is. Yi Xian was a little scared when he saw this scene. What kind of good thing is this? It can even bind a Wanfa realm. Ci Miaoyan explained, this is the Kun Yuan lock. Under the yin-yang mirror, it can be controlled. It can also be said to be specially used to deal with high-level Wanfa realms. Wu Yangbei was tied up and he was unwilling. He shouted, Xiang Zhengqing, you actually used the Kun Yuan lock to tie me up. The Liuyuan sect will not let you go. Xiang Zhengqing looked at him and said, Junior brother Wu. You are still so confused. When has the Liuyuan sect ever let anyone go? If we want to turn things around, the beast-taming sect can only take the initiative to fight. Then, he gave an order. Take him down. Deal with him according to the rules of the sect. Such a traitor of the sect does not need to be kept. Xiang Zhengqing turned to look at Zhao Fa. As for Junior Zhao, you were blinded by infatuation, so you went astray. You should go into seclusion for the rest of your life to reflect on your mistakes. And repent every day for the mistakes you have made. That is your punishment. Zhao Fa did not say anything more. He just kowtowed, thank you, senior brother. Then Xiang Zhengqing turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. All right, let's talk about you. This time, it's fortunate that you discovered it in time, so it didn't lead to a major disaster. Do you have any requests? Yi Xian scratched his head and smiled, it's fortunate that I have the sect master's absolute trust. Yi Xian also smiled and cupped his hands and said, but since the sect master has said so, then I won't be polite. I intend to participate in the Grand Spirit Realm competition. Before that, I want to forge some treasures. I am currently short of some materials. Xiang Zhengqing was happy to hear this and handed a token to Yi Xian. Okay, I can give it to you. This is the sect master's token. With this token, you can go to the treasure vault of the beast taming sect to find some suitable materials. In addition, you can also enter and leave the scripture library at any time. There are some things in there that you might be able to use. Duan Wei continued, Yi Xian, do you know that even we rarely get to enter the treasure vault, let alone take things from it? This time you are really lucky. Yi Xian smiled, thank you, sect master. Stepping out of the door, Ci Miaoyan asked, do you really want to participate in the Grand Spirit Realm competition? Yi Xian replied. Of course, my grievances with the Liuyuan sect can be settled in the Grand Spirit Realm competition. Ci Miaoyan replied. All right then, since you've made up your mind, then I shouldn't say anything more. But if you want to forge treasures, you can come to Qi Mountain to find me. Looking at Ci Miaoyan's back as she left, Yi Xian thought to himself. Today is really a series of good things. I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time. Scene changes to the beast-taming sect's treasure vault. Judamu reminded, you must be careful, junior brother. In this abyss, there is a liha vein. Everything is difficult to escape. Once you fall, you can't go back. Yi Xian stood on the suspension bridge, looking down at the dizzying heights with fear. He thought to himself, people say that there are many strong people in the Qianlong continent who are aiming for the treasures here. It seems that the rumors are not wrong. However, the beast-taming sect has become the tail of the four major sects. It's really puzzling. Upon arriving, the two stood in front of a tall building. Judamu said, this is the treasure vault. Yi Xian could feel the aura around him. He was surprised, the aura is really strong. A voice came from inside. Come in, but you can only take 3 items out. Hearing this, Yi Xian was a little disappointed. What? I can only take 3 items. A large mouth appeared in the space, and it said, this treasure vault has not been opened to anyone for nearly 600 years. Before that, I didn't see anyone who could take out 3 treasures. You brat, don't be so greedy. Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed to apologize. This junior misspoke, please forgive me, senior. He thought to himself, this senior's temper is really hot. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong pulling force from inside the room pulled Yi Xian in, making him dizzy. Stop talking nonsense, come in. Just as Yi Xian went in, the door slammed shut. Judamu stood outside. He panicked, our sect has such a domineering senior. Half an hour later, Yi Xian also came out. Judamu turned around and asked, Junior brother Yi, were you so quick in choosing everything? Yi Xian smiled and said, besides this silver silk armor that I chose myself, the other 2 appeared with some inductions. Yi Xian recalled holding the Lust Demon token, the 8 Realms Breaking Tower, and the Zhuanqian Silkworm silk armor in his hand, and he was a little surprised himself. A voice came from above, and the 2 of them looked up. You brat, you are quite lucky. The Zhuanqian Silkworm silk armor is a divine-grade treasure. With your current strength, you cannot exert its full effect. However, its defensive ability alone is enough. Yi Xian clasped his hands to thank him. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I don't know what other effects these 2 treasures have. The voice suddenly became angry. There are so many treasures in the treasure vault. How can I know what each item does? All right. The items have been taken, so hurry up and get out. Yi Xian and Judamu looked at each other and broke out in a cold sweat. After that, Yi Xian and Judamu quickly crossed the suspension bridge and returned. After that, a person with pure white hair suddenly appeared, watching the backs of the 2 of them. He sighed, how interesting. He looked up. Looking into the distance, the Lust Demon token. The 8 Realms Tower has been gathering dust for so many years, and it was unexpectedly taken away by a Yuan realm kid. But so many years have passed, I don't know how many enemies are left. Scene change in Qi Mountain, the refining spirit hall. A pile of rare treasures was thrown down heavily. Ci Miaoyan was a little stunned to see this scene. The horns of a 1,000-year-old flood dragon, as well as the tendons, bones, and scales. A 1,000-year-old flood dragon's cultivation is comparable to the yin-yang realm. What dogshit luck did this kid step on? Yi Xian smiled. That giant crocodile was injured, and I consider it spoils of war in Weiyang Lake. Ci Miaoyan sat down and picked up the teacup in her hand to drink. She said slowly, tell me, what do you plan to do? Yi Xian quickly ran over and massaged Ci Miaoyan's shoulders. I am already extremely grateful that Senior is willing to help me. As long as this junior can use them. How dare I make any requests? Ci Miaoyan smiled mysteriously at Yi Xian after hearing these words. If that's the case. After saying that, she kicked Yi Xian out. When I'm done, I will call you. Tell Xiang Zhengqing that my place will not receive guests for the next few days. No one is allowed to come. Yi Xian stood outside the door with a confused expression. This woman, she's really hard to understand. A loud noise appeared on the high mountain, attracting the attention of many people below. Several elders gathered together. Ning Chang spoke up. It seems that it has been many years since Qi Mountain has heard the sound of forging iron. You kid really have the ability. You were actually able to get Elder Ci to come out of the mountain again. Yi Xian smiled. I once expressed my determination to participate in the Grand Spirit Realm competition to Elder Ci. Elder Ci values me and also expects that I can win the Grand Spirit Realm competition. For the Beast Taming Sect. Xiang Zhengqing recounted in a deep voice, the Grand Spirit Realm competition is held once every 100 years with the purpose of selecting the 4 strongest sects of the Dai dynasty. These 4 sects will divide up the mineral resources all over the continent according to their ranking. The small sects that failed in the previous competitions will send their strongest elite disciples to the day of the Grand Spirit Realm competition, desperately trying to squeeze into the ranks of the 4 major sects. The spirit realm itself contains abundant opportunities and treasures, but along with that are countless traps, dangers, and strange beasts. What we need to do is to kill as many high-level strange beasts in the spirit realm as possible, and use this to determine the victory or defeat. The feng shui maps of the spirit realm are in the hands of the 4 major sects. Under normal circumstances, the disciples of each sect will act in their own territory. Only those with high strength will try to break through other areas and look for higher-level prey. Although it is said that the purpose of the competition is not to slaughter each other, in order to win the competition, any insidious means can be used. Even the slightest carelessness can lead to death in the spirit realm. Moreover, you are the target of attack. Yi Xian shouted loudly, showing his determination, I must go. Xiang Zhengqing smiled, okay, our beast-taming sect will pour all of our resources into you. I and the elders have discussed it, and will open the ancient forbidden area once more. Yi Xian was a little confused after hearing this, and he asked, the ancient forbidden area. Cao Yuke said with a worried expression, the ancient forbidden area was originally a ruined battlefield. From ancient times, it was developed into a small space by the predecessors of the beast-taming sect using their powerful strength. It contains many monsters and powerful energy. But each time it is opened, it consumes many years of our cultivation. I really don't know if it's worth it for a kid like this. Ning Chang continued, each sect can only send 2 people with the cultivation of the Yugong realm or above. If the cultivation of this kid can reach the 9th realm of the Yuan realm, plus the support of the Zhongqing bird, his strength will be equivalent to the Yugong realm. With 3 people with the strength of the Yugong realm inside, it can be considered that we have an advantage. If so, we will have the opportunity to turn things around. Cao Yuke clicked his tongue after hearing these words, TSK. Xiang Zhengqing said, it's just that this ancient forbidden area is extremely dangerous, with a 9 out of 10 chance of death. Yi Xian immediately said, I am willing to try it once. 2 days later, Yi Xian and the elders gathered at the place where the ancient forbidden area was opened. Xiang Zhengqing urged, remember what I told you. The ancient forbidden area is extremely vast. The strange beasts in the original realm mostly have the strength of the Na Yuan realm and the Yuan realm, while the area outside the borders is extremely dangerous and must not be entered. Yi Xian quickly replied, I understand. Then, Xiang Zhengqing gave the order, elders, set up the formation. 4 elders stood around Xiang Zhengqing, creating a formation. The 4 of them shouted in unison, open the ancient forbidden area. A burst of bright energy appeared from the formation of the 5 people. Xiang Zhengqing sent Yi Xian through the gate that they opened, and at the same time, he urged, 1 month later, the ancient forbidden area will open again. By then, don't forget to return here. Yi Xian replied, okay, I got it. Inside the space, Yi Xian saw a strange object. He looked over with some surprise. It was a broken sword. Yi Xian stopped to check the information. The aura on the sword just now is not ordinary. I'm afraid it has a big background. Don't affect my trial this time. Yi Xian opened the information panel. The ending is that he will cultivate in the ancient forbidden area, and finally die at the hands of the ancient strange beast. The Iju. Recent turning point. 1 month later, the passage back to the beast-taming sect will not be able to be opened. After seeing this, Yi Xian cursed angrily. Damn it! Some time later, Yi Xian fell asleep tiredly. When he woke up, he was surprised. In front of him was the ancient forbidden area. He wondered, why does it look like an abandoned military camp? Looking up at the sky at this time, the sun was actually red. He recalled what the system said. 1 month later, the passage back to the beast-taming sect will not be able to be opened. It seems that there is no other way to go than cultivate and sooner or later find a way out. Soon after, Yi Xian entered a tent. Inside was a book. He opened it and read, it's a complete failure. This is our last battlefield. We didn't have time to go back to that forbidden area to escape. Those wild beasts immediately attacked here. After reading, Yi Xian pondered. It seems that there are probably some powerful strange beasts that cannot be dealt with, posing a threat to the army here. At this moment, a piece of paper suddenly fell out of the heavy volume. This was actually a map. A point was specially circled, which was the chaotic forbidden area. Yi Xian wondered if it was the forbidden area mentioned in the notebook just now. He put away the map and said to himself, the road to the chaotic forbidden area is the longest and most dangerous. Before that, I need to find every way to make myself stronger. That night, in the forest, Yi Xian walked in alone. He didn't know that there were pairs of terrifying eyes looking at him. Yi Xian smelled the strong bloody smell here, and he also felt a little excited. He also realized that since the beginning, he has always felt that something was watching him. At this moment, something suddenly rushed straight towards Yi Xian's face. Yi Xian was shocked to realize that this was a death claw beast. He recalled that it was recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, that this beast usually hides in a dark corner, and chases after a single attack to kill its prey. It seems that it has been ambushing for a long time, just waiting for me to get closer. Without giving Yi Xian much time to think, the death claw beast rushed over, and attacked Yi Xian with its sharp claws. Yi Xian hurriedly used his cold yuan sword to block, but he also felt that the power was very great. With the cultivation of human beings, this beast should be around the 8th realm of the Na Yuan realm. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be my opponent. Could it be that this is the murderous aura of the ancient forbidden area, making these guys stronger? Suddenly, loud roars echoed throughout the forest. Yi Xian remembered that this thing does not have the habit of attacking alone. So, there are probably a lot of them in the forest. He decided to fight quickly to avoid being at a disadvantage. This action also made the death claw beast realize something strange. Taking advantage of the advantage in the air, Yi Xian unleashed the Great River Sword technique, and slashed down with a sword. A force with ice energy struck the beast. After finishing, Yi Xian landed lightly on the ground. But the danger was just beginning. A pack of beasts came forward. Yi Xian was also surprised that the number was even more than he had imagined. At this time, Yi Xian began to unleash the clear yuan sword technique. Countless swords appeared around him. Then, a loud shout rang out, "Go!" Countless sword auras flew towards the group of beasts, cutting them into pieces. After killing the group of beasts, the heavy cold yuan sword was stuck in the ground. The previous strike had consumed a lot of Yi Xian's strength. He gritted his teeth and thought, with my current physical strength, using one Great River Sword technique, and one clear yuan sword technique, will make me tired. This time, the focus of cultivation in the forbidden area is on starting with physical strength. 3 days later, Yi Xian was still being chased by a group of beasts. At this time, a beast caught up. Yi Xian hurriedly jumped up to dodge. He gathered his strength into one fist and unleashed the man-power fist. Then, he used all of his strength to strike out, and the beasts were knocked far away. Outside the beast-taming sect, Sect Master Zhengqing watched Yi Xian and kept praising him. "Ha ha, this kid is not bad." The great elder, Ning Chang, next to him also stroked his beard and praised him. "This kid can endure hardship, and he also knows how to make up for his weaknesses." Speaking of this, his tone became more emotional. It is really scary that he can grow up in such a turbulent environment. Back to Yi Xian, he was cutting a piece of beast meat while thinking, although these monsters are very dangerous, the quality of the meat is quite delicious. Recently, after eating these meats, I feel that my body is not only healthier, but it seems to have some additional murderous aura. The image of him roasting the beast meat frightened the little hearts of some bunnies. At this moment, Yi Xian took out Xiaobai to observe. He thought to himself, this meat is not only delicious, but it can also upgrade my abilities. Xiaobai will definitely love to eat it when he wakes up. After several consecutive battles, it was completely asleep. But oh well, let it rest first.